inquiry into the integrity of the NDIS. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. We will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live with captions via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I'd like to welcome everyone here today. And just for the witnesses, I have Senator Little with me in person, and then online we have the Deputy Chair, Senator Mulholland, Senator Steele-John, and soon Miss Berry MP. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading information. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Could I please remind everyone giving evidence today that you should not divulge confidential, personal or identifying information when you speak. If you wish to supplement your evidence with written information, please forward it to the Secretariat after the hearing. I do ask everyone if you can switch off your mobile phones to silent, and I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking, if you could please mute your microphones. And if witnesses take any questions on notice, the committee requests that information be provided by Friday, June the 5th. And however, if that's challenging for you, please liaise with the Secretariat if you need additional time. And after that rather long preamble, I now welcome representatives from MedTech Vic Hub. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you both. For the Hansard record, could you each please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Professor Rachel McDonald, and I'm appearing as the Director of the MedTech Vic Hub based at Swinburne.
Thank you.
My name is Mr. Mark Hansen. I'm an occupational therapist, clinical advisor, and currently PhD student at the MedTech Vic Hub.
Well, thank you. We're looking forward to a very constructive discussion. Would you like to make an opening statement?
We would, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'd like to firstly say thank you very much to the Chair and the committee for the opportunity for us to present today. We wanted to start by saying that MedTech Vic is a Melbourne-based health technology and innovation hub. We're based at Swinburne University of Technology, and we work across assistive technology, rehabilitation and disability systems, research, translation and innovation. We work closely with people with disability and lived experience, but also clinicians, researchers and industry to co-design and evaluate solutions that includes technology supports and service models that aim to improve both participant outcomes and system performance. Integrity in the NDIS is not only about fraud, it's also about whether the scheme reliably delivers the right support at the right time through a fair, transparent, evidence-based and safe system. MedTech Vic's contribution to this inquiry is through the lens of assistive technology, because assistive technology and the systems that support the supply, use and maintenance of these technologies are central to these principles. That is the integrity of the NDIS. From our work in assistive technology and rehabilitation, some of the most significant integrity risks in the NDIS are structural. They include opaque supplier pathways, limited access to independent information, constrained participant choice, and inconsistent application of evidence and delays in appropriate supports. Assistive technology is often treated simply as a cost item. However, in practice, it's one of the most important safeguards for participants in their independence, safety, functional capacity, and also long-term sustainability. When assistive technology markets fail, integrity fails. In practice, this means that participants and families can spend months navigating fragmented systems to obtain essential equipment such as wheelchairs or postural supports. During these delays, people can experience deterioration in their physical health, pressure injuries, reduced independence and participation, as well as increased reliance on health and informal care systems. These are not isolated operational problems. They're integrity issues because they undermine participant control and choice, they weaken trust in the scheme, reduce innovation, and ultimately increase cost to the government. Excuse me. The market is wider than just getting a product at the end of the day. It's about knowledge and capability of prescribing practitioners. It's about availability of reasonable and necessary supports, and also access to training to use appropriate supports. And that training is disability support workers, practitioners, suppliers, as well as the end user participant. The evidence before the committee aligns strongly with what our applied research has shown, that many integrity risks in the NDIS are structural and market-driven, rather than participant-driven. In assistive technology specifically, we see limited transparency in supplier pathways, with conflicts of interest, inconsistent evidence requirements, and long approval delays. Participants often rely on expert advice and specialist supply chains that are limited. This makes them particularly vulnerable to poor market practices. We commend and support the government's focus on strengthening integrity across the scheme. However, we believe there's a significant gap in the reform conversation, the role of assistive technology as an integrity mechanism in its own right. Integrity is not only about reacting to fraud after the fact, it's about creating fair markets, supporting evidence-based funding, ensuring participant safety, and investing in systems that deliver sustainable outcomes. So MedTech Vic suggests that there are several practical reforms that could strengthen integrity immediately. These include A, greater transparency in assistive technology markets and supplier pathways. B, embedding independent advice and participant safety into decision making. C, establishing dedicated innovation and evidence pathways for assistive technologies and service models that support them. D, supporting sustainable product stewardship, including reuse, refurbishment and life cycle value approaches. And E, improving market access for local research-led co-designed manufacturing, particularly through current government initiatives such as Ambitious Australia and Future Made in Australia policies. If I had 10 minutes with the Minister, I'd ask for two things. Firstly, I would ask the government to formally recognise assistive technology as central to the integrity and sustainability of the NDIS, not simply as a procurement category or cost pressure. When done properly, assistive technology is an important enabler. It can be life-changing for participants and their families. It reduces downstream costs, it improves participant outcomes and strengthens confidence in the scheme itself. Secondly, I would ask for strategic investment in independent, evidence-led innovation infrastructure through organisations like MedTech Vic. We are uniquely positioned to support government through independent evaluation, pilot design, validation and benchmarking of assistive technologies, workforce capability development and the translation of research into real-world implementation. In many ways, MedTech Vic and similar organisations can act as a neutral intermediary between government, participants, researchers, clinicians and industry to help ensure that the NDIS delivers both innovation and integrity together. Australia has an opportunity to create an NDIS that is both participant-centred and financially sustainable. But to do that, integrity must include fair markets, evidence-based decision-making, transparency, innovation and participant safety above all. Thank you
very much. That was well said. I appreciate that your points for recommendations you'd like to see. I would just like to acknowledge that we now have Mr. Pike and Miss Berry online with us, so welcome. I wanted to begin by asking a couple of questions and then I'll hand over to the Deputy Mayor, Mayor. That's my former council line coming, Deputy Chair. So how do participants currently access assisted technology through the NDIS?
It's a very opaque system, actually. How this usually happens is that there's low cost assistive technology for which really people should be able to use their low cost assistive technology fund. But in practice, what we've seen is that actually what they'll often need to do is justify that through a therapist prescription. Then there's medium and high cost assistive technologies. I think that's below 15,000 and above 15,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
And so usually what happens is that there will be an assessment by a therapy support of some kind, and then there will be recommendations made. Often then people will go to a supplier, and that supplier may very well be one that the therapist works closely with, or it may be someone independent. Then a report will be written, sent to the plan manager, either in the yearly plan or separate. That will then come back after several months, and then the process will start again. So it takes a very long time for the person to get the technologies, and there's multiple players in the system.
So,
anything else
did you want to add anything, Mr. Hanson?
Yes, and I think, well, during some of these times, if people aren't well supported, say for example with their posture and seating, this might be a cushion or a backrest, that if they're not well supported, that can change and harm them. And it can result in harm such as pressure injuries, which could result in hospital admission and reduce social and community participation.
So how do we improve this system so that it is not so onerous on the participant? Because at the end of the day, that's what the NDIS is here to. We're here to serve and care for those people. How do we make that process better?
Do you want to start, or do you want me to start?
You start.
Okay. I wanted to go back a little bit to the previous question as well, because one of the other things that we've seen through our research is that quite often it's actually very difficult for people to find appropriate therapy supports to actually do the assessment in the first place. And so that then kind of delays the system. And then what we kind of also find is that people who have therapy supports, or maybe can't find therapy supports and go to suppliers, will often have the wrong assistive technology. So they've taken all this time, but they'll also have these sorts of things. So there's a number of ways of improving the mechanisms. One of them is to improve the training. The second thing is to understand, have the data that we don't have data as to what technology is supplied by the NDIS at the moment.
Data is something that has come up a lot, and something that a number of different witnesses have said we need better data in order to analyse the system and then to make it better. So you would agree with that?
I would agree with that. But I'd agree with that the data really needs to come from what is being supplied and to whom, because we actually can't find those. And I mean, suppliers will have their own. So we have a reseller. We import predominantly about 90% of our assistive technologies in Australia, which we actually can do way better. So one of the ways longer term to improve that is to have a really rich, locally manufactured, created and manufactured market. But that's a longer term sort of issue and really requires a lot of investment. But I think one of the things is improved training, data and transparency of systems, and downstream looking at how we actually can get locally procured, locally manufactured, made and procured assistive technologies. And we have really fantastic startups and SMEs, but they can't compete with the big international players, and they can't get past kind of proof of concept and minimal viable product into the market.
That's an interesting comment. Did you want to add anything to that?
I'm okay.
Right. I just have one final question. So your submission, it does raise concerns about conflict of interest in the AT supply chains. What do you think is the issue, and what could be done to fix it? Would you agree there is conflicts of interest in the first place?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we would agree there's conflicts of interest, and that's at multiple levels. There's often, the conflicts of interest may not be in terms of integrity, they're often not necessarily intentional, but they are there. So I want to get my client the best thing if I'm an occupational therapist. So I'll go to my friend Mark, who will supply the best. So that's already a conflict of interest, but it's coming not from a place of malintent. It's coming from a place of this is a system that is broken.
And how do we improve the system so that we enable, those sort of relationships that are based in good faith compared to those that are not?
We also, one of the ways of doing that also is actually going to the participants and putting the participants' voice front and centre as to what they want, because at the moment people are really dependent on the expertise of people that are telling them what they want. And there is really not a great match between what people want to do and need to do and then what's available in this sort of system. So again, transparent pathways. So people declare conflicts of interest, or do you go to 3 people when actually you know that there's only one thing? So having really good clinical decision-making systems that are available and transparent, and there's nothing wrong with kind of working with people who have the great product. We also think having much more transparency in the supplier market and understanding where the issues are with the supply chains, and that the people who are often the most knowledgeable in the system are the people who are selling the products.
Yes.
So having those as independent, or having really independent advice is really important.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
That's all. Yeah, you've covered.
So if you wanted to add any further information on those points you've made, we'd welcome that.
Yep.
Because we want to make the system better, more sustainable, and ultimately support our participants. Yeah. So look, at this point, I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your time this morning. The AFP and the NDIA describe organised crime syndicates who chop and change companies to hide their criminal behaviour. Can you tell us if the assistive technology market is structurally vulnerable to this type of conduct?
That is a really interesting question, and I think it's probably, I would suggest that it is vulnerable because of the opaqueness of the supply chain, and that there is no data or reporting on what technologies are supplied, and whether they're supplied actually.
Wow. So no data at all across the whole system. No
data at all, because from our understanding, that what is supplied, and particularly at high cost AT, which is 15,000 and above, that has to be really quite rigorously assessed and paid for. But underneath that, we actually don't know what's being supplied and to whom, and we don't know how it's being supplied. So we have examples, from some of our work where somebody's got a wheelchair, for example, and that's been supplied by a supplier and a clinician at some point. But then that needed changing, and the previous kind of supplier clinician kind of dyad was no longer available, so somebody else has come in and supplied a bit more of an equipment, and then another sort of 6 months goes by, there's another sort of thing, and we have no record of actually what's happened over that time. What that results in for the participant is a really poor outcome, often, and we've seen that. We've seen kind of people having pieces of equipment that just do not work for them. But also we have no way of knowing who's supplied that. When we've talked to, we did a project, for example, where we talked to end user participants and their support workers through one of our kind of colleague foundations. And the support workers who support the people and their technology every single day did not know when a new piece of technology was supplied, where it came from. It just sort of appeared with the person. So therefore they have no way of knowing. So to answer your original question, it's so opaque that it is, of course, it will be open to poor practice.
There's no transparency whatsoever. There's no data collected, so then that in itself creates the environment for it to be misused or abused. That sort of leads me to my two next questions. You actually talked a little bit around how it's an import-based sector, and we could do way better, and there are a lot of barriers to entry for domestics. For domestic suppliers, most of whom are small businesses who are shut out. Has the government sought your advice on that, or have you got any processes in place that you would like to see implemented to actually make that change? And does that also include the look at refurbishing or reusing high-value assistive technology rather than just buying new equipment every single plan cycle? So that's something else we're hearing about. And you sort of mentioned those changes. What happens to all of those iterations of equipment? Where do they go?
So I think there was two parts to that question. That was about the small businesses and how we change that, and the second thing is the reuse and refurbishment. And I think actually in some ways it's almost there's almost a continuum there.
And that's why I asked it together. They were two separate questions, but I sort of thought they might work well together.
We would really one of the things that MedTech Vic does is that we we work with small businesses, and we actually have just over the past week joined with one of the design houses to try and help small businesses to do the things that they need to get to market, from say a TRL 5 to commercialisation. What we would like to see is that the innovation funds, the Ambitious Australia funds, to really open that to assistive technologies, so that at the moment often assistive technologies are sort of dismissed as care economy or over there or not commercial, etc., and yet they are highly commercial. We have evidence from that, and we have certainly approached government with those figures and those proposals. In terms of that, though, there is a sort of second market which is just non-existent here, but we have really good examples across the water in New Zealand, for example, of the reuse, refurbishment kind of life cycle. But we don't have a workforce. We don't have a technical workforce because the technical the technical maintenance, etc., at the moment comes from the suppliers who are also selling the products. So there is a real kind of opportunity for us, for small and medium businesses, to take on some of that reuse and refurbishment. But we have
also cut the cost in the system as well.
But also, what we don't have is the kind of workforce pathway. We have really good skills, and at Swinburne University we're a dual sector, so we've been talking a lot to our VET or our TAFE sector to see if we can start to pull some training together to address some of these issues. But it is really difficult then for small businesses to compete when there are these big behemoths of resellers and suppliers who own that market. The other thing that though does, which is a kind of, which does affect the integrity, is that it means that people who are in rural and remote regions can't have access to really good, when their equipment breaks, it takes months to get it repaired. If we had a really good system where we had people trained, you could have people locally who are able to service some of those systems. So yes, we would see that. Underneath that, though, is a really important piece and innovation around decision-making practices. So when is it fine to do that reuse? When do you need new, and when do you need a combination of the both? And at the moment, we just don't have that information.
And it seems like a basic thing to do to actually make that judgment, and we're not doing that. So we're creating this environment of increased cost, of waste and lost opportunities to actually even provide things, as you rightly noted, to remote or regional communities in a more efficient way, because they seem to get the short end of the stick across the board. My next question is sort of, you've answered part of the question with, the continual cycle of change, but can you identify for us any other areas of fraud, leakages, waste or lost opportunities that you have come across or heard within the system, and any processes that you think are particularly susceptible or some low-hanging fruit that we could sort of put our attention on outside of what you've already discussed?
Mark, I just realised that I haven't been including you. Have you got anything to say?
Please jump in any time. Yes.
That's okay. Rachel is also covering some of the things that I would have touched on as well, so we are okay. Yes, could you please repeat the question?
So with this question, and I note the things that Rachel has already spoken about, but can you sort of identify any other areas of fraud, leakage, waste or lost opportunities that you have come across or heard about within the system that we could focus on and that are perhaps low-hanging fruit for us to work on to improve the system? And if there are any processes in particular that you think are susceptible to those challenges?
What I can say is that with some assistive technology that might not be suitable, where there's not enough informed decision making or access to the technologies, that there can be high equipment abandonment or high risk of abandonment. So it might be prescribed for the sake of prescribing, but is this actually a useful piece of equipment, and has everyone in that process been involved and informed about the purpose and the goal associated with it?
Okay, yeah. So it's actually it's the wrong thing for that particular individual, but it was like, well, let's give this a go, and then it's not quite right. And, well, it's not quite right, it's not right at all.
Senator, we will need to move on just because in the interest of time.
Sure. One just super quick question, Chair, if I could just ask. Do you have any insights on what happens to all of this abandoned equipment?
They're, again, very opaque. But there are, we don't have any real great evidence, but we have anecdotal kind of understanding. There's a lot in landfill, which is really appalling. There's also a kind of, a kind of hidden reseller market. So that also means that people aren't necessarily getting the right technologies, but they're getting what they can off Facebook Marketplace.
Thank you. So it's something we do need to work on. Over to you, Senator Little.
Thank you. I'm interested to understand, does the current reactive compliance you refer to drive up long-term costs for the scheme?
We would suggest that it does, because what we're doing. So if we think about the example that I gave early on, which was from one of our researchers, and this is a young person who had initially been given a wheelchair, and when we saw that wheelchair, her back was this far from the seat. So her support workers had shoved cushions down there. Another therapist was brought in, so that's increasing your therapy support costs, who didn't actually look at the seating but put a power assist on, because that was a different goal that came up. What that then did is that it stopped the person from doing their tilt in space that was part of the original chair. What that then did was put this person in a terrible position that she then had pressure sores. So from somebody who was independent and driving a chair, this person had pressure sores and had one-to-one care, was unable to use her chair, was unable to move independently, and had to have one-to-one support. So if you think about the costs from that prescription, and the cost in terms of both the multiple visits, the equipment, but the actual cost to the person in their loss of being able to participate in their life is fundamentally flawed.
Can I just understand this a bit better? There is no independent, reliable place that people can go to who are on the scheme who can say, is that a terrible piece of equipment? So they're basically, there's no choice for them. There's no independent evaluation of any of the equipment, so they could be sold pretty much anything by an unscrupulous operator just seeking to get rid of product.
Yes, they can. The protections in there are that we have some extremely people with great integrity, but also very skilled practitioners who will protect against that. But there's not enough of them, and there is no training to ensure that there is a minimum standard. And so what we're also seeing is that there are, there are scrupulous providers, but there are also unscrupulous ones. Some of them don't mean to be unscrupulous. But what we've also seen is that, when there's such a shortage of skilled practitioners, that your kind of new graduate will be going out and will be influenced by suppliers, and the person will just get a really poor outcome. And these are some of our most vulnerable people.
Yep.
I agree with what's being said, and there's a real importance of having that knowledge and skill that is specialised within that assistive technology sector as well.
Can I ask you, there's been a lot of media commentary about the impact of policies on startups, and you mentioned startups earlier. What sort of impact would bad policy that would affect Australians' startups, the innovative sector, on the NDIS if the policy settings are not right? How would that actually affect the scheme, but also, importantly, the participants in the scheme?
So I'm going to give an example from one of our colleagues, a startup called Fab, which is, I think it's fantastic and beautiful or something. And this is a small startup who have co-designed the most beautiful shower chair, and it was co-designed by a person with lived experience and their mum, and that's great. But what's really hard is that they've got this fantastic product. It's really difficult for them to get into the market, and so policies that enable them to actually get from that startup to the next stage are really, really important. And that kind of involves things like, usability. These products are on the TGA, so they do need to be regulated, so you need to go through that process also. So support for going through that process, which is a kind of, a backed up system. And we know the TGA are reviewing their assistive technology policy, and this is a really good opportunity to support small businesses to develop that. But the other thing is that it's, it's where you're able to sell. One of the ways that, what's happening right now is the huge big conference in sellers conference. It's through the Assistive Technology Suppliers Association. But often that's unachievable for small suppliers to present at because they just don't have the thing. So they're really dependent on then going to suppliers who may or may not like their kind of their stuff. So there just needs to be an ecosystem that is supportive, and some of that involves funding, some of that involves process and education, and it also involves them being able to get ways of getting to the independent prescribers as well. Really openness.
Sorry, my apologies. We are. I'm trying to keep us to time.
So sorry.
No, you're doing very well, and I do think there is government startup. There is support there, but what you're saying, it's very important we look after those small business entities that are really trying to improve the resources that participants can access. I'd now like to hand over to Ms. Berry. I think you're on mute, Ms. Berry.
Yes, apologies, Chair. I'm having a few technical difficulties this morning with my computer, so sorry about that. You mentioned in your evidence, you talk about conflict of interest in AT supply chains, and you talk about a mandatory disclosure instrument around conflict of interest. I wondered if you could just explain that a little further. That's my first question. My second question relates to the reuse. You talk about the reuse of AT items, and given that often people require highly individualised seating plans, for example, or other quite complex AT assessments to be undertaken by an OT and then highly individualised equipment. How do you actually see that working in practice?
Thank you for the question. So in terms of the mandatory reuse, mandatory reporting of conflict of interest, just having a register of who is registered, having people who are who have skill sets that are registered in terms of assistive technology prescribers and suppliers, and keeping that data is really important. If we can have that data, we can see where the gaps are. And we can also see where the over prescription, etc., is. So the second part of that, is there anything else that you want to say there? But the second part of that is the reuse and refurbishment, and that's where, as we mentioned, there are really good models in other places. You may not be able to reuse and recycle cushions, for example, but you may be able to reuse other parts of a system. And so that's where a kind of a clinical decision or a decision-making tool where this is where you can go with this, and here's the reuse and recycling, here's where you can't. But I think also really importantly to that refurbishment is what does happen to the abandoned technologies, and where does it go to? Can it be recycled, and recycled into what? There's lots of really greenfield opportunities there. And if I can give you just a really small example from one of our projects, we have a product that we're developing and that we've done with the CSIRO test lab, which is carbon fibre, and we're using the abandoned blades of wind farms to try and create a low cost but also environmentally friendly piece of equipment. So what we don't have though is a mechanism for that to actually be in practice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Berry. I'd now like to call upon Senator Steele-John. Is he present? Yes. He's also on mute. I think you're on mute, Senator Steele-John. Good to see you,
Thanks,
Senator
Chair.
Steele-John.
Sorry, all of the years of using this system, you'd think I'd know how to do it better by now, but there you go. All right, can you hear me clearly now?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much for your evidence this morning so far. In your submission, you've talked about how the NDIS and the question of integrity and integrity issues are larger than just fraud, and that sharp practices can include practices such as participants being funneled into what you've described as informal supplier pathways. Can you please explain a bit more about what these situations look like in practice and who is directing participants towards these preferred suppliers in these situations?
Sure. So in terms of those sorts of situations, often, one of the ones that we see quite a lot is very inexperienced clinicians going to big suppliers and then given essentially what the suppliers want to give them, if you like. So not really a great informed choice. I think also in particularly the other things that we've really seen are particularly in rural and remote regions, it's whoever can get there. It's not the best. It's not the best technology. It's the one that you can get. So that's it. And the other thing that we have also seen is different prices with different suppliers, and your preferred supplier who comes through perhaps a referral is really different. And we also see that there are differences in prices, again, rurally versus metro and those sorts of things. So does that answer your question?
I mean, it goes a little bit to my next question, which was the why does this happen? And what I'm hearing from you is there's a question of geography and the nature of the number of choices in the particular market you might be within. But I wonder if you could just describe for us kind of a bit more of how what this actually looks like when it happens. Like, is it a more formalized conversation, or is it just kind of like you end up being directed into that supplier purely because that's the only thing that manufactures something like what you want, given your particular needs?
Sometimes sometimes that's actually very reasonable. Sometimes there's only one manufacturer for your particular needs, and that is just again, we can do better, but we don't necessarily manufacture those. But often there are multiple different ways, pieces of equipment that are interchangeable, and where that occurs is when people either don't have the knowledge or the skills to direct people to a number of different mechanisms, or people go to participants themselves and say, this is the one that you want. And again, the way to kind of, the way that we can see that that really being addressed is having some opaqueness in the system, having reporting of what actually is there, what is supplied, what isn't supplied, and understanding where the different prices are. For the same sorts of things. Mark, do you want to?
Yeah, it's access to the range and what's available. I agree.
Yeah, okay. Now, look, I'm sitting here in a wheelchair and I've spent a life navigating the assistive technology market. And one of the things that worries me, from both my own experience and from the experience that constituents share with me, is the growing level of monopolisation and concentration in different parts of the market. You've said in your submission that let me see here, that the current market in your view is dominated by or becoming more dominated by large international players. Now that's obviously on but when you say large international players, you're referring to the manufacturing kind of supply into the Australian market end. That's what you're referring to there?
Yes, what we're sort of seeing more and more is that large suppliers are dominating the market in terms of assistive technology provision, and that really takes away control and choice. But what we're also seeing is that not everybody is the same. So there are some really good suppliers, large and small, who will do things, for example, like train their suppliers to international standards, and then there are others who employ people at very low cost who will just be reselling, and those companies are a little bit more successful because they make more money. So
the profit margin is more significant. But I think in the context that we're talking about, it's useful to differentiate between the supplier as in the manufacturer of the chair, say the Tylite or what have you. And the supplier in terms of basically the retailer within Australia, the person that has the contracts and permission to sell the AT directly to the participant. Now, that's also where we're seeing quite a lot of market concentration and monopolisation, isn't it?
I think, yes, we do see that. And I think one of the things that really concerns us is the lack of local manufacturing. That really is an issue. And because we don't have that local manufacturing, we are seeing that the reseller, I think if you're talking about the sort of supplier market becoming very concentrated and therefore reducing choice, yes, we agree that is a really big issue.
And it also drives up price because you basically dealing with, you can pick from 2 or 3 companies now in some areas for manual wheelchairs, and they're also large aged care equipment providers, and it's kind of, they're just eating each other very quickly within the market more broadly. Now, my question to you, though, is within this context where we're seeing market concentration, monopolisation, resulting in higher prices for participants, cost to the scheme, and issues with after sale care and maintenance. How do you feel, or what is your view on how the announcement of reforms around mandatory registration and commissioning panels particularly might impact the dynamics within the market as you see it? Will they make it worse or make it better?
I'm not sure that I know whether it will make it worse or better, because I think mandatory registration is important, but what we don't have is good enough skill sets actually to be able to making those decisions. So what we would like to see is a really good uptick in workforce capability that is then registered, if you like. So, mandatory training for technicians that is not supplier focused, so that we can actually take that technician away from some of that, from just the supplier. And also kind of, we're also seeing things like clinicians, such a range. We would really like to see mandatory training for specialist equipment like wheelchairs, so that there is at least a kind of a minimum level, so that we can actually have that. But we would also really like to see the reporting of what is supplied and when, so we can look at that, and that kind of would be part of that registration discussion.
But wouldn't that, I understand that for registration, but with commissioning, where the government would, and there's been a signalled intention to do this around 80, to have certain preferred providers or a certain panel providers for different types of wheelchairs and those kind of things. Couldn't that exacerbate some of these monopoly dynamics that we see? Because ultimately, it would be a government going to tender on a contract to be a preferred provider, and value for money and sustainability of the scheme, as it's now described, is a key priority. So couldn't we accidentally see a situation where some of the largest AT providers that we currently have, that have all of these problems around, quality, supply, repair, actually get locked into their market dominance through a commissioning model?
Thank you for clarifying that question. I hadn't actually realised that was quite what you were asking. Yes, the commissioning could actually accidentally do that, and it could also stifle our local markets, which we really need to support. So we would actually also see that. The other thing that we would say to that is that assistive technology is not just about the product, it is about the ecosystem. And so the commissioning means that we would be locked into, there would be downstream consequences of being sort of locked into people who then, don't necessarily give the best product, etc. So I would see that sort of commissioning of those sorts of things. But I don't think it's just black and white. I think that there's really good ways that we could, instead of kind of a blank, here's the group of suppliers, I think that there are probably sort of graded ways that we could do things. But I absolutely think that we really need to ensure that there is innovation. And where we've seen that lack of innovation, for example, the procurement of assistive technology in the United Kingdom, for example, has stifled innovation. So if we do some of those commissioning kinds of processes, there has to be something to balance that.
Thank you. In the interest of time,
absolutely. If I could
John,
just ask a question on notice, because I know we're running against time, but if you would just be able to provide us on notice an example or evidence that you can point to of the United Kingdom dynamic, so that we can have a look at that and make sure that we can recommend, how we might avoid that dynamic being replicated. And also, if you have any other thoughts that you would like to provide to the committee around what we might be able to do to make commissioning work, that would be greatly appreciated, because that's my concern, is that we might actually, lock in some of the dynamics that could be problematic.
Thank you,
so
Senator
if you could do that,
John.
that'd be great.
Thank you. Could I just say that there are a number of countries that we could look at in this inquiry regarding this issue. It's that, and the Secretariat was just mentioning that New Zealand have quite a good scheme, so that's something that we may follow. Look, thank you very much for your time today. It has been a very constructive discussion. We appreciate your insights and your advice. Thank you very much for appearing today.
Chair, did they agree to take it on notice? I didn't see their nods or.
I agree to take that on notice, and we will get back to you. Thank you.
Thanks
And we
very
have
much.
noted
Thank
it
you.
down, Senator Steele-John. Thank you very much. I'd now like to welcome representatives from Allied Health Professions Australia, Australian Physiotherapy Association and Psychotherapy and Counselling Federation of Australia. Well, good morning to you, and thank you all for attending today to provide us with your insights, and looking forward to constructive discussion. Just before we begin, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you all. And for the Hansard record, could you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today, starting with Ms De Weaver.
Hello, I'm Johanna De Weaver. I'm the CEO of the Psychotherapy and Counselling Federation of Australia.
Good morning, I'm Catherine Newtree. I'm the General Manager of Policy and Government Relations at the Australian Physiotherapy Association.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, my name is Peter Locke. I'm the Vice National Chair for Business for the Australian Physiotherapy Association.
Good morning, Philip Herman, Senior Advisor at Allied Health Professions Australia.
Thank you.
Morning, Bronwyn Morris-Donovan, CEO, Allied Health Professions Australia.
Thank you. And I think there are a few opening statements to be made. And if we could try and keep them relatively concise, because I know our committee members are very keen to ask questions. If we could begin with the AHPA.
Thank you. You'll be relieved to hear it's 2 minutes or less.
Well done.
So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you this morning. So as mentioned, I'm Bronwyn, the CEO of Allied Health Professions Australia, and I'm joined by my colleague, Philip Herman. AHPA is the recognised and national funded peak body for allied health. We represent Australia's second largest health workforce, a highly regulated workforce that is central to capacity building outcomes that the NDIS was designed to deliver. We are also a workforce that's been increasingly and unfairly maligned. Suggestions of systemic overcharging and overservicing are not well supported by evidence. The vast majority of therapy providers deliver quality, evidence-informed services. They support participant independence and they operate with integrity. Charging the full NDIS rate is not overcharging or sharp practice. Rates legitimately vary across funding schemes, reflecting different costs, client complexity and admin requirements. To illustrate, last week's federal budget increased DVA allied health fees to levels at or above existing NDIS rates, and that context matters. What concerns us is that overservicing claims are made without references to individual participant need, without adequate data on actual volumes, and without deep understanding of the differences between capacity building therapy and long-term maintenance supports, which for many participants is simply essential. This points to a broader failure, and that is that the NDIA has not meaningfully engaged with the sector to identify and address systemic quality issues. AHPA and our member organisations have repeatedly asked the NDIA to work collaboratively to turn data on poor practice into professional education and sector guidance. That offer has not been taken up, and meaningful collaboration to address this has been very limited. We strongly support action against genuine fraud. As the NDIS continues to evolve, integrity reform should focus on investing in quality improvement and in genuine collaboration with the allied peak bodies, and in a registration system that is proportionate to the robust regulation that already governs allied health professionals. This requires collaboration between government, the NDIA and the sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Now over to Psychotherapy and Counselling Federation of Australia.
Thank you. I will also cut a little bit to try and make it a little bit more
Thank you very
efficient
much.
for you. Look, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. PACFA is Australia's leading registration and membership body for tertiary degree qualified counsellors and psychotherapists with the highest standards across the sector. Our 6,500 members are bound by our code of ethics, scope of practice and professional conduct requirements. We are a full member of Allied Health Professions Australia, a qualifying member of the National Alliance of Self-Regulating Health Professions and an advisor to the federal government on the newly established national standards for counsellors and psychotherapists. Counselling in the NDIA supports those with functional impairments to navigate complex lives, enabling stability, reducing unnecessary hospital admissions and crises, and supporting the effectiveness of other allied health interventions. And modern neuroscience increasingly shows that therapy works through neuroplasticity by building adaptive responses while enhancing learning and emotional regulation. Counselling is predominantly solutions-focused, building participant skills to support core relationships and executive functioning within a therapeutic relationship to enable employment or build daily living skills. PACFA is concerned that current NDIS policy settings have allowed unregistered and unqualified individuals in roles like coaches or behaviour support practitioners, bringing risks. Without proper credentials or oversight, participants are less likely to receive safe evidence-based support. In contrast, registered counsellors typically provide high-quality evidence-based care through standard fortnightly sessions. Registration with PACFA ensures that practitioners are trained at university level and have all the necessary checks. Evidence has shown that PACFA registrants are unlikely to engage in fraudulent practices such as excessive billing, unnecessary reports or over-frequent sessions. And over recent years, only a handful of counsellors have been investigated, and we have been pleased to cooperate with the NDIA in those cases, most of which have been proven to be incidents of misunderstanding. Rather than the establishment of a new mandatory registration model, we respectfully suggest that PACFA's existing processes could be utilised more effectively, particularly for counselling and for counselling-aligned services. PACFA members already meet NDIA standards and are well distributed across Australia, including in regional and rural areas, and more than ever before, with the establishment of national standards endorsed by the Minister in October, counsellors are a safe, expert, accessible and cost-effective workforce.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question about registration. Oh, yes, my apologies. Is there anyone else who wants to make an opening statement?
Thank you, I would. Thank you, Chair.
My apologies.
No, thank you very much. I'm Catherine Newtree, and this is my colleague Peter Locke. As we originally introduced ourselves, we represent the Australian Physiotherapy Association, or APA, the peak body for physiotherapists, Australia's fourth largest health workforce. Physiotherapy is a regulated, registered, evidence-based profession. Physiotherapists work to maintain and to improve mobility, function and participation for people with disabilities. Roughly 100,000 NDIS participants at present. The APA strongly supports strengthening integrity measures across the NDIS and decisive action against fraud. However, we also contend that pricing integrity is fundamental to scheme integrity. The NDIS guidelines require therapy supports to be effective and beneficial based on evidence and best practice, but current pricing undermines these safeguards. The 2024-25 annual pricing review reduced the physiotherapy price limit by 5% after a 5-year freeze, while also reducing the travel reimbursement to 50% of the support rate. This has made essential home and community therapy unviable in many areas. These decisions run counter to available evidence and they undermine best practice. An independent review by the Nous Group, commissioned by the APA and provided with our submission, found that the NDIA's pricing methodology relied on invalid assumptions and non-comparable data, producing a price well below the real cost of delivery. When pricing systematically understates the true cost of providing support, the consequences are predictable. Markets become fragile, we lose qualified, high-quality providers, and waits grow longer. APA members have for years reported cross-subsidisation, service curtailment and grappling with scheme withdrawal, and many of them now report ceasing travel altogether. The impact of these changes on participants, their families and communities are significant. This is why integrity in the NDIS must also include the reliability, transparency and evidence base of the decisions that shape service delivery, because they ultimately determine whether participants can access effective supports. We support strong action to tighten fraud controls and to hold dishonest providers to account. This is essential. But pricing and funding settings are also critical parts of the integrity infrastructure. We urge the committee to treat pricing reforms as central to integrity reforms.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. De Weaver, just back to the question on registration. Could you explain how your professional obligations, and others may wish to add to this, interact with registration under the NDIS, and how do we improve this? What are the opportunities?
I think we are working from a point of difficulty, which was that when the NDIS was first framed and counselling was first identified as a key service to be delivered, there was no requirement for counsellors to be registered, and there was no preference or priority given to tertiary qualified counsellors. So fundamentally, in the NDIS, we have a lot of people delivering a range of services that are called counselling that are actually not counsellors and are not trained to a level that we would accept for counsellors. Counselling is not included in core social work or psychology training, despite the fact that they are identified to provide counselling.
So how do we improve this situation?
So, well, you could mandate registration, which has been addressed. We could reduce duplication of the requirements around insurance, CPD, criminal history check. There is some difference across the sector between the registration bodies. You could endorse or prefer registration with bodies that met NDIA requirements, and you could in fact ask us for what the NDIA would like to see in counsellors, and we would be pleased to either look at our core registration or to offer a NDIA registration product.
And how would this improve? What would be the benefit of doing those things?
It would reduce the workload for the NDIA. You would no longer be double handling everything that comes through. It would come under our standard code of ethics and core complaint registration processes, therefore also reducing the workload. It would become part of our standard auditing on an annual basis. So we could then provide broader service support to the NDIA, increasing efficiencies. It would also mean that all of our members were an eligible workforce for clients and participants, rather than only having a small handful of people who have chosen to go through the NDIA processes. I have a single member that I spoke to yesterday who paid $1,500 twice over a 6-year period to be registered with the NDIA and did not get a single client out of it. In private practice, that is a significant burden to be expecting people to take up.
Thank you, and I appreciate your succinct response there. Would anyone else like to add to that?
If I may, I think one of the issues we've seen in the scheme, really as my colleague just talked about, was we have had a lot of providers providing services without actually having the kind of skills and training to deliver those services. A really good example is music therapy, where we had the very formal independent review some time back, where the number of music therapists identified as providing services was significantly higher than the number of actual trained and registered music therapists. Now, the NDIA has already made significant changes. The recent price guides have required participation in, standards, so participation in self-regulating.
And do you think that's had an impact?
I think it's had an impact. I think where the NDIA still has some work to do, but I think the right processes are in place, is it's difficult for them to actually verify that. At the moment, we don't necessarily have the processes for doing that, but I think the proposals around payment reforms, I think the proposals about enrolment rather than registration, I think will provide those mechanisms. So, for example, under Medicare, our self-regulating health professions provide data to Medicare to say these are the providers that actually meet the requirements to deliver services. We need that interaction because we don't have the national, so that's the the ARPA registration for a number of allied health professions. We need that mechanism where we have sharing between the self-regulating health profession and the funder. In that case, it would be the NDIA. But we've got the mechanisms in place, I think, to do that. It's not all in place yet. I actually don't think mandatory registration in the allied health space will add anything. I think there's still a discussion to have around it, but I think the key thing is just to make sure we set the standard, who can deliver those services, and then have the mechanisms to make sure that the NDIA can at all times verify that the people that they are paying for services have those.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I want to make the point that most practitioners doing the right thing and do a very good job. But we have heard some reports of kickbacks being paid to providers. Are you concerned about those reports? Would you agree that it is occurring on occasion, and is it something that concerns you?
I can take that, thank you. Bronwyn from ARPA. I think it's always concerning where there are, claims of kickbacks. What I think is more concerning for us is our requests to the NDIA to supply us with de-identified data across the different therapy providers to help us understand the quantum of the problem. So most of the information that the sector receives is the same as what everybody else gets in the public media. So there's no denying that there's a problem. We just have no hold or deep understanding of what the depth of that problem actually looks like.
So the data, again, as it's come up a few
is
times,
fundamental.
is important. Yes.
And the absence, if I may, of that data means that what we're not able to do is then identify, are there particular disciplines or areas of problem where we need to backfill with education and guidance into the sector.
Thank you. And if you had your professional bodies that represent you, if there is someone found doing kickbacks, unethical behaviour, are there means for one of your professional organisations to actually deal with those particular individuals?
If I can respond, absolutely. So under ARPA, of course, ARPA would investigate and issue whatever corrective sort of prohibition orders or whatever would be appropriate. In the self-regulating health space, it's a little bit more complex. So the self-regulating health professions all have ethical standards, all have mechanisms for investigating. Probably the one challenge we have there is that under some schemes, and again, the NDIA has now moved to actually say that you need to be registered with your self-regulating health profession. But prior to that, the issue has been that a self-regulating health profession could investigate someone and say, we are no longer certifying you because you've, engaged in unsafe practices. But that didn't actually prevent them potentially from practicing in the NDIA. So, in the NDIS. So we've had to have that tightening, but that process is underway.
Oh, good. So you think there is more that can be done? And then I'm going to hand over to the Deputy, but is there more that the actual professional bodies could do, do you think?
I think it's not just the professional bodies. There's really important work underway. So health ministers have met recently, and Health Workforce Task Force is now, I believe, going to be commencing with further work to really look at some of the recommendations out of the NRAS Complexity Review, which was looking at how well is regulation working outside of ARPA? How well are the health complaints entities working with self-regulating health professions? So there's a body of work already underway that I think will help strengthen potentially some of those connections between the health complaints entities that have, the legislative powers to issue prohibition orders. There's proposals to have a national prohibition register so that we would know, so you can't just move from one state to another if you've practiced inappropriately. So I think there's really important things already underway that will.
Well, look, I think it's good that the government is acting on that, and we do have a process in place, and hopefully once again we get some recommendations there that we can have a close look at to implement. So it's good that work is underway. Thank you very much. Over to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Just a little bit of clarification from some of the evidence that you've already provided to the Chair. And I note and agree with your comments around registered, regulated and evidence-based professions that you represent. Are you saying that you are happy for registration as long as that's done by your own professional bodies? A lot of the concerns that I'm hearing is that the registration is overly onerous and that there should be a separate process for registered and regulated professionals like yourselves, as opposed to someone that has no professional qualification. Could you sort of clarify that for me so I have a clear understanding of what it is that you support in this space?
Deputy Chair, if I may. Yeah, absolutely, that's what we're saying. Really, if we see the first iteration, and that's what we currently have, of the NDIS Commission and the registration requirements, we've seen the impact of that. The really key issues have been third-party audit costs in particular. So we made some corrections early on so that there were more allied health professionals that would need the lower requirement of verification rather than certification. But third-party audit costs have still been really significant. And again, my colleague spoke about, the cost and potentially not even being able to deliver NDIS services. Those costs particularly impact those providers that might only do a small volume of NDIS work. particularly in rural and regional areas where they are not necessarily specific NDIS providers. So I think we need to think very carefully about whether we require third-party audit. From our perspective as health professions, the argument we've always made is we need to protect every user of allied health services, and we do that. That's why we have health regulation, whether it's under APRA or under the sort of self-regulating mechanisms I've already talked about. It shouldn't matter if you're an NDIS participant or if you have a disability due to, a workplace or traffic accident, or if you're just, a regular consumer, so to speak, and you go and access a service. The same protections should be in place, and they are. So that's why I mentioned earlier that I think enrolment is appropriate. We need to know who is working in the NDIS. We need to be able to track that we're making payments appropriately. But I don't believe we add any additional safety by having registration required for professions that already have registration or certification requirements.
So effectively, it's another layer of regulation that doesn't add any value, adds a cost burden to allied health professionals and potentially takes them out of the system in rural and regional areas where there are already thin markets, meaning that participants there will then have to travel to larger centres or to cities in order to access any services.
Absolutely. I think the data is absolutely clear from, again, the way the current system is working. We've had a massive increase in plan-managed and self-managed participants, at least in relation to their therapy budgets, because there have been such significant barriers to actually accessing registered providers. Allied health professionals have consistently said the costs are too high, we can't do this, and so we've had this shift.
What do you think would be the human impact on participants if you were all forced to register, given that you're already allied health professionals and all of the contingencies that we've spoken about?
I believe we'd have a massive shrinkage in the workforce that's available to deliver services. Again, we saw that initially with the previous iteration, and currently we have 55,000 therapy providers. If we're trying to effectively do a similar thing that we did previously, which is then to require third-party audit, that's 55,000 providers in a relatively short period of time would be seeking to purchase third-party audit services, which absolutely drives up costs, is going to create massive delays in actually processing those audits. So I think even if we were to introduce some sort of registration process requirement for allied health professions, we have to think about how we do that third-party audit piece, whether it's required, how we actually manage demand on those audit organisations, how we manage the costs of those. Particularly, again, what we've seen under the current scheme is that if you're a regional or remote provider, you're often paying travel and accommodation for those third-party auditors to come and look at your business, despite the fact that you potentially have much lower volumes of NDIS services. So your costs for registration are higher while you're potentially earning far less from the scheme. So we've really not, I think, done a good job with that process.
Yeah, I think your concept of an enrolment is a sensible one because it doesn't have the regulatory burden that actually takes providers out of the system. So that makes sense. My next question, apologies.
Could I just add to that? I think that, as Bronwyn had already mentioned, there needs to be a risk proportionate approach to registration, and that needs to consider the setting of the service delivery as well. For physiotherapy within the APRA regulated professions, there is already a national mechanism for regulation within the scheme, and so it's important that the mechanisms of registration align with their intent. And so will these registration practices actually impart at a system level the safeguarding that is intended, and we would want to have confidence that the registration practice actually results in safeguarding of participants in the system. And if it's inefficient, if it's not directed, or if it's duplicating regulatory measures already in place, it may not actually deliver the intended outcomes that it's hoping to.
Thank you. My next question is to the AHPA. On page 3 of your submission, you tell the committee that there is a continued sale of so-called clean-skinned NDIS registered businesses to purchasers that have not undertaken registration. So if my understanding is right, an NDIS provider registration are effectively being traded as commodities in businesses to people who have never been screened. Can you walk us through what you actually observe here? Who is selling these businesses? Who is buying them? And what services are they then claiming for?
Yeah, look, Happy to do that. We're largely depend on anecdotal evidence, some through media, some through, that we hear from sort of clinicians. But my understanding is that the problem we have is that NDIS registration is not attached specifically to particular individuals, or rather you have to have sort of authorised persons, or I might have the terminology wrong there, but that's something that can be transferred. So you can effectively establish a business, meet all the requirements of verification or certification, but you can then sell that business and then transfer, those responsible roles to somebody else. And that's not necessarily, it's not at all attached to, the workforce within your business and sort of any quality measures around that. So our understanding is that's how it's working. You've got people who meet the requirements, are safe, understand how these processes go. They then sell a business, and there is no need to actually go through verification or certification again until you're due, which is dependent on the cycle that you're in, depending on your registration.
Thank you. And for the APA, page 7 of your submission tells the story of Shelley, a 65-year-old participant groomed by a romance scammer. And I believe it was sent more than $9,000 in gift cards to the scammer before her physiotherapist noticed the warning signs. Your central submission is that under pricing and travel cuts are pushing high quality regulated practitioners away from their participants. Can you explain how cutting access to the legitimate regulated, and by that I mean the regulated within its own industry provider workforce, makes participants more exposed to bad actors, whether they're scammers or other?
Senator, I might talk to the impact of travel reduction in this instance, and its role in safeguarding. Travel supporting the provision of therapy supports in natural environments is grounded in best practice. It's also grounded in the guidelines within the NDIS. And as a safeguarding mechanism, where you have interconnectivity of supports, you have visibility of supports. And the risk and what we have seen where essential mechanisms, because I would say the travel is not a support, essential mechanisms that fund supports, particularly in this travel into these natural environments, means there is high visibility and connectivity of those supports. A practical example is when we have our therapists going into someone's home and interacting with their other formal supports, there is a safeguarding mechanism of that because we see the implementation of those supports on the ground. We have visibility. If that interrelationship between those supports is challenged or removed because it's no longer viable or possible for those therapists to provide the supports in those areas, then there is a high risk of supports being provided in isolation without visibility, and that's a direct risk to the participant themselves.
If I can make one addition, it's that we've got a lot of workforces in the NDIS that have no ethical requirements, they have no formal standards, and so building on what my colleague Peter was just talking about, allied health professionals have those standards. So when they are going into a home, interacting with the participant, they're doing it based on their training, they're doing it based on their ethics, their standards, their health professional requirements. And so I think that's a really important additional safety mechanism because so much of the workforce doesn't have those things in place.
And I assume that impact is again most heavily seen like in remote and regional communities because you literally just can't get out there.
Anyone who's geographically isolated, there are many people with disability who don't find it easy to get out of their homes at all. And again, some of the changes potentially might impact their ability to get out. So if you've got somebody who's primarily in a home environment and nobody is, using again the example of my colleague, if we don't have the physiotherapist going into that home, there are very limited opportunities for others in the community to see what might be occurring and where there might be risks.
We do need to move on.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep, thanks very much. Thank you for your responses there. I'd now ask Senator Mulholland to speak. I think you may be muted, Senator Mulholland. You're having some challenges. Okay. Yes, I.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, it just wasn't unmuting for me for some reason. It was.
Oh, very good. Lovely to hear your voice, Senator Mulholland.
Oh, geez.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our witnesses for joining us this morning. I note in the opening remarks from Ms. Morris-Donovan about overwhelming majority of allied health professionals are in the space working professionally, working ethically, and I think we all acknowledge that. Unfortunately, the challenge that sits before this committee is to look at the practices where there hasn't been always the greatest levels of integrity, and we do need to confront some of those cases, as uncomfortable as it may be. What I do want to talk this morning about is we have had some media reports about sharp practices between support coordinators and between providers and allied professionals insofar as inducements and kickbacks, etc. I do want to put this question to each three groups we've got today about whether you are concerned about those reports.
We absolutely are, if I can start. I guess I go back to the previous panellists that spoke to you earlier and where they were talking about assistive technology, and I know this is not specifically about that, but what we've had to do within the NDIS is massively grow the workforce, and the allied health workforce in particular. We've had a decade of really getting a lot of graduates out and putting a lot of graduates straight out into work. And the challenge with that, I think, is that we haven't always had the safety mechanisms that we should have. If we look at kind of more traditional sort of workforce growth, we tend to sort of have government-funded initiatives to improve quality. We have workforce strategies. We potentially look at what are the mechanisms we need. So, for example, do we need an early career professional to have formal supervision? Do we need formal kind of mechanisms in place to, help them in those early years of their career where they don't have the power necessarily to push back on a supplier, for example, that's saying to them, here, this is the technology you should be selling. Or if they've got, say, a support coordinator or even a participant. We hear about participants at times really pushing providers and saying, if you don't give me these services, I'll find someone that does. The ability to push back against that requires experience, requires confidence, and that's something you don't necessarily have in the early part of your career. So I think we really need to think a lot more, as my colleague Bronwyn was talking about, how do we actually go from where we are now, where we've got a lot of providers in the system that perhaps haven't had those quality supports in the early part of their career, potentially need a bit of a reset. How do we put some quality measures around that? And I think that is in collaboration between peak bodies, between the NDIA, looking at where we have issue areas, looking at where are the quality measures that we can put in place. That might be about setting expectations. It might be going back and saying, do we need additional standards from the professional body that says, this is how you practice in certain areas, this is how you deal with biases, with conflicts, whatever else.
If I can add to that, thank you for the question, Senator. Going back to my earlier point, I do I don't think that there's any desire to push sharp practice under the rug. I think there's genuine recognition that exists. But I also don't think that ARPA or peak bodies can act on reports of what's in the media. It is non-specific data. We need to actually understand the depth of the problem from the NDIA. And so I think for us, yes, we read things in the media, but that's insufficient for us to then mount a whole education and guidance campaign back into what are 25 different professional disciplines. We actually need much deeper data. And while I'm at it, my other comment would be in terms of us then understanding the depth of integrity issues into the sector, we have very limited digital tools within the NDIS. So we have obviously a very strong focus on modernisation of the My Health record, but that has absolutely nothing to do with the way in which we capture, share and collect data within the NDIS. And so I really do think that this is the opportunity for us to think about how we connect those parts of the digital ecosystems together so we can systematically understand the nature of the problem, and then we can respond to understand what is the problem we are actually trying to solve.
Let's just quickly, I know we've got another witness, but I just want to quickly just jump in there. So what is the process at the moment for your professional body when you become aware of these cases, whether they are in the media or you receive a complaint, whether it's from a support coordinator, provider or a participant? What is the process at the moment? Because that is I suppose the challenge before this committee is how do we fix the system, and how does this committee come up with recommendations so we're not sweeping things up under the carpet? How are you dealing with these at the moment, and is that sufficient, or do we need improvement? And I think that's why people are asking the question about registration, saying if this is all being handled in-house by a professional body, what's the information sharing going on back to the NDIS and what does that look like, and is that sufficient?
I'll go very briefly and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. Sorry, just to keep us moving. I go back to the NRAS complexity review I mentioned earlier. The reality is at the moment we don't actually have good mechanisms for formally legislated regulators like health complaints entities in the states and territories, like the NDIA, to share information and to work collaboratively with self-regulating health professions. We end up with privacy barriers, we end up with issues of not sharing information appropriately, and so no one can do their work properly. Again, there is work underway to progress this, but I would say it's the single best thing that we could do, because if the self-regulating health profession doesn't have insight into an issue, or if they have insight into an issue but nobody's listening, and we have plenty of examples of that where they might go to a state or territory health complaint entity or even the NDIA to say, we have concerns about this practitioner, we don't have the mechanisms to actually deal with it, you need to deal with it. We hear consistently that process is not working. But again, we've got, through the NRAS complexity review, specific work that's already been looked at by health ministers and that is going to be looked at by the Health Workforce Task Force to say, how can we actually make sure that regulation is working properly and that the different parties to this can actually work together? And often that's really practical stuff. It's information sharing. It's if an issue has been identified by one, it's that the other knows that issue has been identified, potentially dealt with, or it's been referred on to be dealt with by another body that has the regulatory mechanisms to deal with it.
I think to add to Bronwyn's point earlier, where the data is critical here. It's important at a system level that response is proportionate to the scale of the issue at hand. And whilst we may have media reports, we've got no real evidence of the size or scale of the issue, which is an issue in its own right. But I think when concern may be raised with the Commission directly around the behaviour of a provider, to Philip's point, I think it's understood that the interconnectivity of the regulatory bodies is poor, and that communication piece is critical. So I don't think we have a high level of confidence that if the Commission were to receive that report, that the other regulatory bodies are actually engaged to support that. The other aspect I see here from a system level is the punitive or the regulatory aspects of reform are critical, but there are also the educative components of controlling provider behaviour at a system level. We don't have strong evidence in the marketplace at the moment that there is supportive mechanisms to promote and grow and improve provider behaviour. I'm not aware of education practices from the Commission, for example, that support providers. I'm not aware that there are easy mechanisms for providers who have genuine intent to have practices informed to improve and their obligations and understandings in these areas. So there are opportunities in this area.
We may need to move on. I'm sorry, Senator Mulholland. If there's any further questions, please you place them on notice and we can get responses
address that quickly because we have a slightly different approach.
Yes.
So we take our responsibilities in this area very seriously. Our head of practice is in the room and she handles complaints we receive from the community. And we see our role as a liaison between healthcare complaints functions, our own ethics committee who oversee professional practice and the NDIA when on the very rare occasion concerns have been raised. A difficulty is that concerns generally to go to a formal level need to be directed by the member of the public or the complainant, but we provide very specific information to them about where they could go in the NDIA to raise their concern and also with the Healthcare Complaints Commission. And I also would just flag that we agree with Philip's support about this is a vulnerable cohort and they deserve professionals with the highest and most appropriate level of training. Our registration has a registered clinical counsellor category that requires 750 hours. And we think it is most appropriate that this cohort work with that registration category, not this kind of open land of anyone who's got a counselling qualification, over a broader period of time. And so we see the safeguards as should apply in both directions.
Thank you. And this is a good point you make about, training and registration. Yep. We do need to move on. I know Senator Steele-John has been waiting patiently. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. So you've all mentioned the role of appropriate pricing for therapy in your submissions, specifically in relation to ensuring scheme integrity. Could you speak to us a bit more about the link between pricing and participant safety and why it is so important in your view that pricing for therapy strikes the right balance?
I might start, and thank you, Senator, for your question. I think it's important when we think about pricing and its relationship with safeguarding of participants that we understand that system settings must support and enable compliant and evidence-based supports to be delivered, and safeguarding of participants is a critical aspect. Integrity begins in the reliability, transparency and validity of the decisions that shape how supports are delivered on the front line. And pricing needs to reflect the full cost of delivering supports, and that includes safeguarding, quality, governance and supervision, critical elements to safeguarding of participants. When these aspects of support are not funded or not funded appropriately at a system level, what we see is that these behaviours become at risk. They become pushed to the margins, and what happens is we then leverage the goodwill or the intent of the provider who's motivated to ensure the safety of the participant, rather than that being reinforced and incentivised at a system level.
And Senator, if I could also add that pricing is also, the integrity in pricing starts from the price setting. So transparency, consultation and deep understanding of market forces as well, and how they inform the appropriate pricing for services and for supports. And so as we outlined in our submission, the Physiotherapy Association's concerns around the lack of transparency and the lack of clear evidence base in establishing pricing certainly undermines the integrity of the entire system. It's a foundational consideration.
And just staying with that point of pricing, recently we have had NDIS legislation which seeks to change the decision maker for NDIS pricing from the current price guide approach to one where the Minister for Inclusion and the NDIS makes that call directly on pricing, determines pricing directly. Do you see this as a positive change, or would you prefer independence in pricing decisions?
Certainly independence we see as critical to setting that appropriate pricing settings for the scheme. We are aware that the Independent Pricing Commission had undertaken some deliberations in relation to price setting within the NDIS, and similarly IHACPA However, there is no visibility of the advice or the approach taken to decision making on that. That is one of our core concerns, is that in the absence of transparent and evidence-based decision making, it is very difficult for the sector to have confidence in that process. With regards to the Minister having the final decision making responsibility for that, we're supportive of that, most certainly. We would also, however, like to see far more independence and informed evidence-informed approaches to that.
Okay, so can I just check that that's a view consistent across the panel, that you're supportive of moving to a system where the Minister makes the call around pricing rather than an independent body?
Senator, this is Bronwyn from ARPA. Just for the record, we are not supportive. So we have been calling for an independent pricing authority similar to IHACPA for quite some time. And just back to your earlier question about the impact of pricing, where pricing doesn't adequately reflect the true cost of providing services, our MedTech colleagues this morning provided us with an example of what that looks like, and that is that it attracts early career individuals who are not yet well equipped to provide the breadth and complexity of services that we see that is required within the NDIS. So we have very good examples through private health insurance preferred provider schemes where disproportionately they attract early career individuals, and that will be the longer term play, or the long tail of a substantive change to pricing, is that you will price out of the market mid to late career professionals.
Yeah. And we've also seen in the bill the Minister take on the power to make determinations to reduce funding for support types, such as therapies, by a certain percentage across the board. So a kind of new unilateral decision-making power around pricing for therapy. The bill specifies that this is allowed even if that means the participant's funding for a particular support is less than the cost of actually providing those support. So it makes that explicitly clear. What impact do you see this having on participant safety and on the prevalence of provider fraud and non-compliance?
I think, Philip from Allied Health Professions Australia, I think we see a really significant potential impact. Our understanding is that, yes, there is potentially a bit of a reset needed now. We might have planned budgets that are not quite right, but we've also got a whole framework planning process that's intended to bring consistency, to bring safety, to bring greater, evidence-based decision-making into the process. Now, if that process is working correctly and we are actually determining what are reasonable and necessary levels of funding, it is unsafe to provide less than that. At the moment, for therapy supports, it's a 10% change, and that's probably one that won't create immediate danger. I suspect there might still be individual cases where it creates risk, but if we took something like what we're seeing in social and community participation, where we've got a 50% cut, I just fail to understand how you can provide safe services that were correctly assessed at a level and then you just halve those. If we look at something like, again, the previous panel, assistive technology takes time to safely prescribe, to help a person, actually test and use that equipment to make sure it's working effectively. If we were to arbitrarily halve the amount of time that's available to do that, we know what the risks are. We know that, there are dangers associated with using equipment incorrectly, pressure sores, all those sorts of things. There's a whole range of other examples that I think that we could come up with. So I think the idea of saying we have a mechanism to assess and correctly assign, funding should mean that we don't have any mechanism then to cut beyond that. To me, the two are in contradiction with one another.
Senator,
we'll need to leave it there. And if you have any other questions on notice, Senator Steele, John, just that we are running over
I do,
time.
but I think the physios just had a response because they probably want to clarify earlier, and then I'm happy
Senator,
to.
all I was going to say was arbitrary decisions to cut supports in such a way by set percentages is clearly at odds with an individual needs-based approach to support delivery. And I will see that approach, that mechanism, carries significant risk to participants because it means that the delivery of their supports may not align with their individual needs. Can you just, what was the second part of your question,
Yeah,
Senator?
I think we are going to have
That
to
was
leave
around
it there.
setting caps across the board for pricing reductions across the board for certain types of therapies that sat within the minister's discretion to make, rather than an independent pricing process.
Just very quickly to answer that.
quickly.
Yeah, very quickly is from a capacity building point of view, therapy supports are critical enablers of other parts of participant supports. So this is not just about risk as it pertains to the capacity building and therapy supports. We have a critical role in supporting all aspects of the supports received by a participant, and if they were to be cut, I would see that risk being translating to all areas of supports
Okay,
received
thank
by
you. We'll
participants.
leave it there, and you
Thank
can
you.
actually submit additional points if you would like. Over to Senator Little.
Thank you. I just want to go to the thin markets area of discussion, and specifically you raised in here, I note that the Prime Minister has just been to the Northern Territory. It's a pity he didn't go north to Groote Island and see what you call a devastating impact on those people up there in a very thin market of the decision to cut travel. Can you give me a bit of an outline of the impact of that, given the amount of people there that suffer from an incurable, life-limiting disease?
Certainly. Thank you, Senator, for the question. We are aware that as a result of the cap on travel provision, that the necessary outreach across Groote Island has been ceased because of the unsustainable costs. So to Groote Island, which for anybody else who may not be aware of where it is, this is in Arnhem Land off the coast, and also within 5 of the homeland. So the prevalence of Macular Yosef disease in that area is the highest per capita globally, and without physiotherapy, the individuals, the families, and the communities there are disproportionately affected and are now no longer able to access physiotherapy, or I would suggest other allied health services as well as a result.
I also want to refer in the submission that talks about a survey that found close to 50% of providers had actually reduced their services to outreach due to these changes. Recently in South Australia, regionally and remotely, it was loud and clear from providers and participants that I spoke to directly about the immediate impact of this. Tell me another example of where that has been pretty significant for those people impacted.
Senator, I think we're confident that we're seeing this across the market. The impact of the cap on provider travel has been significant, and it influences the way the market operates, and it influences the way supports are provided to participants within the scheme. To our point around the integrity of decision makings at a system level, it's really important that the decisions that are carried align with the reality of service provision to participants on the ground. And one of our frustrations in engaging with the agency around these pricing decisions was there was very little understanding of why provider travel was such an essential element to support capacity building supports, nor the reality of where participants need to receive those supports. And in fact, it was a cost-containing measure without an understanding of its critical role in access to supports. So
Can I add one other thing, which is just to say it absolutely does impact people in regional and particularly rural environments more than anybody else, but it also particularly impacts the most vulnerable. If you can't actually get your provider to come to you, you're dependent on your own services. We see that in aged care. If you've got a family that can actually take you to access services, then it's perhaps not ideal, but you can still access those services. The less you have in terms of those supports, the more vulnerable you are, and the more the travel impact actually reduces your access. Now, what we hear from practitioners is that they try to address that. They are, constantly making decisions about where they provide services and are often doing it, potentially at their own cost or, at the risk of a, lower income. But I think we have to be clear that, as I said, these cuts impact the most vulnerable, whether that is because they're geographically vulnerable or because they're vulnerable because of the amount of informal supports that they have around them.
But Senator, just as a clarification for that though.
I think we will need to leave it there. We're running quite behind. I really would encourage you to submit extra information if that is, if you obviously have more you'd like to say, and we would appreciate your contribution. So, on that note, thank you so much for your time today.
Chair, I just need to ask them to put one other thing on notice. It's very quick. It's not an actual comment. It's just they gave a piece of evidence about. You said communication with the states and territories complaints bodies could do with being improved. So if you could just provide on notice for me the blockers you see or the breakdowns in that process and any suggestions for how the federal government could legislate to improve the communication between those complaints bodies at the state level, that would be excellent. Thank you.
Harper is happy to take that on notice, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today. I'd now like to move on to welcoming Ms Tanya Walford from Disability Intermediaries Australia. Thank you. Yes. Is that okay with you? That's fine. Yep. Thank you very much. Well, good morning to you, Ms Walford. Thank you for being with us today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your name and the capacity in which you are appearing today.
Yeah, my name is Tanya Walford. I'm Acting CEO for Disability Intermediaries Australia. I've also noted on my submission to you that I am a parent of 3 participants, and I also had my own intermediaries business for more than 10 years since the start of the NDIS, which I exited last year before I took this one.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
I would, thank you. I did make notes, but you've all got copies of that. I think the most important thing for intermediaries is the lack of recognition that plan management and support coordination has had in the scheme, which has affected our ability to work with government, the agency and the Commission in really developing and strengthening integrity. The most important point I'd like to make is that integrity for plan management and support coordination starts before an invoice is actually lodged. So we capture a very large amount of what we would call some fraudulent, some errors, some inappropriate claims, participant vulnerability, misconduct, and we have been starting to track that information, particularly with larger providers in the last couple of years because we are investing in technology. And we're looking at between 2.9 billion and 4.8 billion intercepted before claims are lodged for plan management. The other thing, and I will take that on notice, we are actually collecting that data as we speak and we'll have it to you within 28 days. But more importantly, we're also stopping with support coordination vulnerability in the community because support coordinators are one of the last providers that actually go into the community now that LACs have stopped attending community. So we see a lot of things that the government isn't tracking, and we have been asking the government for a long time and the agency to actually track some of that information. The other issue we have is that support coordination and plan management isn't accredited. So we have presented standards to the agency and the Commission almost since inception of DIA. We're in our 8th year, and that has not been accepted or embraced, so we have done that off our own backs. So what we would say is, in the media there is a lot of attention on fraudulent providers. Our members are the ones who openly engage with us by paying membership, by actually adopting standards, by regulating their accounts where the government funds flow through, even though an audit still doesn't check reconciliations of funds, as an example. And we also report to the Commission regularly our concerns around particular providers or participant vulnerabilities. So there's some examples of the things that we do that aren't currently tracked or checked, that we can help with integrity in the scheme.
And what would you say is one thing that you would like to see in order to improve integrity in the scheme, particularly in regards to plan managers?
I think for plan managers, the most important thing that we could do for integrity is actually track the sheer number of invoices that we stop or prevent before they go through the scheme. So at the moment, the crackdown on fraud reports on the payments that they stop after the claims have been processed. We're talking about claims before they're processed, which really gives you an idea, if it's measured, of the plan managers that are providing that quality service, because they will have higher levels of intervention than plan managers who aren't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we have heard some evidence about integrity issues in the plan manager market. Could you explain what issues you're aware of in the sector?
There is a long tail that has been openly discussed, and they are plan managers who generally have very, very small amounts of participants, or no participants at all, actually. So registered, but funding, but channeling referrals through to associated service providers. That misconduct and conflict of interest is one that we have been aware of for some time. There are some 800 plan managers that have been identified as having potential conflict, and they are generally very small, have very small numbers of participants. Our concern around that is that they have not been separated from the larger, smaller market of plan managers that are very compliant and have invested over and above expectations of what's required.
Thank you. And in your submission, it's obvious, and in what you've said already, that you want an approach to integrity that emphasises prevention, which I think is what we want as well. What does that look like from your perspective, and what would be the critical elements of a preventative approach?
I think this is where technology investment comes in, and I think it's a really important point to make, that when the plan management market is told that it's, for example, in the review 3 years ago, not going to exist anymore, or 2 weeks ago we're told that we're moving to a panel, investment stops, particularly in preventative measures, so I need to make that point first. Technology is the thing that compliant and invested and engaged businesses have made without being asked to. And in particular, that is around that preventative measure we just talked about, so tracking things before they hit your system, but also then in systems being able to track the success of a claim, or a claim that is returned or cancelled, and reasons for that. I think that is the most important thing, is recognising that technology and how that works in terms of integrity. It is very powerful, and good plan managers have that information now. We're ready to provide it.
So what would you say in terms of panels for plan managers? Do you think that is a good idea?
I think there is. DIA supports any plan manager who is compliant, who can meet the standards, and who provides a really good service regardless of size. And we're not talking about the very small tail, we're talking about businesses who are established, particularly businesses who might provide specialisation. As an example, my business had a very high number of ageing parent carers who came in to see us. Larger plan managers have a very technology-focused business. So we're asking for a variety, and we note that panel hasn't provided a number. The biggest risk with a panel is that businesses will become so interested in remaining on the panel that services for participants will not be the same. And I think that's a really important point. There's a risk to participant service when panels are more interested in providing panel. Also, smaller panels, reducing participant choice and opportunity for bespoke specialised services. Plan managers do a lot of what we would call informal coordination work, particularly when someone doesn't have a support coordinator or have burnt through a support coordinator because of psychosocial challenges. They often choose a plan manager as a trusted person or a business. And we saw that, for example, in the 2022 floods. Our business, we experienced a 50% increase in calls in that period of people needing somebody to help them.
So how do we get that right? Having trusted plan managers that people can access, participants can access, and ensure that there aren't those, I suppose, opportunities for bad actors. But and the other point is also being able to be flexible so that people in remote areas still can have access to a good quality plan manager.
I think qualifications and standards are really important. You see it in adjacent industries. So, we talk about tax agents, for example, who provide advice and information and access, but have very strong standards and qualifications they are required to have to manage large amounts of money and also to provide advice to their clients. And I think this is really important because we don't have any standards or qualifications. Everybody's paying their staff at a different rate, for example, so they don't all fall under the same award. We don't have any clarification around what a plan manager should do or shouldn't do. As an industry, people who are engaged and genuinely care about moving forward have joined together to kind of create that ourselves.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I think that that's something that we note is worthy of further investigation. I'll hand over now to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time today. Recommendation 3 of your submission asks government to establish a structured national escalation pathway for plan managers and support coordinators to report misuse and sharp practices, which we've heard a little bit about. When one of your members spots an invoice that doesn't pass the pub test, where do they actually send it to? What's the process? Do they get an acknowledgement? And do they get any updates on what has actually happened with that? So if you can sort of talk us through that linear process.
Yeah, there's two, thank you, Senator, for your question. There's two sort of pathways here. I'll talk first about support coordination because this is actually really important. Support coordinators are mandatory reporters under the current rules, and the complaint that we hear, and personally I've experienced this as well, is that you would report abuse, neglect, misconduct, and nothing happens for 1 year, 2 years. You might get an acknowledgement 3 years. For me, some of the larger ones were 2 or 3 years later. So there is currently no tracking of that information that is being reported by intermediaries to the Quality and Safeguards Commission or to the agency.
So just for me to understand, you have a mandatory reporting requirement. You must report it, and you do so as a matter of your duty of care regardless, but there is a mandatory reporting requirement. And then it may be 1, 2 or 3 years before you hear anything at all.
Correct. Yes, and that was my own personal experience in my business as well. For plan managers, I would say an invoice hits your desk that is not compliant or has an issue. We spend a lot of time engaging with providers, often an invoice might not be fraudulent, it might just be incorrect.
Just a mistake, a legitimate mistake.
Just a mistake. And we track all of that. Is it a mistake? Is it suspected fraud? All of those things. So we spend time with providers educating them and actually making sure they understand the rules. None of that's tracked at the moment, or priced, can I say, either. But when it is suspected fraud or misconduct, we again escalate to the Commission and to the agency. But again, it's 1, 2, sometimes 3, sometimes never. You sometimes never hear about those escalations that you've made. And there is no reporting back from the Commission about the number of intermediaries that are actually reporting concerns to them.
And do you have any insights for us, either anecdotal or information that's been provided to you formally as to why this is the case?
I would suggest it's a resource. I also feel, I would say there is still currently a challenge working with both the agency and the Commission as intermediaries, and that affects integrity in a different way. We have offered for 10 years to be a team with both the agency and the Commission, and we've seen some changes in that in the last, I would say, probably 6 months. But small examples like a guide to plan management that has been told is going to be produced for us, which directs participants and providers around how plan management should work with compliance, has been promised for 6 months and we still haven't got it. That's a really good example of what we need to validate our work, but also to ensure that everybody in the scheme is behaving in the same manner. At the moment, we don't have that. So it's really easy for a participant who doesn't get the answer they like to pack up and move to a plan manager or a support coordinator that will do what they want.
As opposed to what the right thing is to do.
Correct.
So aside from what you've just described to us, are there any other processes or mechanisms that you think we should look at in order to make the process work in a better way, to ensure that there are adequate protections for participants from bad actors and perhaps, those that, well, they would all be bad actors who target their vulnerabilities without it becoming over-regulated in such a way that, everything, all the data that you're asked to collect and provide then just goes into a black hole somewhere?
Yeah, I think if there was a dedicated escalation pathway for intermediaries, that would be one way that would work two-way. So and we have a good relationship in terms of escalating some things, but these areas are not where we're getting the results, and I think it's really important if we just have that structured pathway and we can provide information in, and then it can come back and say, here's where we're up to with that, or thanks very much, we're not going to need your information anymore, we're doing something else. Communication is everything.
It sure is, and we're hearing that. We're hearing data and communication as being two key themes that are flowing through a lot of the problems. In the December 2025 quarter, the NDIA reported that just over 203,000 active providers were paid through plan managers, of which only 16,700 or 8% were registered at any point in the quarter. And I note the evidence of the witnesses prior, so I'd be interested in your view, particularly on allied health professionals. But when a plan manager receives an invoice from one of those, 186,000 plus unregistered providers, what probity check is realistically available to you before that before that invoice is paid, and what probity checks are not possible, and what can the NDIA or the Commission do to actually change that? And I know probably data sharing is going to be one of your answers, but I would be interested to hear what you say.
Yeah, 100% data sharing is part of it. But the other thing about unregistered providers is at the moment the rules say that we need to check that it's made out to the correct participant, that there's an ABN, and if there's not an ABN, there's a statement by supplier, according to tax rules, that the hours, the days of service and the cost of service are all, expressed in the invoice. And it then goes through a system, so anyone with technology then actually sends something to the participant to say, we've received this invoice for this amount, yes or no. And the participant is then obliged to either approve or decline the invoice. And that can often be a carer or someone else. It depends. But that's kind of the pre-checking process that happens before an invoice goes in to be claimed. Now, obviously, when a plan manager sits down, and a support coordinator sometimes, deals with invoices as well, there's a few other things. You're seeing patterns, and I think patterns are really important, and that's where people can be really useful.
And patterns are always evident in fraud.
Exactly,
There are always
and
patterns.
there is good quality intermediaries have practice meetings every week. That's part of what we do, where we have discussions around the things that we see that are weird. We talk about fraud a lot. That's one of the things. How can you do it?
And look, obviously, the Fraud Fusion Task Force has played some role, hopefully, in assisting. But look, at this point, I do apologise. We do need to move on due to time restraints. I'd like to now ask Ms. Berry, have you a question?
Thank you, Chair. I think my questions were actually covered by the previous speaker, so thank you. I'm fine to sit this one out.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Berry. Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for your evidence so far today, Ms. Walford. You said in your opening statement that plan managers do a lot of heavy lifting in compliance spaces through the form of checking claims before they are lodged. What kind of things might a plan manager find in those checks, and what actions would they be able to take?
Yeah, so at the moment, Senator, thank you. At the moment, the actions that plan managers can take are limited. So we wouldn't put through anything that is not correct. So, for example, particularly after public holidays as an example, you might see people overcharging or charging the wrong days or any of those things. They go back to the provider to correct. And participants are notified with good quality plan managers. I think when it comes to fraudulent or suspected fraudulent transactions, the patterns are really important. Sometimes it's not apparent until you see a second or third invoice because they are correct. Or you start to do, so as part of technology, we do ABN checks and company name checks. And often what happens is one of the people that are in the team will pick up connections or related parties. And that is something then that we would notify the Fraud Fusion Task Force of, and often then the Commission about our concerns for a vulnerable participant. The other thing is we will get participants calling us who have disputes with providers or providers charging for services that haven't actually occurred. And when we get those complaints or those inquiries, we then guide and work with the participant to help them lodge complaints and or recognise them as vulnerable and act to support them to work through that process. So a lot of that work is what I call unfunded work.
Okay, and you've said that data on compliance work done by managers isn't well captured by the NDIA. If it were captured, what would the data look like, and could a dollar value be put on the value of this work?
Yes, so we are talking at the moment with plan managers who are capturing data, and our initial calculations are between 9 and 16% of all claims are actually stopped before they are processed. That depends again on the day or the period. So personally for me, when the support list dropped in my business, there was a huge amount of claims that were not lodged and stopped, and that's not tracked at the moment. The value of that at the moment is between 2.9 billion and 4.8 billion a year that is stopped or prevented from being claimed before it's lodged. I think that's really important because the fraud task force is actually only capturing, I'm really sorry, the prepayment team has reviewed only 19,000 claims worth 53.5 million, and that was recorded in their quarterly reports. We run an equivalent check on every single invoice, so it's a prepayment integrity check, not a post-payment integrity check.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
we will need to leave it there, Senator Steele-John.
Could I ask one last quick one, Chair?
Look, I think we will need to put it on notice because we are running behind. And we have.
It's very quick. It's very quick.
Very quickly.
Very quickly. You said in your response to a witness earlier, to my colleague earlier, that there was a risk in your view that panel provision of plan managers and support coordinators could result in plan managers and support coordinators prioritising staying on the panel over participant need. That's quite a significant thing to say. I just want to get more from you about what that could look like in your view.
If you could make it a very succinct response. Thank you, Ms Walford.
Sure. I think accreditation, practice standards, you look at similar adjacent sectors, there is high quality regulation, and I think that then gives you the opportunity to have very large all the way through to smaller bespoke providers able to provide a highly regulated service that is possible without a panel.
Thank you very much, Ms Walford. So if there are any questions that you've been asked on notice, if you could submit those responses by the 5th of June to the Secretariat. If you need further time, please contact the Secretariat. And we do thank you for your attendance today. Thank you for your input. We will now take a break until 11:20 and we will suspend at this point. Thank you. I proceed, I just want to mention that in accordance with the Senate resolution regarding the broadcasting of committee proceedings, the committee can authorise media outlets present at the public hearing to record the proceedings. There has been a request, I think from the AAP, to take some photos, and I just wanted to check that that you, Mr. Pender, are okay with having your photo taken. No objection. Okay, and we are okay. Okay, good. So thank you very much for that. So I would now like to welcome Mr. Kieran Spender and Miss Madeline Howell, who is appearing via video conferencing from the Human Rights Law Centre. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, could you state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thanks. Kieran Pender, Associate Legal Director, Human Rights Law Centre.
Thank you. And online?
Madeline Howell, lawyer, Human Rights Law Centre.
Great. Thank you for being with us today. Would you like to give an opening statement?
Yes, my colleague, Ms Howell, will give the opening statement.
Over to you, Ms Howell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we thank the committee for the invitation to appear today. My colleague, Mr Pender, and I are lawyers in the Whistleblower Project, Australia's first dedicated legal service providing advice and representation to whistleblowers across Australia. Since launching in August 2023, we have assisted over 220 clients to blow the whistle, including many in the NDIS sector. Across our client work, we have seen the cost of outdated and weak whistleblower protections on transparency and accountability. Whistleblowers play a critical role in exposing wrongdoing, ensuring there is integrity in the NDIS by informing regulators and the public of abuse and neglect of people with disability, non-compliance and misconduct under the NDIS legislation. To date, systems to detect, investigate and deter wrongdoing within the NDIS have been inadequate. The Disability Royal Commission recognised complex and inaccessible complaint mechanisms at every level of the NDIS framework prevent people from speaking up. Improving the regulatory and enforcement powers of regulators, including the Quality and Safeguards Commission and the agency, will not alone strengthen the integrity of the NDIS. Robust whistleblower protections are an indispensable component of an effective regulatory framework because they facilitate the prompt and direct reporting of information from people close to the source of the misconduct. Currently, the shortfalls in the NDIS whistleblower protections continue to silence would-be whistleblowers. And as a frontline legal service for whistleblowers, we see every day the cost that this complex legislative regime is having on the public interest. Our submission to the committee provides technical and policy recommendations to improve the NDIS whistleblower protection framework, which is found in Part 3A of the Act, and is critical to improving scheme integrity. We really commend the reforms in March this year in the Integrity and Safeguarding Bill, reforms that we have long advocated for, which have addressed some of the most glaring issues that were preventing whistleblowers from speaking up. And we are encouraged to see government respond to the concerns that we've previously raised with this committee and in our advocacy to date. But we stress that these reforms are only a first step to bring the protections in line with other federal whistleblowing laws and improve the experience of whistleblowers under the NDIS regime. Whistleblowers have been critical in shining a light on the intolerable impacts of wrongdoing in the NDIS on participants and their families. And we really urge the committee to give proper consideration to the ways in which whistleblower protections can be improved to strengthen integrity within the scheme. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And just talking about the reforms that have occurred, they were recently we have passed reforms, and what difference will those reforms make? Understanding that, as you've said, you're suggesting there's room for improvement, but what have those reforms achieved so far? And Can you contrast that to what's occurred in the past in terms of the ability of a whistleblower to come forward?
Sure, I can answer that question. Thank you for your question. The reform that was enacted a bit over a month ago is a significant step forward. The NDIS Act had the worst whistleblower protections under federal law. There are 9 federal whistleblowing laws. That Act had the worst. It inhibited people to speak up. So one example, most whistleblowing laws apply to current or former employees, participants and so on. The NDIS Act only applied to current employees. We had acted for people who had left their employment, wanted to raise concerns, could no longer do that safely and lawfully. There were confidentiality provisions that are in most other whistleblowing laws that weren't in the NDIS Act. Those have been instated. So that's an important step forward. It goes maybe 20% of the way. So we still have a significant way to go to ensure NDIS whistleblower protections are up to date with other federal whistleblowing laws such as those in the private sector. A significant step forward. We've been calling for it for some time. We commend the government for acting, but it was just a first step.
And so in relation to that first step, what will the benefit be in terms of protection of whistleblowers?
So the laws will now apply to a broader range of people. So that obvious example is someone who has left an NDIS provider who has information about wrongdoing is now protected in raising concerns. The confidentiality protections mean people can be more confident speaking up about wrongdoing, that their identity will be protected. Prior outdated qualifying criteria, such as requiring that the person who's raising concerns be doing so in good faith, which is no longer the test in other whistleblowing laws, was discarded. All of those things will make it easier to speak up about wrongdoing, but I just don't want to overstate the significance of what has occurred, which is a step forward, but much more needs to be done.
Okay, so you recommend aligning the NDIS whistleblower protections with the Corporation Act. Could you describe the differences in the NDIS Act and the Corporations Act and what that would mean?
Let me begin by saying, at a federal level, we have a very complicated and fragmented patchwork whistleblowing law. We have whistleblowing laws that apply to the private sector generally, to aged care, to NDIS, to tax, to unions, to the public sector, and so on. That's undesirable, and it means that people are covered often by multiple different laws that have different levels of protection. So an NDIS worker who works for a company and wants to raise concerns, they are likely to be protected by both the NDIS Act protections and the private sector protections in the Corporations Act. And so if they raise concerns with the NDIS regulator, they'll have some protections. If they raise concerns with ASIC, they'll have better protections. But of course, ASIC is not that interested in wrongdoing in the NDIS. So in an ideal world, we would have significant harmonisation and consistency across federal whistleblowing frameworks, so we don't have inconsistent overlapping application. Being pragmatic in the short term, before we get to that holistic reform, the protections in the NDIS Act can be improved. The best practice federal whistleblowing law at the moment is the private sector law in the Corporations Act. It has a whole range of better protections than currently in the NDIS Act, such as allowing people to seek support from lawyers in speaking up, imposing a reverse onus of proof. So if someone suffers detriment for speaking up, it's on their employer to disprove that they were dismissed or otherwise suffered detriment because of the whistleblowing. Allowing people to speak up lawfully to members of Parliament and to journalists in certain emergency or significant acute risks to health and safety situations. You know, those are 3 examples. There are probably 15 or 20 more. Minor technical things that cumulatively make a really significant difference and mean that someone in the NDIS sector who works for a company would be much better served in terms of protection speaking up pursuant to that regime. Even simply aligning the NDIS Act with those protections would go a significant way to improving the experience of NDIS whistleblowers.
Okay, thank you for that comprehensive response, and I'll now hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time today. And just for my understanding, in your submission, just on that line of questioning, in your submission you talk about a Victoria support worker who's witnessed some violence. She leaves her work, she downloads her notes to her personal email so she can report to the Commission once she's left. Is she now protected, or is she still not protected? Can she still be sued for doing that, even though ultimately under the Act as it stands today, she can be lawfully sued for that, even though Parliament expects her to disclose it? Is my understanding correct, or is that now being fixed?
I might ask my colleague, Ms. Howell, to answer that question.
So I think in relation to that example case study, as a former employee of that organisation, she's now can receive the protections under the NDIS Act for making a disclosure. The secondary issue to that case study that has not been addressed and continues to be a problem across many federal regimes is that because of the decision in Boyle last year, which was a very sort of prominent whistleblowing case in relation to the federal public sector whistleblowing law, it means that preparatory conduct or other kinds of ancillary conduct that aren't actually part of the act of making the disclosure, that is, writing to the Commission, are not protected by the protections.
So gathering the evidence to make the disclosure is still not protected?
It doesn't, the actions, to the extent that any of those actions might otherwise be unlawful, don't draw the protections. That's correct. So in that instance, it should be considered a reasonable sort of approach not to want to send that disclosure from her email at work, but she's not protected in doing that.
Yeah, so effectively, anyone that wants to make a disclosure of that nature where they have to collect that evidence is hamstrung from doing so. Is that is my understanding correct in that?
That's correct. I think this is one of the sort of key issues with this interpretation of the law, is that it's difficult to imagine how regulators are supposed to act on a report that doesn't also include some form of evidence or information about the disclosure itself. And so, a whistleblower's ability to act lawfully in making a disclosure and draw the protections is quite hamstrung by that. And I'll allow my colleague to speak to that further as well.
I guess it goes to the wider picture that whistleblowers are in a very difficult position because the law is insufficient and they do not have easy access to support. So unlike other federal whistleblowing laws, there is no provision that says it's lawful for an NDIS whistleblower to get legal advice and assistance. That should be a no-brainer in terms of reform. But then if a whistleblower is able to access legal advice, who do they go to? So we run Australia's only specialist legal service for whistleblowers. Our work is philanthropically funded. We have, as Madeline said, assisted many NDIS whistleblowers in the last 3 years since we launched. We've been contacted by over 650 whistleblowers since we launched our service. We've given legal advice to over 220, but we can't help everyone. And we receive no federal government funding for the work we do. If whistleblowers are to navigate the complex frameworks, and we've just got to remember, what is it that they're doing? They're doing a public service. When whistleblowers bring information of wrongdoing to the regulator, they are helping everyone in Australia. We're ensuring integrity in the NDIS and better treatment of participants. That's a good thing. We need to support the people who fulfil that role.
Thank you. And just to give us a picture, and in sort of as brief a possible way as you can, what does it look like for a whistleblower currently to disclose fraudulent or criminal activity in the NDIS? What are their options, and what are their main constraints? And you've gone through the constraints already, but if there's anything in addition to that, I'd be interested to understand those.
Sure. So part of the complexity relates to who they are, and particularly if they have an employment or contracting role, who their employer is.
And who they're complaining about.
And who they're complaining about. So if they work for a company that's providing NDIS services, they could raise concerns internally within their company or to the NDIS regulator or to the corporate regulator, or in certain situations through the private sector regime to a journalist or to a member of parliament. The better protections in the private sector only apply to employees or contractors of corporations. One of the things we often see in the NDIS context is that the service providers are not necessarily companies. Some of them are individual sole traders, some of them are partnerships, quite a few of them are charities that aren't necessarily covered by private sector whistleblowing law. Now, they are all typically covered by the NDIS framework, but as we've said, that framework is not as good, and therefore the person might have fewer options in raising concerns. But broadly, your options are speak up internally or raise concerns with a regulator, but we could improve the law to make it much safer to do those things.
Thank you. And just for my understanding again, can you confirm that under the law as it stands today, a senior manager inside a registered NDIS provider can receive a disclosure that their employer is defrauding the Commonwealth, and they can lawfully absolutely do nothing about that? They don't have to refer it, they don't have to record it, and they don't even have to acknowledge it. And is that correct? Is my understanding that correct?
I think that's correct to the extent that I won't speak for the framework around reportable incidents, and so there is sort of some overlap between what's considered disclosable wrongdoing within the NDIS whistleblower framework as opposed to a reportable incident. But it is correct that a senior manager within an NDIS provider could receive a whistleblowing disclosure. They don't have an obligation to refer that to the Quality and Safeguards Commission under the whistleblower framework, and they don't have an obligation to even report that disclosure to the Commission or the agency.
I find that extraordinary because if you think about the banking system, banks need to record every single complaint they get and their action for that complaint. And yet when we come to the NDIS, whether it's particularly when there are extraordinary amounts of money that are now blowing out the system, there is no requirement to disclose someone defrauding the Commonwealth. Do we have any insights into what the scale of this is? Is there anyone running sort of data on disclosures that aren't reported or disclosures that don't go anywhere? Is there anything like that we can look at?
If you could keep your answer fairly succinct, please.
Sure. I'm not aware of that data because those obligations don't exist on providers.
Yeah.
There's no way of knowing that, and I guess that runs the gamut of wrongdoing. So we have clients who come to us raising concerns about mistreatment of participants to financial fraud, sort of right across the spectrum. None of that comes with with some exceptions in relation to the notifiable incident, but generally, and I think what's important is private sector whistleblowing law and recent amendments in the aged care sector do impose requirements on providers to have whistleblowing policies in certain circumstances. So the Aged Care Act requires aged care providers to maintain a whistleblowing policy that says how it will deal with these things. That requirement does not exist in the NDIS Act. So that would be another area of fairly low-hanging fruit for reform.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Little.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask about one of your recommendations, which talks about something that seems pretty straightforward, and that is imposing an obligation on registered NDIS providers to have a whistleblower policy and procedures for handling whistleblower complaints. Why would you put that in a recommendation? Have you seen enough evidence that that's not happening?
Yes, we've had a number of clients where raising concerns is made difficult because their employer doesn't necessarily have a policy. There's no obligation under the NDIS Act that they do. As I mentioned before, that is in distinction to other frameworks. So it would not be a significant regulatory burden to impose that on NDIS providers.
Okay. I also want to ask you, gave a number, I think it was 300 or around about that, of people that you've assisted in your short time of operation. I'm interested to understand, they would have raised individual concerns. I'm interested in all of those, what you see as trends and also common actors in there. Are you confident if those complaints are going across to the agencies and they are protected by whistleblower provisions, how much confidence do you have that there is work being done to actually make the connections and escalate and prioritise those complaints or those disclosures that people are identifying, because often they won't make the connections, but when you have 300 complaints in front of you, you start to see a pattern and you start to see common actors.
I guess I'll say not all of our clients are raising concerns about the NDIS. We have clients across the spectrum of whistleblowing laws. We've seen and we've engaged proactively with the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. They have been proactive in trying to improve the resources they have for whistleblowers. The recent reform will help in that respect. So, it's certainly our sense engaging with the regulator that they do want to utilise whistleblowing information effectively. But I guess what I would say as a general observation across all of our whistleblowing work is too often the wrongdoing only stops when it is brought to public attention, either through journalism or through MPs or senators raising concerns. Across all whistleblowing regimes, that's a common observation. People raise concerns internally, nothing's done. They raise concerns to a regulator, nothing's done. When it's on the front page, when someone's speaking about it in Parliament, something gets done. And so that is one of the reasons why adding into the NDIS Act protections for people to escalate those concerns. Not in any circumstance. Of course, you have to have checks and balances. The private sector regime, the public sector regime both say, look, you can only go public in these narrow circumstances. But too often, going public is the safeguard of last resort that leads to change.
So if we're talking about people on the NDIS, we could be talking about people anywhere who are vulnerable. They are not only a complainant who's going up against somebody with probably more power than they do. I'm interested to understand, when you're talking about the vulnerabilities of people with disability, what is necessary to help support them to navigate the kinds of things, whether it's a provider, whether it's a participant, to actually get the information that's actually required to even make it appear like the claim is actually worth following through, because there's lots of different ways that people can dismiss things early, and I'm just interested in your observations on that.
I think our observations are you've got to have a multi-layered framework that gives people access to the information they need. So that starts with the providers having the obligations to provide that information, so through the whistleblowing policy obligations that I've spoken to, the regulator doing more work to ensure these protections are accessible to participants, to other actors in the scheme, to employees, to providers. As I said, I think the regulator is doing work in that space. More needs to be done. And then ensuring people can access support. So in this context and other contexts, we've been calling for specialist legal support, specialist psychological support. It's very hard to blow the whistle about wrongdoing. We're seeing, for example, in New South Wales, the New South Wales Ombudsman has set up pilot support programs for New South Wales whistleblowers in the public sector to access legal and wellbeing support. That's a scheme that we think needs to be rolled out in other settings, such as the NDIS, to ensure that people can access the support they need.
Is there less resistance for people to complain or lodge a whistleblowing complaint in areas where there are thin markets or service vulnerability?
To add to that, I think in our client experience, I can't sort of compare across all sectors, but certainly in the NDIS sector, a common theme that we see with our clients is casualised work, which means and a lot of competition between providers and a lot of sort of insecurity in employment, which means that it makes it riskier to speak up, because usually for whistleblowers, the first sort of retaliation or implications that come are employment employment implications, being demoted, fired, all the way down to sort of less severe kinds of retaliation like bullying or harassment in the workplace.
We will need to move on, but thank you for your responses, and thank you, Senator Little. Over to you, Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for our witnesses for appearing today. The focus of this inquiry is obviously on integrity and fraud within the NDIS. We have heard about sharp practices from other witnesses. We've heard about conflicts of interest where plan managers or support coordinators might also be providing services to participants as well, or potentially even engaged in kickbacks or inducements. whether that be with other providers or participants. Do these types of practices form part of the whistleblowing complaints that you've received at the Human Rights Law Centre?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Obviously, there's limitations on what we can say in relation to our clients' experiences in light of our confidentiality obligations. What I'll say is we've seen a breadth of concerns from clients in relation to the NDIS sector, ranging from mistreatment and human rights abuses of participants to financial wrongdoing, fraud, conflicts of interest, as you say. And stronger whistleblower protections is good for all of that. It will address wrongdoing of all forms. It's often said that transparency is the best disinfectant. That is certainly our experience.
And I know that some of our other committee members have touched on the recommendations around legislative reform and some further protections. Do you see a need for education awareness to go alongside that? Because, we're talking about a very vulnerable cohort with different challenges. Does there also need to be a level of education and awareness to support greater provisions as well in the Act?
Yes, and I think that is work that would be well done by the regulator. As I said, the regulator's already doing work in this space. More can be done, and then access to specialist legal and wellbeing support. In relation to law reform, the only thing I'll add is none of this is asking the committee to recommend reinventing the wheel. All we are asking is to bring NDIS protections up to the same standard that other federal regimes have.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your evidence. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Mulholland. Over to you, Senator Steele-John.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you both for your evidence and your work in this area. I listened with intrigue to your comments about the current state of play of whistleblower protections in the NDIS Act. Was very proud to work with the Chamber as a whole to pass amendments that went some way to addressing the whistleblower protection gaps that have been identified. But I very much thought at the time that there was more that needs to be done. And I'm very glad to hear you step out for us how we might go and kind of complete that process. Take the 20% and turn it into 100%, as I think I heard you mention a bit earlier. Now, in terms of the gaps that exist, I've heard you step out a number of them for us already, which is really useful. But are there any other gaps that you haven't had the opportunity to identify for the committee that you'd like to just put on record today?
I think that's right. We've touched on quite a number of the gaps, and I'll skip over the ones that we've already covered. But I think a key issue that we haven't spoken about is the lack of clarity around how a whistleblower actually would go about enforcing their rights under the scheme. There's been a lot of work under whistleblower protections at the federal level in other jurisdictions, in other sectors, to clarify the legal mechanisms for people to bring a claim. And so that's things like the NDIS framework doesn't actually state how you would bring a claim for compensation for victimisation, what court that would be brought in. Under the Corporations Act, we now have a reverse onus of proof. In the New South Wales PIT Act, we have a reverse onus of proof where the whistleblower need only raise that or put on evidence that detrimental conduct or victimisation was taken against them. And it's on the wrongdoer to then establish that the reason for that action wasn't because the whistleblower had made a disclosure. And those kinds of additions to those schemes are really around balancing out the playing field, because we're seeing a very large number of whistleblower cases being self-represented litigants who don't have the resources behind them. The NDIS protections have not yet been used. As far as we're aware, there has not been a case brought under the NDIS whistleblower protections, and there's probably a number of reasons for that. The stronger regime in the Corporations Act is one of them, but also the fact that there is a real lack of clarity around how someone would actually enforce the protections in the instance that they do suffer retaliation.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And what are the kind of the practical consequences for whistleblowers of the shortfalls of whistleblower protections in the Act at the moment? Because you've identified a number of areas there are acts, but I think it's useful to have those human examples similar to which you stepped out for Senator Kovacic.
Thanks, Senator, and let me acknowledge the work that you and your office did in contributing to the entirety of the chamber passing the first tranche of whistleblowing reform. We're grateful for your work in that respect. The practical consequences are either people stay silent because they cannot speak up in a safe, lawful and supported manner, or they take on legal risk in doing so. So they speak up to the regulator, to a journalist, in circumstances where they're not protected in doing so, and therefore they expose themselves to risk to their employment or risk of being sued. So either we don't have the wrongdoing brought to light, or it is brought to light and an individual has to muster up the courage to take on the legal risk. Ultimately, faced with that choice, many people will stay silent, the wrongdoing stays hidden.
And that, would you say that has an impact on our ability to tackle fraud?
100%. If the wrongdoing is not being brought to light, then it can't be addressed.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in terms of...
Can we make this a final question, please, Senator Steele, John, in the interests of time?
So in terms of amending the Act to further protect whistleblowers so that they can report fraud, would you say that mirroring the recently reformed Aged Care Act would go some way to achieving that? And also, would you support the inclusion of external disclosure pathways as proposed in your submission to the broader Act, I suppose, so that it basically there can be a pathway from the public disclosure of wrongdoing that we see in the media through to actually reporting the case more formally and then being able to have it acting on. If you could talk about that external pathway.
Thanks. I can answer those briefly, Senator. In relation to your latter question, yes, absolutely. Other whistleblowing laws already provide for those external disclosure pathways. There's no reason why the NDIS Act shouldn't. The aged care protections were reformed in 2024. They are an improvement. They are still not in line with the private sector corporations regime, and the continued proliferation of different regimes that overlap means there's more fragmentation and there's more legislative complexity. So we would encourage bringing these protections in line with the Corporations Act. I should also note that right now Treasury is reviewing the private sector whistleblowing laws. There's a draft exposure bill introduced to reform public sector whistleblowing laws. So we would encourage the committee to recommend that there be a whole of government approach taken to increasing and improving whistleblowing laws across the spectrum, but particularly in the NDIS, because otherwise these provisions will remain the worst federal whistleblowing laws.
Okay, at
And
that
they are
point
right
we might
now the
need
worst
to
in your
finish
view?
up there, Senator.
Yes.
They are the worst, just so that we don't. That's your view. They're the worst we currently have. Is the NDIS protections.
But before the recent reforms, they were certainly the worst, and probably our view is they remain the worst or among the worst.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may just ask a very quick follow-up to that answer, do you have any insights into why government agencies such as the NDIS are lagging so far behind the commercial and corporate sectors in relation to whistleblower protections? One would think we would be ahead of the curve, not behind it.
If we could make that a quick response, please.
I guess that's ultimately a question for Parliament. I think it probably goes to the sequencing of how these laws have been enacted and how the provisions have been addressed over time, but certainly there's no reason why an NDIS whistleblower shouldn't have the same quality legal protections as a whistleblower in another sector.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you, Mr. Pender, and thank you also to our other witness, Ms. Madeline Howell, for your time today. If there are any questions on notice, the committee requests the information be provided by Friday, June the 5th. And if you do need a longer time frame, please liaise with the Secretariat. We do appreciate your time and the information you provided to us. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Mr. Darryl Steff from Down Syndrome Australia Consortium, who is joining us via video conference, and Mr. Ben McTamney from Deafblind Australia. We're just checking to follow up whether we have our representative from the Down Syndrome Australia Consortium. Okay, in the meantime, I just wanted to note once again that in accordance with the Senate resolution regarding the broadcasting of committee proceedings, the committee has also authorised media outlets to be present at public hearings to record proceedings and to take photos. We do have someone in the audience here, and I'm just wanting to ask, as a witness, are you comfortable with having your photo taken?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, look, we will proceed, and hoping that we have Down Syndrome Australia Consortium on the line shortly. Could I ask you, could you speak on the issues that face deafblind people and really the particular kinds of exploitation that target people with these types of conditions? And firstly, do you want to make an opening statement?
Thank you. No opening statement today.
Great.
Happy to jump straight into questions.
You're happy?
Some time up?
Yes. Do you want me to repeat that question?
If you wouldn't mind.
Yes, no problem at all. So look, again, thank you for being here. You have particular insights into the challenges facing people with deafness and blindness. Could you just firstly just explain the type of issues that deaf-blind people face, and to what extent the NDIS currently does provide a valuable service, but then to say any particular kinds of exploitation that you're aware of that target people with these conditions?
Certainly. Thank you for the question and for the repeat on that. Deaf blindness and dual sensory impairment or dual sensory loss is something that, as a combined disability, we often describe as a multiplicative disability, right? So it's not simply just deafness with the addition of blindness. We need to consider the compounding effect of the co-occurrence of those two issues, because the vast majority of accessibility workarounds for a vision impairment are auditory in nature, and the vast majority of workarounds for a hearing impairment are visual in nature. So when that secondary sense is also compromised, there is a multiplication of the barriers that occur for that individual, because a lot of what is available in terms of supports isn't quite fit for purpose. In the deaf-blind context, that's coupled with the fact that deaf-blindness is understudied, underrepresented, and not very well understood, even and perhaps most especially in the disability sector. My own background is as an Australian Sign Language interpreter, and so I can speak to, in my personal experience, the amount of information and training that I received about deaf-blindness over the 3 years of my study between Auslan and my interpreting qualification was probably about 3 hours across those 3 years, and that was community members coming to speak to classes of students. That's it. So the barriers that people experience, the consequence of that lack of understanding, that lack of representation, is a severe undersupply of training options, of upskilling for professionals, of initial study for people that are moving into the disability sector. And so it means that across the country, then obviously this is worse in rural and regional areas, but it's still not particularly good in the metro areas. There's a real undersupply of people with skills and knowledge in deaf-blindness across a whole raft of disability-specific professions, and that's even more pronounced in mainstream systems and services. The NDIS has been an absolute godsend for a lot of people, but those of us that work in the space have been raising this issue since scheme inception, which was also the focus of our submission, which is that one of the really limiting factors is the lack of workforce. So when it comes to integrity, when it comes to participant outcomes, when it comes to any of the, really noble goals of this scheme and of associated reforms, there's always kind of a hard ceiling on it for deafblind participants because there simply aren't the professionals out there to provide what's being funded. As I'm sure you can appreciate, a lot of sharp practices, a lot of exploitation, a lot of neglect happens when people are confined to the shadows. So when people fall between the gaps, it's a lot easier for unscrupulous behaviour to take place. One, because people aren't seen and known entities in their local communities, but also because there's a power imbalance when somebody is acutely aware of the fact that if this person that is providing the service is not there, there in many cases is literally nobody else that can provide that.
So for you, obviously to improve the integrity and very importantly, to make sure that some of our most vulnerable participants in the scheme are supported and protected, what would you say are the most important measures to improve integrity of the scheme and to avoid fraud in the scheme would be?
Look, I think a lot of what's been proposed in terms of oversight and increasing the power of the Quality and Safeguards Commission to act and intervene is a very important step. But I think what we attempted to highlight in our submission is that from our perspective, that needs to be part of a multi-pronged approach. There needs to be focused and considered, I guess market stewardship would be the term, around certain sectors of disability services because they don't represent, I guess, the same ease of setup and ease of access as providing what we might call like a generalist disability support. So there's specialist skill sets required to support a deafblind person that are difficult to train people in, that are difficult to educate and resource people in. And so a lot of the new business setup and innovation that we've seen since the scheme was introduced has largely kind of bypassed this group of people, frankly, because they just get chucked in the too hard basket. So there needs
training.
Look, broadly speaking, and it's difficult because it depends on which section of the deafblind community you're talking about. Because, for the community that uses Australian Sign Language, there's a massive issue where, from my personal perspective, I think we need something along the lines of like a national Auslan strategy because it's not just about people not being able to access the training. They can't access the training because there's not the people to teach it. We can't get the people to teach it because there's not the appropriate Cert 4s in TAAs and whatnot that are accessible for deaf community members to go in and do and then become teachers. There's then issues with the way Auslan is taught and provided to families of people. So there's a whole sort of layered issue there that really needs a focused roadmap that needs to be worked out with a number of peaks and a number of sectors of government.
Thank you for that feedback. I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your time today as well. Your submission gives specific examples of provider misconduct. There's the example of the support worker who had keys cut to a deafblind person's home without the person's knowledge. There are reports of support workers using participants' washing machines for their own use, examples of workers asking participants to share their NDIS supports with the workers' children. For each of these examples and others like them, can you tell the committee, what's your understanding of, were these workers disciplined? Were the matters reported to the Quality and Safeguards Commission? Was the participant ever told what happened next? Like, what are the outcomes that you're seeing of reporting these types of incidents?
Thank you for the question. In a couple of cases, it was reported. I'm not entirely sure what the outcome of that was, because we, as an organisation, we're not funded to do individual advocacy. We fill that gap because nobody is funded to do it, but it does limit our ability to sort of do that end-to-end follow-through on a case like that. But oftentimes, engaging in those complaints process, there is definitely a feeling across the community that quality and safeguards is largely a toothless tiger, that you report things, you make your complaint, but nothing ever changes. And there's also the issue that those complaints processes are frequently very inaccessible, either from a technical point of view or from a linguistic point of view. Again, if you're talking about somebody who's an Australian Sign Language user, there's the issue of accessing the information about your rights and about what the pathways of complaint actually are. You might not be able to find that information in a language that's accessible to you. But frequently what we see is that, you know, organisations or government departments will do a great job of having their outgoing information translated and available in Auslan or in alternative formats. But if you then wish to engage or make a complaint or start a conversation, you have to use an online print form, which is often in English. They can't accept a video submission. So I think that there's a little bit of hesitance from the community to approach those formal pathways, maybe because of negative experiences in the past, maybe because of a broad conception that they're going to be ineffective, but also because of, from my perspective, what is the more worrying trend, which is what I hear from deafblind people all the time, which is that they don't even see a point in beginning these processes because they don't feel cared about or wanted or included or seen as valid. I had a gentleman very recently when I was advising him about what the appeal pathways would be for some changes in his individual plan that he thought were not accurate or appropriate, explained all the pathways, and he said to me, look, at the end of the day, I can't be bothered. And I said, what do you mean you can't be bothered? Like, you're entitled to this, and we've got processes, we can support you through it. And he, you know, was signing to me, and he just signed, at the end of the day, it's a hearing world and they don't want me. So we can't overstate the degree to which the years of, you know, being ostracised, being marginalised, being misunderstood, the impact that that has on people's willingness to engage in something like a complaint process, because the first and most fundamental step to raising an issue or raising a complaint is conceiving of yourself as a person who deserves better than what's happening. And in the deafblind community, that is not the case for a lot of people.
And also, I guess, which is, you know, very sad to hear, is the next element, which is effectively that they may again put a great deal of effort into something for no outcome. So that goes to that, what is the point? I'll save myself the grief.
100%. And we've seen that a lot, you know, in the wake of the Royal Commission. I did a lot of work going around the country, interviewing community members and translating their submissions. That's a conversation that I have with people a lot when I come back to them now to consult about whatever thing we're now consulting about, is this attitude of, well, I sat in a room with you 5 years ago and laid all this out. I told you what the problems were. I told you my experience. I gave you my ideas for solutions. Why am I doing it again when nothing's improved since the last time I did it?
Yeah. In your submission, you describe state governments as abdicating their responsibility to fund Auslan interpreting in education and health settings and shifting that cost onto individual NDIS packages and placing that cost burden there. You also say that deafblind people are now being denied NDIS supports and just being told their individual state or territory services should be providing. So you've got the state government saying the NDIS should do it, NDIS saying your state and territory should do it. Has any Commonwealth or state minister given Deafblind Australia a written commitment that Auslan interpreting services in education and health will actually be funded from the 1st of January 2028?
Nothing formal at this time, no.
Yeah. Are you concerned that there is a very real risk that those services will disappear because each will expect the other to cover those services?
Very much so. It's something that I've observed, again, as an interpreting practitioner, and also in this role at Deafblind Australia, that once the scheme rolled out, there seemed to be this, I don't know if culture is too strong a word, but this attitude that developed across, I've seen it in TAFEs and universities and places like this where any kind of support that had the word disability attached to it, it just became, your NDIS package pays for that.
Yeah, not our problem anymore.
Not our problem anymore. So a lot of that kind of, I don't know, the sign in Auslan is this, like it's just get it off, it's not my problem, just put it somewhere else. So again, I'm not to imply that is, willful or nefarious in nature, but it's created a system where that should not have happened in the first place, but it has gone on long enough that it's become sort of a precedent and an expectation. And it's almost as though a light switch has been flicked, that the agency is now being very, very strict about, it's not about just funding and interpreting service that is reasonable and necessary, but taking a much closer look at in what context is that service being utilised, and then using that context to determine ultimately where the funding responsibility lies. I think what we're concerned about is that trend, combined with the way the agency is going around really locking down, classes of participant, classes of supports, it, is worth mentioning that I don't think any deafblind person on the NDIS at present is recorded using the ICD code for dual sensory impairment. So most people are on there for either a vision loss or a hearing loss despite having dual sensory needs. So anything around tightening the compartmentalisation of people's services or who pays for it is very concerning for us, because we represent a community of people that ostensibly lives in those cracks.
Okay, thank you. We will need to move on at this point. Miss Berry.
Thank you very much. I note in your submission that you've cited an example where a deafblind parent, his child is also a participant on the scheme, reported plan managers advising them to continue to seek the same levels of support for their child without a single conversation about how supports have been working up to that point. Would you mind explaining that example a little bit more?
100%. Thank you for the question. It was a conversation that I had in regards to, I believe it was these reforms, but it came about sort of informally, where the person I was speaking with said that they had been contacted by the plan manager or the support coordinator for their child's plan, and they were essentially, they framed it as in, just letting you know that the plan is up and we're recommending that, we just roll it over and we keep, we ask again for, what we've had in the previous plan. And the person I was speaking with said, that this came as quite a shock, because they literally had no contact in the preceding 12 months about how anything in their child's plan was tracking, how it was progressing. They felt very much that the organisation that was managing the plan was focused primarily on retaining as much of that plan value as possible, rather than being focused on what are the outcomes that are actually being generated from what we're providing currently. That there was no, as a parent, they felt that there was no thought or I guess, foresight for the future to think about how have we been tracking. They weren't informed, they weren't given any sort of progress updates or anything about that. It was very much just about, we still think we can access this same level of funding, and so that's what we're going to do.
Thank you. And I just have one other question. You mention in your submission that the market is not self-regulating for quality. And we have heard evidence around the fact that only 6% of providers are currently registered under the scheme, for example. What are some of your ideas around how the market could be better organised, managed, in order to deliver quality outcomes?
Thank you for the question. I think from our point of view, again, there has to be a multi-pronged approach. Regulation and registration, with such a thin workforce, we do hear from the community that is seen as a little bit of a double-edged sword, that whilst it does provide better oversight, greater protections, that it will drive a lot of independent supports out of the market if that registration and the associated compliance activities are sort of too burdensome. From our point of view, one of the things that needs to happen, though, is that there needs to be more players in the space. A lot of what we're trying to achieve is going to fall short as long as there is that inverse relationship between supply and demand. So we believe that there needs to be some sort of targeted market stewardship and incentivisation, both for individual practitioners but also for organisations to set up and operate in that space.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms Berry. Over to you, Senator Steele-John. Hello, Senator Steele-John. It's obviously a bit of a challenge with the connection there.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Over to you.
Sorry, I must have, yes, I somehow nearly muted you, Chair.
Over to you.
Thank you. Were you giving me the call?
Yes, I was.
Excellent. All right. Thank you so much for your evidence so far today. Just confirming that we don't have Down Syndrome Australia still haven't been able to join us in the room.
Unfortunately, we have reached out but haven't had a response at this point.
Okay. So it's just we've just got the folks from Deafblind Australia with us at the moment.
Correct.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. Well, look, thank you for your evidence so far. I think it's really important for us to hear your perspective, particularly on the unique challenges faced by the deafblind community that often don't get covered fully in conversation around the NDIS and the reform pathway that is needed. In terms of Deafblind Australia, you've given quite, I would say, distressing examples, distressing but very necessary for us to hear of sharp practices occurring to the detriment of deafblind people in your submission, and you've said that these practices are enabled by monopolies in service provision. Can you talk to us a bit more, go a bit deeper on how provider monopolies lead to substandard care and harm for participants?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, look, it's really just, from what we hear, it comes down to this idea that people are capitalising on the power imbalance and the equation of, well, good luck getting someone else if I don't do it. It's that simple. I should point out that I think the organisations that are providing services in the deafblind space are doing the absolute best they can amidst huge challenges with, remaining compliant, with finding a workforce to match the demand. I think that it's much more of an issue, I guess, at the individual level with individual workers. But that is really the answer, and that is, I've heard that from people that they've been told that to their face by support workers in these roles, which is, well, if you don't like it, good luck getting anyone else. And if you're in a rural or a regional area, that's a very real threat, and that inspires a lot of fear in people because, again, it can't be overstated just how impenetrable a lot of mainstream services, systems and spaces are to somebody with a dual sensory loss. So having the threat of potentially having to navigate all of that without assistance dangled over your head is something that people do on occasion use to exploit people and to motivate some pretty unscrupulous behaviour.
Yeah. Thank you for that, and it's absolutely vile when we see it as a committee, and I've had reports of it made to my office as well. In the first hearing of this inquiry, we heard from the NDIA that around 8% of NDIS payments are lost to what they describe as integrity leakage, which includes fraud, but also includes things like participants making a mistake and then rectifying that mistake through the payment system. A few days later, we had the Minister on Sunrise attribute that 8% number to fraud alone. What concerns might you have with accidental participant non-compliance being lumped in with actual fraud in these conversations?
Thank you for the question. I think it's an important one, and I believe Mr. Steff, who's unfortunately not here today, touched on this in their submission as well. A lot of the information about the scheme, and we're going right back to scheme inception here, there's been ongoing issues with the accessibility of information and the accessibility of systems. And what that has meant is that, similar to what Mr. Steff mentioned, there is, I wouldn't call it an over-reliance because I think it makes sense in the context that people are trying to navigate, but there's been a lot of leaning on third parties, be that support coordinators or family members or others, to act in case management type roles to support people, simply because they don't understand the scheme, they don't understand how it works, and they can't access the machinations of the scheme. They might find the website very difficult to use, they can't use the phone line, they can't contact the call centre. And I think it's very important when we're trying to get a picture of what these integrity leakages look like, the scale of the fraud, that we're not glossing over other systemic failings and labelling them something that they're not. So again, I think if there's this figure of 8%, that includes integrity leakages, that includes fraud, but also includes participant mistakes, there is there's a possibility, I guess, to inflate or misrepresent the scale of the problem, perhaps unintentionally, but also to then risk, I guess, not addressing what remains a pretty pervasive systemic barrier for a lot of people on the scheme.
Do you have any other questions? Just one more.
Yeah, do you feel like participants and family members are sufficiently supported to fix and learn from mistakes when they are identified currently?
Speaking specifically to deafblind participants, my answer would be no. And only on the basis of that bluntly, I don't think those participants or their families are particularly well supported to do much on the scheme at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for your evidence. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Over to Senator Mulholland.
Thank you very much for that, Chair, and thank you very much to our witnesses for joining us. In the Deafblind Australia submission, you talk about sharp practices, and that has been something that we have been focusing here at this inquiry about integrity and fraud. Obviously, some of the examples you've talked about in here are examples of overcharging, examples of parents and children feeling like they've been taken advantage of. One of the things that we're really trying to focus on as a committee is to come to a set of recommendations at the end of our report for government to look at some improvements. Particularly, we've heard some pretty concerning behaviour around plan managers and support coordinators with conflicts of interest, also being providers to participants. There being inducements, kickbacks, but also threats and intimidation to participants if they try and dispute or complain. At a higher level, are there any recommendations that you think as a committee we really need to consider to improve the safeguards, the safety and the overall well-being for participants in the scheme?
Thank you. I think it's just important to reinforce in whatever recommendations are made that these sorts of regulations that are being proposed at the moment can and really only ever will be one part of the picture. We cannot neglect the importance of natural safeguards in protecting people in community and in preventing the sorts of unscrupulous behaviour that we're talking about. And that requires a lot of work that probably goes well beyond the scope of this committee, but that is a very important picture of shoring up the integrity of the scheme. We can't just regulate our way out of this. As long as people are existing as essentially invisible entities within their local communities, this is going to continue to be a problem. We often use the metaphor to illustrate this of, if somebody is considering breaking into my house, there's probably two things that will stop them doing that. One is that they know if they get caught, they'll go to prison. But also, if my neighbour has their lights on and is looking out the window, that's probably going to be more of a deterrent in that moment than the fact that a law exists that says you shouldn't do this. Because we have all sorts of laws on the books covering all sorts of behaviour, and yet people commit crimes every day. So I think as part of whatever recommendations move forward, it just needs to be made very clear to government that, bluntly, this is not an issue that we're going to regulate our way out of. There is much more complexity involved in this picture that requires action from a lot of different parts of government, and bluntly, probably a very, very long-term piece of work to really comprehensively address.
Thank you. One of the other elements that we've been talking to some witnesses about is the notion of increasing the registration with the NDIS. And I know my colleague Ms. Berry talked about this earlier. We've heard different evidence from different professional groups about whether or not they think that registration with the scheme itself should be required of them, that they themselves already register their professionals within their professional bodies, but then there's some issues that their professional bodies are state and territory based, and there's information sharing issues at a national level and then with the scheme. So while that's how they're operating, it's not necessarily having great information flow so we know where there are bad actors and problems going on. Mark Butler a couple of weeks ago talked about looking at making mandatory registration for providers who are working in high risk and high support areas, particularly personal care and wellbeing, where they're really hands-on and there's a lot of trust involved in that care. I would welcome your thoughts about registration with around high risk as well, and professional bodies, and some of the feedback that we've received.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak to that. I think there's two things I'd like to point out with that. One is that if that sort of risk proportionate approach to registration is the one that's taken, for this community there is the potential for, again, people to fall between the cracks. Often what we see when the examples are given around high intent or high risk versus low risk, they will say high risk is something, somebody being supported in a supported living type environment, or somebody who requires medical interventions, versus low risk, which is something like social and community participation. Social and community participation for a deaf-blind person involves quite a bit of sighted guide work through traffic, through public spaces, there is a lot of risk to safety there. So you could potentially have people deemed low risk when they're actually engaging in relatively high risk activities. That's one thing. The other issue is, again, why I've said a number of times that we can't regulate or use registration type approaches to guarantee or uplift quality, is because we've seen sort of an example of that in the Auslan interpreting profession. We had mandatory NARTI revalidation of credentials, or I believe it's called recertification of credentials now, introduced some time ago. And even with that, which is essentially like a rolling form of mandatory registration, certainly what I have observed in my own professional life and what I hear from a number of deaf and deaf-blind professionals working in the space is that since that mandatory revalidation process has been brought in, the quality of practitioners' work has actually gone down. And it again speaks to the fact that in the Auslan interpreting space, as I'm sure anyone who's ever tried to secure an interpreter for a meeting or an event knows, there's way more demand than there is supply. And so that seems to be having a much more profound impact on quality than the introduction of a mandatory registration.
Thank you. And just very quickly, because I'm conscious of time, we've also heard some feedback from some of the professional organisations about wanting And I suppose this is a bit of a double-edged sword around workforce availability and shortfall. People like counsellors and social workers and others wanting to have some restrictions around who can operate in certain spaces and recognition of their training and qualifications to stop people calling themselves coaches and other things and taking advantage of people without necessarily having maybe the best of intent, but not necessarily having the qualifications to deliver the services that that would be expected of them. Do you have any thoughts in that space?
This comes up a lot in the deaf-blind space when we talk about Auslan interpreting, and I know I keep coming back to that, but it is my professional wheelhouse, so it's hard to get away from it. It's often brought up in the context of if we mandate that you can only use a NAATI accredited interpreter, then we can be guaranteed that that person has the right qualifications, skills and experience. What's difficult in the deaf-blind space is that we don't teach deaf-blind interpreting skills as part of general Auslan interpreting qualifications. There is now a postgraduate option being run through Monash University that was stood up last year. So in terms of finding a qualification that we could say only people with this and that will guarantee that they've got the right skills, it doesn't exist in the deaf-blind context. So again, it's a good idea, but I don't know what we would be asking people to come to the table with. And certainly anecdotally, I have seen incredible, immaculate work done by translators and interpreters that don't have NAATI certification, and I've seen the absolute opposite from those that do. So it's not a real guarantee.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator. I would just like to acknowledge that Mr. Daryl Steff from Down Syndrome Australia Consortium has joined us via video conferencing. Welcome to you, and I will hand over now to Senator Liddle.
Thank you. Mr. McAtamy, hope I pronounced that right. I just have one question for you, and that is, if the scheme's purpose is to enable and to facilitate people living the best life they can, you've given some examples of greater risk of exploitation in areas for thin markets. Interested in you telling me a little bit about areas of additional vulnerability for people. And give me an example for people that don't live in your world and don't live in the world of people who are either blind or deaf or both. What is the change for them if we get this right in terms of supporting better advocacy and access for them?
Thank you. I think the difficulty is that, and this would be true for a lot of cohorts, but it's very profound in this community, that if you've met one deafblind person, you've met one deafblind person. So supporting deafblind people is, whether that's children, whether that's older people, anywhere across the lifespan, it is sort of by necessity a bespoke process, and it requires ongoing relationship building. It requires building mutual understanding and mutual communication, and that requires a supply of practitioners that allows people the flexibility to choose and onboard people that are a good fit for them. What we see at the moment is a lot of just making do with what we can get. And that goes across the entire scheme. From, the plans are very often not fit for purpose. They don't accurately match people's needs. They're then going to try and use that plan funding to secure professionals who don't really match what they do, but okay, there's only 2 of you and there's no one else, so I guess we'll bring it on. But then if that person goes on maternity leave or has it, well, now I'm down to 1 person and maybe that 1 person's books are full. So in terms of what it looks at people having an approach to their supports that is much more in line with the original intent of the scheme, which is setting up goals and aspirations for the kind of life you want to live and the sorts of things you want to do, and then onboarding the supports you need as needed to achieve those goals. What we're seeing very much at the moment is the inverse of that, which is that people's lives, aspirations, goals, all of these things are shaped by what it is that they're able to access.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Little. I would like to acknowledge again Mr. Steff, and in the interests of time today, we will be putting some additional questions on notice to you. We do thank you. I understand there was a bit of confusion with the time for you, so we certainly still want your input and will have questions put to you. So we do appreciate your time today, as well as Mr. Atamani. I hope I've pronounced that correctly.
It's good. Valiant tries already. Good job.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Now, if there has been any questions asked of you additional, please feel free to provide us that information. If you could do so by the 5th of June, and if you do need additional time, please contact our Secretariat. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Cheers.
I would now like to welcome Mr. Matthew Hall from the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations. And just for noting that Mr. Hall is appearing online today. So welcome to you, Mr. Hall. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence in parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Matthew Hall. I'm the National Manager of Systemic Advocacy and Policy with the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations, or AFDO.
Thank you very much. I notice you have an opening statement. If you could possibly keep it reasonably succinct, because we always have committee members who are very keen to ask their questions. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Australian Federation of Disability Organisations acknowledges Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples as the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia, and we pay our respects to elders past and present. We also acknowledge people with disability, particularly those who have experienced violence, abuse, neglect or exploitation, along with their families, supporters and representative organisations. We thank all those working to protect and advance the rights of people with disability, including members of this committee. AFDO is the national peak organisation for people with disability and a disabled people's organisation led by people with disability. Our members include national disability peak bodies, advocacy organisations and disability-led organisations representing diverse communities across Australia. With a reach of about 4.5 million Australians, our work is informed by lived experience and expertise, truly representing our communities. On behalf of AFDO and our members, I thank the committee for the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry through a human rights lens centred on the lived experience of people with disability. Our submission to the committee and my evidence today focuses on paragraphs 3 and 4 of the committee's terms of reference. AFDO supported the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Integrity and Safeguarding Act 2026. The reforms in that Act have the potential to enhance participant safety, deter misconduct and promote higher standards across the scheme. Most of the amendments are consistent with the recommendations of the NDIS review and the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability. However, several of the amendments made by that Act continue to raise issues that, in our view, affect the integrity of the scheme. Further, recent reforms, including the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Getting the NDIS Back on Track No. 1 Act of 2024, that were justified by fraud prevention or the need to strengthen scheme integrity, have restricted participant choice, control, agency and access to supports. AFDO is concerned that this has often happened without clear evidence of the likely effectiveness of the changes in reducing fraud or strengthening integrity of the scheme. Areas of reform of concern include funding periods, NDIS supports definition, the debt-raising framework and spending restrictions. Also, some of the reforms announced by the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme, the Honourable Mark Butler MP, on 22 April 2026, and now before the Parliament in the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill, that are proposed to address integrity and fraud, particularly around provider registration and digital claiming and payment systems, which AFTO supports in principle, must in both design and implementation address some serious issues. This includes the issues identified and the changes recommended by the NDIS Provider and Worker Registration Task Force, so that the reforms match those recommendations and are not merely broadly aligned with the task force's important work. To ensure continued public confidence in the NDIS and the government's ongoing program of significant reform, it is critical that claims about fraud reduction and integrity strengthening measures are tested, substantiated, and the underlying policies are subject to careful weighing and deliberation by the Parliament. In respect of proposed reforms, this scrutiny must ensure that the reforms are grounded in empirical data, target provider behaviour, do not restrict participants, and assess the actual or likely extent to which the changes will improve participants' lives. This must be in addition to any assessment of the amount of costs to be saved or the level of reduction or fraud or other unlawful practices likely to be delivered. In respect of changes already implemented, we consider that this scrutiny must establish whether these changes have delivered and continue to deliver a demonstrable positive impact on the integrity and sustainability of the scheme, assess whether the changes avoid adverse impacts on a participant's choice and control, and assess whether the changes appropriately balance scheme integrity with the scheme's social and individual goals, objectives and benefits. AFTO sees that this scrutiny is one of the very important roles and responsibilities of this committee. It's also critical, as we have said before to this committee, that any reforms to the scheme, including reforms that seek to address integrity and sustainability, must be properly co-designed by government with people with disability and their representative organisations through processes that are participative, inclusive, respectful, centred on lived experience and lived expertise, iterative and outcomes focused. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Your submission does cover a lot of territory. Can I ask you to expand on what you see needs to happen in regards to two aspects of government's reform, the payment system and the move towards enrolment and registration?
If I take the issue of payment systems first, Chair, the main issue that we have is that the amendments that have been made don't sufficiently require the CEO of the agency to ensure that the payment processes that participants are involved in are suitably accessible to participants. So there's no requirement in the amendments for the CEO to ensure that the forms or the processes by which participants submit claims or seek payment of for services performed are accessible to and meet the accessibility needs of the particular participant. And we say that that's essential for a number of reasons.
What do you mean when you, sorry to interrupt you, could you just explain, so if that's the issue, what would you like to see happen to resolve that particular matter?
Well, I think a fairly simple amendment to the Act, or perhaps it could be done by rules. I haven't really given that much thought, but that simply requires the CEO, in addition to his or her existing obligations in relation to those matters, to impose an obligation that those methods are made available in as widely or as many accessible formats as exist or are appropriate, I suppose.
Yep.
And I mean, you wouldn't necessarily need to go into any detail, but to ensure that they are able to be read sensibly by screen readers or the like.
Yep. So a participant has the ability to double check the payment invoicing.
Yes, and also just has the ability to use the digital payment systems as proposed in the same way that other people without the disability are able to use those and understand those payment systems.
Okay, thank you. And I did also ask you, I don't know, it was
in
a
relation
long
to provider
question,
registration.
enrolment and registration.
Yeah. Principally, our main concern is that in the amendments that have been proposed in relation to provider registration, the government has said that it broadly aligns with the recommendations of the NDIS task force, and that may or may not be true. But it doesn't. It is not. They have not indicated any intention to adopt the task force's recommendations in relation to self-directed supports, and so we will be left with a situation where a participant who self-directs their supports and who has very long-standing and trusted relationships with an individual who's providing support will not be able to use that individual for that support unless that person gets registered. And we believe that that imposes an unreasonable obligation on people with self-directed supports who have built this relationship and are themselves satisfied that it is a service that's being provided to their required level of quality and safety.
Okay, can I just say, Mr. Hall, in relation to registration, it's not across the board as yet, and what you're suggesting is that there should be some flexibility and that not all people should be registered, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yes, yeah.
Okay.
And I accept your point that it is, that what is proposed is for, based on a risk assessment model and proportionate need of where there is the highest risk of concern.
And would you agree that in respects to vulnerable people who are particularly vulnerable and receiving complex supports, that they should be registered?
Yes. Yes. So our issue is really directed only to the category of supports where they are self-directed. And so if you're self-directing your supports, you are not in,
I understand what you're saying.
You're less likely to be in a position of vulnerability because of your ability to self-direct the supports.
That's right. And look, I know that for Senator Little in particular, you have an interest in remote areas, and that, I do understand that registration might limit the capacity of a participant to get the service they need in those areas. But we still do need checks and balances. So if you're not suggesting that for those people who are self-directed, what do we do in terms of maintaining the quality of service and the integrity of service that these people receive?
Well, I would suggest that what we do to achieve that is to implement the task force's recommendations in full around registration, including their recommendations in respect of self-directed supports. So the task force undertook a very comprehensive analysis of the issues and provided a number of recommendations to government, and we including recommendations in relation to self-directed supports, and we would urge the government to implement all of their recommendations, including the recommendations.
Specific that you've got an opportunity to state for self-directed. Is there anything specific that you think that would be helpful?
Well, I think that there is probably some value in there being transparency by the agency as to who the provider is. So I will use the form of registration, but identification of the provider by their Australian business number, and perhaps information about where it's not being a service conducted through a corporate entity, information about the proprietors of the business, perhaps where they live, and some checks around insolvency or banning orders and all those sorts of things. So I think that it would be a much more light touch process of, I suppose, limited to identifying the entity or the person and making some basic checks about them.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, it does contribute to data collection, which can then be analysed, and we identify who is providing services, which is something that is very important to do. Well, thank you for your time, and over to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And just on that, just a subsequent question to that, we heard earlier from some allied health professionals who spoke about perhaps the option of enrolment rather than registration, particularly for professionals, that already have within their own professional organisations registration and reportable conduct. Do you see that as an avenue to sort of simplify this process rather than sort of taking a one-size-fits-all approach to the problem?
Yes, we do. I think in short answer, Deputy Chair, yes, we do. Provided that the professional recognition and registration does have those, I suppose, reporting requirements.
They're regulated in the appropriate ways, I guess.
Appropriate way, yes, and that they have a code of conduct data themselves as to ethical and proper, provision of their professional services.
Yeah, because what's sort of coming to light is that there are some that are subject to onerous duplication and some that are subject to none. It seems to be a mismatch to go, well, if you've already have a professional qualification, if there's a professional body that has oversight, if you're required to be registered by that body and that body regulates your conduct or can regulate your conduct, then surely we wouldn't need to replicate that once again. Or if we do it in a shortcut version, not one where someone is totally unknown to us. You have to do the same thing.
Yes, and I would agree with you completely, Deputy Chair, but with one sort of caveat, I suppose, in that we would think that it would be necessary as part of that professional registration process that the people have some training or professional development around disability confidence and disability awareness so that they are appropriately qualified to deliver services to people with disability.
That makes sense. Thank you. And on to sort of my main questions. At the first hearing of this inquiry, we asked the department what consultation had occurred before the new NDIS reforms were announced, and they took that on notice. Has your organisation been consulted at any point by the Fraud Fusion Task Force, the NDIA's Fraud and Integrity Team, or the NDIS Commission on Enforcement Strategy?
The answer is in part yes. Through there has been some, I suppose, communication or involvement about the fraud. Was it Prevention Task Force, the first one?
Fraud Fusion, yeah.
Fusion Task, yeah. But not the other. And can I just clarify, Deputy Chair? Are you talking about amendments that have already been passed, or are you including any of the provisions in the bill currently before the Parliament?
No, the provisions in the current bill, yes.
Yeah. Well, insofar as the provisions in the current bill are concerned, the only consultation that occurred was after the minister's announcement and in the run-up to the introduction of the bills into the Parliament, and we would say that was very limited.
Thank you. Your submission flags an inconsistency inside the Integrity and Safeguarding Act itself. Can you take us through that inconsistency, and does the fact that this slipped through before the bill was introduced tell us anything about whether integrity legislation is being drafted with enough disability sector technical scrutiny, taken as part of the thinking?
Yes. Well, so just to come to the first part of your question, the amendments in relation to the cooling off period, that's what you're referring to. The amendments in relation to cooling off period, I don't know, I can't tell you the reason why the drafts person did this, but it allows a correspondence nominee to make decisions about whether or not to withdraw the request to leave the scheme during the cooling off period. A correspondence nominee has no ability to make any decisions for and on behalf of a participant, other than now this new ability,
which is like a sweeping ability. It's like a very broad ability.
It is, and it's been provided or created in circumstances when the participant has nominated the correspondence nominee. There was a set of things that the correspondence nominee could do and a whole bunch of things that a correspondence nominee couldn't do. And now that has changed, and people won't necessarily be prompted to consider whether they should change their correspondence nominee as a result of that process. But more significantly, that provision, we say, is inconsistent with the provisions in the Act about who is entitled to make decisions about the participant and their participation in the plan. So we would say that amendment does not adequately take into account the requirement of Section 79(1) paragraph A of the Act that makes it clear that a correspondence nominee cannot do any act that relates to the preparation, review or replacement of the participant's plan. So that it's created also this inconsistency between, the role of a correspondence nominee as opposed to a plan nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. And just very quickly, I know that the Chair is getting ready to rotate the call. I know the legislation was only released last week, but could you share any initial thoughts you may have on whether the measures in the bill will help reduce and prevent non-compliance, fraud and sharp practices within the NDIS? I know that's there's a lot there, but just some initial thoughts on that.
If you could keep it fairly short, please, Mr.
Yes,
Hall.
very, very short, yes. I think we would say that I think that the provisions around directed to reduction of fraud and sharp practices are probably okay. We might have some issues around the margins. Our bigger concerns are with the provisions that are said to return the scheme to its original intent. And we think that there are a number of significant amendments in the bill that do not, and in fact are completely contrary to returning the scheme to its original intent.
Okay, thank you very much, and I do apologise, Senator and Deputy Chair, but just in the interest in time, we do need to move on. Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Matthew, for your submission. The concept of self-directed supports is a slightly difficult one to explain in some respects, because traditionally when we think about registration under the NDIS, we're talking about the registration of providers. But this also envisages a category where the individual participant is registered, and then they can engage their own workers under a worker registration scheme. And I agree, it was a really interesting concept that came out of the NDIS review. If you, and thank you for your submission, which really, of course, provides an excellent overview of this particular idea. Given that we now have over 750,000 Australians on the scheme, and your AFTO is suggesting that we should absolutely enable this self-directed supports category of registration, what types of safeguards could we put around that type of registration model where the participant registers? And then I imagine you would only envisage that particular registration model would allow people to engage workers on a one-to-one basis. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. And also how we would actually safeguard that category, given that the whole vision around registration is to try and safeguard participants under the scheme.
Right. Well, so in terms of what could be put in place, I mean, I think as I said before, you know, a process of at least visibility through to from the agency through to the worker or the person engaged to provide the services, and maybe there is some merit in limiting a self-directed participant to only engage people who are on an individual basis rather than through a corporate entity, so that there is a direct liability or a personal liability insofar as there is a failure to provide the services or some other issue. There might be some merit in requiring it to be a sort of, as you said, on a one-to-one basis rather than through an entity that is then providing the services of a person. I think certainly that there would be perhaps an ability for the provisions of the Code of Conduct to apply to those workers, or a version of the Code of Conduct to apply to those workers, to give the Commission then the ability to either on its own motion or through a complaint to investigate or sanction that worker through that self-directed arrangement. I mean, I think in large part it probably does depend on the participant having sufficient ability and awareness to understand when they might be being taken advantage of by that person, and to change the arrangements. And I can see that might be a difficult issue, and as to what is how do you ensure that there's that visibility. Insofar as issues around overcharging or things like that, I think that would be addressed by the visibility of the agency through to the person and the amounts being claimed for the services that are being provided.
Thank you. That's an excellent answer.
I think that's probably, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That was it from me.
Thank you, Ms Berry. Senator Little.
Thank you. I just was interested in going back to the comments about registration and unregistered providers, particularly in areas of thin markets. While you say that there needs to be a place for unregistered providers in those markets, in communities of particular vulnerability, I'm wondering what mechanisms you might think might need to be put in place to restrict the ability of people to provide services to people that they don't necessarily need. So I'm pointing to where people might actually need a clinical intervention and it's not necessarily able to be provided easily, so somebody offers something different that is not necessarily going to lead to a better outcome for that individual, but that's all that they can get. How do we overcome that becoming a way business is done in some of those places?
I mean, my first comment, Senator, is that if that's essentially the only option available to the person, that might be better than nothing in any event. I don't know. That would depend on the particular circumstances of the case. But again, I think if there was this lower level of at least identification of the people who are able to provide or providing services, particularly in those thin markets where there may be very few options, there will then still be some visibility by the agency and the Commission around what those people are or certainly in terms of what they're charging and what they're charging for, and how that is aligned with the NDIS pricing mechanisms. As to the, I mean, yes, I mean, I would have to concede. I think it's a very in the particular circumstances that you have raised, I think it's a very it's not a simple solution, and I can't assist you. I'm sorry with anything more about
that's fine to give that answer. Thank you.
Okay. Look, thank you very much. And finally, thank you, Senator Steele-John, for your patience. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you for your evidence, Mr. Hall. First of all, I just want to pick up on something you said earlier about the legislation. You said some of the bits that you've seen run counter rather than delivering the scheme back to its original intent, but you said they run contrary to the original intent, and that's one important thing for us to hear as a committee. So could you expand on that for us?
Well, certainly I think the repeal of Section 31 is a fundamental change.
What is that for people following along at home that might not?
All right, okay. You'll have to forgive me. I'll just need to make sure I get it right. Sorry. While I'm looking for that, I'll go on to. I think certainly the decoupling, or the changes in the connection between the impairment for which someone has been assessed as eligible for the scheme, and that now being required, the support being required to be directly related to that impairment, raises significant issues around, particularly for people with either multiple impairments, which again we think it reduces it takes it away from the notion of individualised plans and programs for participants, and similarly the provisions that empower the minister to give a ministerial determination about wholesale changes to particular types of supports, where you'll be left with the situation where there's been a determination of a level of support that is reasonable and necessary, and the minister will just by direct determination, the effect will be you've got a level of reasonable and necessary supports, but you won't be given the funding to obtain those reasonable and necessary supports as part of driving costs down.
Yes,
Senator, Section...
Yes, I was saying, yep, sorry, go.
I was just going to say Section 31 is the guiding principles that set out the guiding principles that the agency must follow in preparing, reviewing and managing plans, that they be individualised, participant-directed, maximise participant choice, independence and control and social inclusion. We think that the repeal of that section fundamentally changes the philosophy and the basis of the scheme and the Act. Yes.
Yeah, that's
and yes, sorry.
No, keep going.
And so the other issues are, if I just refer to my notes.
We will need to keep it succinct if we could at this
Yeah.
stage.
Well, I'm happy to provide the rest of
Please provide it
the answers on notice
on
if that
notice.
is
That'd be
assistance.
great. Just go into your submission. You've said that there are numerous changes that have been made to the NDIS, justified by the need to crack down on fraud, which is our focus as an inquiry. But that have actually had the effect of restricting participant choice and control, which is, quite a significant thing to say. Can you please kind of talk about the changes that you're referring to there?
Well, I'll focus perhaps on one example, Senator, as illustrative, and that's the changes in relation to the length of funding periods under plans, which are now essentially set as a default at 3 months. And so what that means is, well, that assumes that people's levels of support are consistent and constant and don't fluctuate over time. It assumes that you can get the support when you need it in that 3-month period. And certainly in thin markets, but in other markets as well, there's very long wait times and you might not necessarily be able to get the support within that period. So it essentially severely limits participants' ability to obtain the supports when they need them, and in the manner and form in which they need them. It assumes that that participants are not able to properly manage the expenditure of their plans other than in very short, unreasonable windows of time.
Okay, can I just ask, just due to time, Senator Steele-John, if you could give a final question if you have one, please.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. Now, there have recently been more changes announced that have been sold to the community as, their purpose being stopping fraud, such as expanding mandatory registration and commissioning panels among subtypes of provider. Do you think that these measures are likely to reduce the prevalence of provider fraud? And is there a risk really that participant choice and control would be further restricted by these measures?
Well, I certainly think that there is a very high risk that participant choice and control will be further restricted. I'm not able to say to the extent to which the measures will improve integrity or reduce fraud, but I certainly think that is a question that must be very carefully analysed, as I said in my opening statement, Senator, as to what are the actual or likely benefits of costs or lessening of fraud or sharp practices, and balanced with the changes in participant choice and control.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Look, thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Hall. And I just wanted to let you know that if there are questions on notice that any of the committee has asked for, if you could provide that by Friday, responses by Friday, June the 5th. However, if you do require more time, please liaise with the Secretariat. So thank you so much for your attendance today. We will now take a break and suspend until 1:50 this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Resume the hearing for today and welcome representatives from the Australian Association of Social Workers. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi, my name's Don McKenzie. I'm a Director of Social Sense Allied Health and I'm a accredited mental health social worker.
Thank you very much and thank you for joining us online.
That's okay.
And we also have Robin Ferrans. Would you like to just state your name and the capacity in which you're with us today, please? Can she hear us? Are you able to hear us? I think you may be on mute. We'll continue on at this stage and hopefully we'll have you back in communication very shortly. But would you like to make a opening statement?
Robin had an opening statement prepared on the behalf of the AASW, so if she's ready to speak.
I think she's Robin's nodding. We'll try again.
Oh, right.
Can you hear us, Robin? And are you off mute? I think there's some challenges with the line, so we'll go to questions unless you would like to make some opening remarks.
Yes, well, on behalf of the AASW, I can talk to their opening statement, if that's okay. That saves time.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. McKenzie. I'll just ask a few questions initially. Can you please just explain how social workers are regulated currently outside the NDIS?
So we, as a member of the AASW, I must submit, certain hours of CPD per year and pay my membership fees, and I'm an accredited mental health social worker, so I have an extra level of compliance and audit around my mental health accreditations and training. So we have a portal where we log all of our training and evidence, and that is audited once a year by the AASW. So we must comply with the code of conduct, the practice standards, and there's about 7 or 8 credentialing components to the AASW. So mental health is one, family violence, child protection, etc.
Thank you. And do you feel that those, I suppose, requirements are they sufficient to ensure the integrity of social workers who work in the scheme?
Yes, definitely. The code of conduct and the practice standards and the bylaws and being a member of a self-regulating profession more than meets. So I think it is, in my eyes, duplicitous of NDIS or NDIA to do that on top of that for me as a practitioner in the sector. I've been a social worker 27 years.
Are you talking about registration?
Yes.
Okay, and what would you, so you think that the present situation is sufficient in terms of checks and balances for the integrity and, I suppose, the quality of the social workers who work in the scheme?
Yes, we mandatory have to participate in 10 hours of supervision per year with a clinical supervisor about our practice. There is a disability credentialed social worker as well within the AASW, which has to participate in disability specific training. So I think all of that adds up to an ethical and, well-trained and suitable social worker in the NDIS.
And look, that's my question is not to suggest that the vast majority of social workers I know they work in this field because they want to support and help others, which is an admirable principle. So look, are there any improvements do you think we could make?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. So
I'm so sorry.
Don't worry at all. I'll just finish with that question and response, and
of course,
we'll come back to you, and then you can give your what might be not quite an opening address, but we'll come back to you. So look, just to finish off with that, do you think there are any improvements, Mr. McKenzie, that you think could improve the outcomes for participants in relation to the work that the social workers do?
I think there's lots of improvements that can come about. I'm really impressed by the NDIS's practice alerts around clinical practice. They issue quite good statements around things like polypharmacy.
In a little bit more detail.
Yeah, the NDIA or NDIS issues these 2-page PDF advice for clinicians around different practice issues that might be complex or, controversial in a way. So things like polypharmacy, when one of our clients is taking more than 5 medicines at once, that's really good advice for me as a clinician around how I can work and support with this person as a social worker. So I think build on that.
Is that something that's happened just more recently, or has that been an ongoing reform?
It's been ongoing for as long as I know, maybe 1 or 2 years. And there's a series of different practice alerts which helps guide us as clinicians. Things like dysphagia or swallowing, more of the high-risk issues that we face with clients, like polypharmacy and metabolic issues. So I think that building on that for allied health would be really good. So maybe a community of practice within NDIS that supports different professions like social workers, psychs, speech pathology and OTs.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Ms. Ferrands, lovely to have you online now. Did you want to do a brief opening address?
I would love to. Thank you, and I apologise. So, good afternoon. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which I'm calling from today, from Perth, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present. And I thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee on behalf of the Australian Association of Social Workers, the national professional body representing more than 18,000 social workers across Australia. Our members deliver a wide range of NDIS services, including early childhood supports, psychosocial recovery supports, support coordination, positive behaviour supports, and services for participants with high and complex needs. So today I'd like to make 3 key points. Firstly, social workers play a critical role in safeguarding the integrity of the NDIS through our expertise in advocacy, ethics and human rights-based practice. Second, the scheme must ensure that specialised supports are delivered by appropriately qualified and regulated professionals. Third, existing regulation and accountability mechanisms for self-regulating bodies, including social work, are already effective in supporting quality and safety. The ASW strongly supports the NDIS as a cornerstone of Australia's commitment under the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, and the scheme is fundamentally about enabling people with disability to exercise choice, control and dignity in their lives. Social workers are well placed to uphold both the integrity of the scheme and its human rights obligation, and this commitment is embedded in our Code of Practice and practice standards. Protecting the integrity of the scheme must also mean protecting participants from harm, and poor quality supports delivered by unqualified or inadequately trained workers can lead to poorer outcomes, missed opportunities for effective intervention, and loss in trust in the scheme itself. The ASW welcomes the recent government initiatives to improve accountability and participant safeguarding. And at the same time, future reforms should recognise the robust professional regulation systems already in place for self-regulating professions such as social work and avoid that unnecessary duplication. ASW members are already accountable, as Don has said, through accredited qualifications, continuing professional development, the ASW Code of Ethics, our practice standards, and established complaints and compliance processes. In closing, the integrity of the NDIS is fundamental to its sustainability and to delivering on its promise of choice and control for people with disabilities. Social workers are essential to that effort, bringing the expertise in safeguarding, advocacy, ethical practice and complex support coordination to ensure the scheme operates in the best interests of participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks, and I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your time today. At our first hearing, the NDIA described a spectrum of kickbacks operating against participants. At one end, providers are giving very vulnerable people cigarettes or alcohol while banking the rest of the plan. And at the other end, deliberate 50-50 cash splits. Your members assist with complex support coordination for participants with some of the highest needs that we see. Are your members seeing those patterns directly in their casework? And if so, what is the most common thing that you are seeing?
Don, have you got any comments on that?
I haven't seen it directly, but my main comment is around my concern about larger providers monopolising a participant's plan. Mm-hmm. So someone feeling obligated, to be with them for support worker, SIL, allied health, all provided through the one provider.
Scooping it all up within themselves.
Yeah, and excluding other providers. So there's no, and it's sort of like a codependent relationship then.
Do you see that as a particular issue in regional communities as well, whether they're drawn into this large provider who then doesn't actually have the services in those communities?
Yeah, I'm in Metro Melbourne, but I did work in regional New South Wales, and it does set up a bit of a false economy in a way that the client can't escape this provider or choose another one in thin markets, but they're obligated in a way because there might be some positives and negatives of this provider. But often a client isn't empowered to know their rights or to exercise their rights around this. So a lot of what I do as a social worker is educating them about what they can and can't do and the impacts and consequences of that.
One thing that I'm a little bit concerned about, and I'd be interested in your insights from what you're both seeing, is an increasing narrative that all registered providers are primarily good and all unregistered providers are primarily bad. We've heard evidence earlier today from allied health professionals, that clearly articulated why, a small regional physio or speech pathologist or whatever it may be, might not be necessary or feasible for them to be registered, maybe perhaps to have their information collected. I think the term they used was enrolled, versus going through this behemoth process that actually benefits the larger providers but locks out small businesses. Do you have a view or some information you can share with us on that?
I agree with that. Anecdotally, I speak to social workers every day in my role, and the concern around registration is that a lot of them would have to go out of business. They just can't afford or cope with the rigorous registration process. And as we said, as a self-guided, a self-regulated profession, we provide probably more checks and balances for our members than a lot of the registration requirements do. And yes, there is a big fear, especially around sole providers, that they would not be able to survive if it had to go down mandatory registration.
What do you see as a compromise position so that we can allow the bad actors who are in there to be drawn out of the system, so they stop exploiting it, they stop defrauding it, but also ensuring that we have a mechanism to protect the good quality unregistered providers, many of whom have their own professional qualifications in other fields, or in those fields, sorry, outside of the NDIS?
I think mandatory requirement of being a member of the AASW for any social workers in the role means that they have to adhere. They have to be appropriately qualified to start with a degree or a master's. They have to adhere to our practice standards. They have to adhere to our code of practice, our code of ethics, and we have that complaints and ethics accountability service that they have to go through if there are any complaints against them. And if through that complaints process, if they are deemed to not be practicing ethically, they are no longer eligible to be a member of the AASW. So I think just having that that membership requirement, as it is at the moment for to work in the NDIS space, is for self-regulated professions at least, I think, an appropriate check and balance for that.
Sure. And I know the legislation was only released last week, but are you able to share any initial thoughts on whether the measures in the bill, in your view, will help reduce and prevent non-compliance, fraud and sharp practices in the NDIS, or if there is still a way to go?
I'm not really sure as yet. Sorry, I can't comment on that.
No, that's okay. And I know it's very soon. Is there, and my last question to you, can you identify for us any areas of fraud or leakage or waste that you've come across that would be a simple mechanism for us to look at and say, well, that's something that we can actually create a process to carve out?
Don, you'd probably be better placed to answer that one.
Yeah. I haven't come across much, only around education for participants around. I tend to say to my clients, providers are not your family and they're not your friends, and you need to have boundaries, and what are the red flags of a provider that might be crossing those boundaries. So I think an education campaign around empowering participants to assert those rights would be good. But generally, yes, there's not much I can suggest otherwise.
Thank you both so much for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could we now hand over to Mr. Pike?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for making time to be here today, because I think it's really important that we hear your perspective. You're an important part of the operations of this scheme. I'd be conscious of the fact that your members would be, obviously right on the front line and seeing instances where you may on occasion need to report instances of abuse or of fraud within the scheme. I'd be keen to get your perspectives as to how your members have found that process, the transparency that you might, let's say you've made a complaint, is, how are they finding it in terms of trying to chase up to see if there's been a resolution to that, and just any insights you had on how those matters are handled from the NDIA and the Commission.
I can only speak, again, very anecdotally from what I hear from members when I speak to them. And if we're talking about, that we think a complaint needs to be put in, the immediate reaction is, well, it doesn't seem to go anywhere. So again, that's very anecdotally from what I hear. So that's really the only comment that I can make on that. I'm not sure if John's got any insight on that.
Yeah, I've used the hotline to make complaints or to tip off providers that I've seen that I fear is fraudulent or deliberate or not. I'm not sure, but I've not gotten good responses or timely responses, and I've just sort of encouraged the client to see a disability advocate or do other things to protect their financial reputation or their support arrangements, which often the client is fearful of losing their supports in a thin market if there's any whistleblowing. And that's one of the ethical dilemmas that I face every day as a frontline social worker within the NDIS around my role as a therapist balanced with my role as a compliance officer for the NDIS.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you, just on those sort of matters where you've called and you've ended up having to advise your clients that that perhaps a disability advocate might be the way to go down, do you, I mean, without divulging any individual information, what's been the sort of outcome out of those processes? Are we seeing better outcomes off the back of that, or is it, do you get a sense that these things are being followed up, or do you feel that people are just continuing dealing with the situations as best they can and moving forward?
The things that I've seen is that the disability advocate has made more of a difference than the NDIA processes. Yeah. So they've coached or helped the client to sort of, know the rules and the, of a service agreement and what they can and can't do and what's payable. I think in this space, you've got participants that are confused about the rules, about what they can buy and what they can't buy sometimes under the NDIS. It's getting clearer. And you've got providers that are confused about what's consumables and what's therapy and what's able to be bought. So I think you've got that perfect storm of confusion and, deal with it as we go. But the advocate's been quite helpful to me and to the client, and they've sort of moved away from unscrupulous providers and found new providers without much assistance from the NDIA.
Do you believe that there is a sort of sense amongst your members and amongst the participants that you work with that they won't bother now making complaints because of their previous experience or the view that nothing will change?
No, my experience has been that clients are very assertive, and upset around. Often they worry about being treated as a commodity within the NDIS, like other evidence has said about being an ATM. So the ones that I've seen, that it's quite a empowering thing for them to push back against the system and protect their plan, and to really encourage them. I mean, obviously there's vulnerabilities there that that can be exploited, but the clients that I see, they're more empowered to sort of fight against providers that are either unfair or, over invoicing or whatever's happened to them.
And if I can just ask a follow-up finally on that front, could you maybe just outline, are there any particular themes you're picking up through your members of where that risk of abuse, neglect or fraud is most acute? And where the NDIS should be focusing its resources to really ensure that obviously you're telling me there isn't a lack of will from the participants to call it out, but where should they be focusing to try to tackle it?
Yeah, the most area I think you should focus, or they should focus on, is around the high and complex needs. So my clients with physical injury, psychosocial disability and homelessness, that's where I see where there's a lot of, the NDIS is very transactional, and I think that's where a lot of fraud can happen in the transactional nature of it, where there isn't a lot of continuity of service, where the client can leave or the provider can leave. So I think that leaves a lot of room for abuse. So I think those high and complex needs clients that I see are the most at risk, that I think should be focused on.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you. And thank you for making the submission that you have. I've wanted to ask, you obviously arguing in your submission for social workers because of the membership setup that you actually have and your own registration processes, that you would like to see you exempt from that. Can you tell me have you got any insight on who else should be exempt that has the robust processes that you have in your organisation, your association?
I think anybody that is APRA registered, anybody that's that has either APRA registration or a rigorous self-regulated profession, as the AASW does.
Right. Okay. And your submission talks about your organisation because you've got those processes. If you were that self-regulation allowed you to be exempt, what would you need to do to change your organisation to be able to intervene or respond when inevitably sometimes things go wrong?
So we already have our ethics complaint service where the members of the public, other social workers, other professions can complain, put in a complaint against a social worker, and as long as they are members, we can follow that through. And that's a very rigorous process, and we take that process very seriously for our members. Yeah.
So you'd like to see that as a minimum standard for anybody else who was granted exemption?
Minimum. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I think that's fine for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Little. Over to you.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, can I just add a little
go
bit more?
ahead. Add your final point.
I think if being self-regulated, as long as the NDIS says that they need to be a member of that professional body, then that complaints process does work. But, as long as anybody could be a provider with NDIS and not be a member of that professional body that has that rigorous process, then, yeah, it won't work.
Senator Little has a final question.
Sorry, I have a final question. Look, we often refer to people living with disabilities and multiple disabilities as vulnerable people. But what about the work that you do around family structures that exist around people who are already identified as a vulnerability that might create additional vulnerabilities for people? How important is it that people such as yourselves in that profession actually have the ability to go into people's homes, talk to them regularly, pick up not just the information they're feeding you, but from the visuals that you're actually seeing that people actually have greater vulnerabilities than, say, filling in a plan might suggest? How important is your profession to continue to be able to do the work that you do, which actually is about diminishing or highlighting those additional vulnerabilities that might not be seen even by the person themselves?
Did you want to answer that, Don, or did you want me to?
Yeah, well, I can add a bit to it. Yeah, I can see my work shifting to dealing with more complex families as people exit and thriving kids comes on board. I think, yeah, the focus on complex families and really supporting, there are good and bad sides to having a family really invested in their child or young person or young adult with a disability. And that's an ethical tension for me around the rights of the person and what the family's wishes are. So there are lots of protective factors there, but there are also some issues that need to be mediated with the family. But I do lots of work with carers around carer burnout and fatigue and respite, and how they can manage the relationship, because there's a lot of grief and loss with families and carers around milestones that the person with a disability may or may not meet in their life. So that sort of informal care arrangements are critical and saves us all lots of money, and it's really important to support those informal care arrangements, because what I do in the therapy room, I want to be able to be duplicated at home with the carers.
Thank you.
And I think social work, in it, the nature of what we do and how we are trained, is our superpower, I suppose, for want of a better word, is looking at that system and those systems.
Thank you. Over to you, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the evidence that you've given so far today. As the son of a social worker for 20 years in the UK, it's always great to hear your profession's perspective as we do the work as is needed in this inquiry. Now, you have in your submission, you have flagged a number of concerns about a move towards mandatory provider registration. Could you go a bit deeper than what you've shared to this point on what those concerns are and the problems that you think that could create for people?
Do you want to go, John?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the question. I don't mind saying I'm an unregistered provider in the NDIS myself, so as a sole practitioner, and the reason why I don't register is due to the cost and the duplicitous nature of what I do with the AASW. But I think, there's lots of, I think as you stratify risk with clients or participants, you should stratify risk with professionals. So there's a dual matching of what we do as social workers, and I would deem us to be low risk as social workers in our interventions. There's not swallowing risk like with speech pathologists or other professions, OTs with aids and equipment. So I think it should be, fit for purpose with the profession. So I'm not a registered provider because the cost is prohibitive for me and I work under 8 schemes as a private practitioner. NDIS is one of those schemes.
Yeah, so you work under 8 schemes, and it would increase the cost and bureaucracy kind of burden.
Red tape.
The red tape piece. If the government pushed ahead with registration, I'm imagining from the evidence you've given so far today that you would be comfortable with registration only in the form that you were required to be registered with the peak body for the allied health profession that you were actually part of. So registered for you would mean registered with your peak body, is that correct?
A member of the association, yes.
A member of the association, rather than being registered in the general, in the sense of what it means now, which is basically to be audited by a third-party auditor and then to have supplied the results of that audit to the Commission. Because that's where the additional cost comes in for you. And what does that look like for an individual, for your members? How much money are we talking here at the moment?
Well, I only provide one line item as therapy as a provider. I know other social workers provide support coordination and 3 or 4 line items. So I guess it's in their interest to become registered. But for me, it's like an upfront of about 2,000 or 3,000 plus 2,000 per biannually for audit, renewal of the registration. And I don't have any of those costs in any other scheme. The other 7 schemes like Medicare, Open Arms, EAP, Support at Home with My Aged Care, you can be an associate provider with a registered provider and not have that cost. So NDIS is the only scheme that has that high cost.
Yeah, and that's what you're referring to when you say in your submission the registration process should avoid duplicating or undermining existing regulatory mechanisms. The mechanisms you're referring to are the other mechanisms that you're either under at the moment or the registration with your peak body that you currently have.
Yes, and the requirements we have to maintain that membership with us, yes.
And so if you're a sole operator like yourself or you're working into a regional or rural environment and you've got access to these, other schemes where you don't have this requirement, but then, say the government doesn't listen and they bring in mandatory registration with the auditing and the costs involved. Do you think it's likely that we will see social workers kind of just decide not to provide services to NDIS participants rather than bear the cost?
Very much so. Yes, I'm already getting members calling me saying it's not. I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm going to pull out. And you're going to lose a lot of very good, dedicated workers in this space, I think.
Yeah, that's my concern as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Look, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate that. And yeah, thanks for the evidence you've given today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Thank you so much for your time today. It really is valuable to hear your point of view. If there are any questions that on notice, if you could please respond by the 5th of June. And you are also welcome to provide additional information relevant to our terms of reference if you wish. And if you could liaise with the Secretariat if you require further time. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I'd now like to invite Mr. David Pletherick from Disability Advocacy Network Australia to come forward. Thanks for your patience.
Very lonely over here on my own.
Oh. Don't feel lonely.
No.
We're all in this together. So look, thank you for attending this afternoon. Looking forward to a constructive discussion. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, my name's David Charles Petherick. I'm a board member of Disability Advocacy Network Australia, and that's the basis on which I'm here today.
Thank you very much. And would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, just a brief one.
Yep, go ahead.
So firstly, I'd like to thank the great staff at Dana under Emma Bennison and Dr. Sherry Balasis for preparing the submission that we presented. They've done some great work in that, so I'm really appreciative of the great work they continue to do. I also want to say, from the advocacy sector, that we've written a submission that is pointing out shortcomings in the Quality and Safeguards Commission, but overriding that is we desperately want the Quality and Safeguards Commission to succeed. We are on their side and we are desperate to see them succeed in their work. But we recognise that they're managing overwhelming demand within the constraints of their budget and their enabling legislation, and they're using a risk-based regulation prioritisation framework, which is very fancy sounding, but basically they're prioritising the most urgent cases and the highest risk, and that's a natural and an obvious response to overwhelming demand. But it comes with great risks because it puts at risk the information they require to do their job, which is people with disability coming forward and raising their concerns. And it does that because the vast majority of complaints or issues that are brought forward by people with disabilities don't go anywhere. They're not prioritised under that framework. And so people with disabilities who come forward with their concerns don't end up getting any feedback or any closure on the concerns they've raised. So they've taken the brave step to come forward to raise complaints about their provider. And in the majority of cases, they're prioritised as low risk and they hear no further. And they're left with a system that is saying to them, we value the information you bring forward, we value the concerns you bring forward, we will use them to prioritise where we need to take action and as intelligence gathering for us. Now you need to trust us and go away is effectively the message that people with disabilities get. So the really great risk is that the intelligence that comes from all of those people being brave enough to come forward ends up being dissipated because over time people give up. And so I think, I'm not 100% certain of this, but I think I heard the Commission talk about a reduction in the number of complaints they've had. One interpretation of that would be that the service system is getting better, but the other very real interpretation is that people with disabilities and the advocates who support them have given up on taking things forward to the Commission unless they're at the very serious end. And we, as the advocacy service that I work for, which is Right to Information and Advocacy Centre in rural regional Victoria, we are at a stage where previously we'd been encouraging people to go forward and to pursue complaints through the Commission, but now we're at a position where we need to also discuss with them the very real possibility that we will help them put their complaint forward, but we may not ever hear from the Commission, and there may never be a closing of the loop back to the person who's raised the complaint to let them know where that complaint went. Or what action was taken in response to their complaint. And so that's a really difficult conversation to have with somebody who is already potentially angry, anxious, fearful, distressed, because they've taken for them, a pretty brave step of coming forward to complain about their provider or something that's happening to them, mistreatment of them. And for them, their issue is really important. Yeah. So it's, again, in the broader context of the whole service system, it might not be prioritised by the Commission, but from the person who's brought it forward, it's a really personal and important issue for them. But there is a very strong possibility that we'll put the complaint in and that will be the end of it from their point of view. And
so you have a really strong focus in your submission
yes.
on the complaints handling process. Now, and obviously there's situations from what you're saying where participants are feeling frustrated because they've stepped up, they've made a complaint and they're not getting a response. So, I mean, I would hope that's not happening across the board. I'm presuming that there are participants who do get their complaints responded to. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. Even participants with really serious issues that we know the Commission has taken seriously because they've taken the step of sending people to the regions to interview both the advocate and the person who's brought the person with disability who's raised the complaint. But even in that case, the case I'm thinking of that took 2 or 3 years to reach sort of resolution in inverted commas, we were unable to tell the person, even after discussing with the Commission, what the resolution was.
Okay.
We were only able to, because again, we understand natural justice and due process and confidentiality around steps the Commission might take with a provider who they deem as not doing the right thing. But if that loop's not closed for the person who first raised the concern, it's easy for the person to assume that nothing's happened. The provider continues to operate.
So what's the solution?
We need, from our point of view, we need to reorient the system to the perspective of the person with disability who the whole system rests on. You know,
in relation to the Commission, what do you think needs to happen to improve the process for the participant?
We've raised a number of things in here. So in the short term, there does need to be more of a focus on. There needs to be a rebalancing of the focus from the rights of the provider to the rights of the person with disability who's the complainant as well, so that that communication loop is more reliably closed, that the person is given information about what happened with their complaint and where it led. We know that even if a provider is prosecuted, currently that information, and successfully prosecuted, that information isn't fed back to the person who first, or to our client who first came forward with that complaint. And the reason we will give, and again, the reason we've been given for that is that the prosecution may not rest on that person alone, it may rest on a number of people. Well, okay, it may, but still, I think closing that loop for that person so they get some kind of closure to say, well, it was worthwhile me going through the risk and the anxiety of raising the complaint. There was an outcome that was whatever, and even if it's not a satisfactory outcome, being notified that there was an outcome and that the matter is now closed or that there's no further action to be taken still is better than being left with nothing. So even if there's a successful prosecution, it really relies on the person or their advocate or someone in their family going through the court lists to find out what happened in the proceedings, to see whether that person was found guilty and there were fines or whatever there might have been left. That's not, as a matter of course, fed back to the people who raised the complaint. That seems to be a fundamental weakness in the current system.
Right. Well, look, thank you. I appreciate that feedback, and obviously you feel that there needs to be better communication and structures in place that actually mean that the Commission does go through due process in terms of communicating to a participant who has made a complaint.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time today. Would you be able to give us an understanding of some areas of fraud, leakage or waste that you have come across, specifically from the feedback that you're getting within the system, and where there might be some simple measures that we can adopt in order to reduce that?
Yes. So we're aware, one of our advocates in regional Victoria was certainly pursuing a number of complaints against a particular provider in that regional town, and that's the example I gave of the Commission taking it seriously enough to send people out to interview, take witness statements to interview people. But that, from the point of view of both our advocate, who was quite frustrated with the whole process, and certainly from the point of view of the people who came forward, even though there was they had fear of, whether unfounded or not, but had fear of retribution, and in a small town, and the provider knowing that they'd raise a complaint. That went into the investigation part of the Commission. We believe certain steps were taken, but from the point of view of the advocate and the individuals with disability who came forward, nothing changed. The service provider still operates. We're not aware of whether there was any corrective action taken. We're told that it was properly investigated and certain things happened.
So perhaps closing that loop would actually give people greater confidence that there was an outcome to their complaint process, so that others are more likely to follow through in the same way. Would that be an example?
Yes, because otherwise we're left either presuming that the evidence wasn't sufficient enough to take further action, or that there were discussions and the Commission required some changes in policy, didn't prosecute it, but negotiated some improvements in service. We have to guess that. And we have to try and find a way to relay that back to the person who came to us to help them make the complaint, and are saying 3 years later, what's happened? On the surface, nothing's happened. And we're trying to reassure them that, it has been investigated, so things have happened, but we don't know what. That's the real challenge. Because why would that person come forward next time?
Yeah, and in your submission you talk about that, watching it disappear into the abyss, literally coming back with nothing. And I guess there's two parts to my question. What then happens to the person with a disability and their trust in the scheme when they actually have nothing visible coming back? And do you then see the fall in complaint count to the Commission as a sign that things are getting better, or a sign that the regulator is now going blind because people are choosing not to take those steps?
I hope it's the former, but I suspect it's the latter. I suspect
you're right.
Yes, that it will lead to a drop-off in complaints because people no longer have the confidence to come forward. And again, I want to reiterate, I say that in the context that of all the people from the Commissioner down, at the Commission are good people doing great work in this, in the circumstances and limitations that they've got.
In very difficult circumstances.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the blind spot is that approach, which they've had to adopt to deal with the overwhelming demand, is potentially going to lead to a drop-off in the kind of intelligence gathering that they are relying on, because people will lose faith and will stop coming forward, as you said.
So if I'm thinking things through, if a complaint is not serious enough for the Commission's risk-based triage to act on it, is there anywhere else in the system actually resourced to resolve it for the person? Like, where do they go? What do they do? How do we fix it? Or is the honest answer is that there literally is no plan B or no option B?
There really aren't any effective option Bs. There are, in Victoria, there's the Social Security Regulator, there's the Disability Services Commissioner, but clearly if you look at the resources they've got, they're very, very low. And the scope of what they can do. The Disability Service Commission, in fact, has such a narrow scope in what it can investigate, and only has, I think, 4 or 5 part-time staff, that it's rendered ineffective, I think would be fair to say. There's the Victor and Disability Worker Commission, but again, they have very limited scope, and compared to the Quality Safeguards Commission, a tiny budget. So I think the reality is that, to use the NDIA's own terminology, the Commission is the only lifeboat in the ocean.
Thank you, Mr Petherick, for your time and your evidence today. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Over to Senator Little.
Thank you. Mr Petherick, your organisation represents some 80 independent disability advocacy organisations. My question goes to something that's been raised with me several times, even in the last few weeks, from providers that say going after participants, many of whom are on some form of income management, is not the area for greater target if we're talking about integrity of the scheme. That's essentially what I've heard several times, almost verbatim. What would you suggest is where the focus should be to have the greatest impact on the integrity of the NDIS?
Well, again, I think from the point of view of our submission here, that we rely heavily on people with disability providing the intelligence of where things are working and where things are not working, along with their advocates, who are, I think, a valuable source of information for the Commission and for the government around. I know I've described in the past that we're the canaries in the coal mine that are able to provide early warning to government about where the system might be failing. And I think there's a number of challenges there. It would be remiss of me not to point out that the lack of funding in disability advocacy is one of those, that there's just not clearly pointed out by the Disability Royal Commission and the NDIS review that there should be more funding into disability advocacy to support that role. So that's a challenge. I know my organisation, our wait lists are at 12 weeks. We're on track to do more than 300% of our targets in the area of supporting NDIS appeals to the ART. So we're doing 3 times more than we're funded to do, and spreading ourselves thinly and trying to do that. So again, from the point of view of this submission, it is around that we have this opportunity to get this intelligence from people with disabilities about where things aren't working. Some of those complaints might be, comparatively speaking, low-level complaints, but again, from the point of view of the person who's come forward and had the courage to come forward, it's a serious matter for them and should be taken seriously. And if we don't support people to come forward, both by having access to advocacy and systems, but by making sure that people's complaints are taken seriously, and by taken seriously I mean the person gets some feedback about what the resolution was or what the result of their complaint was, we are going to lose that intelligence that the whole system sits on.
We've heard in evidence here that there are some particular professions where they're pretty well regulated already. They have to be registered. They have to go through processes that require assessments, sometimes annually. Would in your experience you be satisfied that there are professions that don't need to go through the process of registration under the NDIS because those processes already exist? They argue that the risk is that they will lose people to who the participants can get access to.
Yeah, so again, coming from a rural, regional, remote advocacy service, and again, this is not part of the submission, so this is my views, not necessarily the views of Dana. I do have concerns that if registration is too onerous, that we already have thin markets in regional areas, and that it may make those markets thinner. But also, from our point of view, a significant number of the complaints that we hear and the concerns we have are against registered providers. And so registration isn't a panacea by any stretch of the imagination. And again, if we've got Quality Safeguards Commission that is already overwhelmed, if we add more services for them to monitor by registering all services, that's going to make that situation worse. Now, again, I'm not saying I'm against registration, but I am worried that it's seen as this panacea that, I think I heard someone earlier say registered providers good, unregistered providers bad, and that's just not the case. So there are lots of good unregistered providers doing great work. So we need to be able to make sure they can continue to do that work whilst we have the appropriate amount of oversight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Pike.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to build off that answer. Obviously, we're heading into a sort of a system where we're going to end up with greater registration, and then certain aspects, certain providers will be more on a enrolment basis, if you like to use the language that's around at the moment. I'm just keen to get your perspective on where you think an appropriate tiered sort of system should sit. Where should we be drawing the line as to where we want people having a really rigorous registration versus, a very, very basic through to, fill out half an A4 page. Where do you sense that those lines should be drawn? Because obviously there's going to have to be a point where governments are making judgment calls here around the risk, and I'd be keen to get your perspective on that.
Well, without seeing any of the detail of how that registration might look, the messages that we've seen from government, I would agree with. They've talked about people most at risk in closed environments, SIL, SRS, where people are most vulnerable need the highest amount of scrutiny around registration. And that people at the lower, again, I heard the people, I think from the Social Work Association this morning talking about that they already have rigorous processes for registering social workers. I would have thought that that's reasonable to accept their registration processes in lieu of doing extra work at a lower level around registration for the NDIS. So there must be ways that we can keep the burden at an appropriate level. But again, I think that risk-based approach that I have heard the government talk about in relation to this matter, I think sounds, without any of the detail, knowing the detail and being privy to any of the detail, seems to be the right way to go. That where people are most vulnerable and most at risk, we need more scrutiny, and where there's less vulnerable, we need less scrutiny around that registration process.
No, that makes sense to me. I was chatting to a constituent of mine last night about the experience that she's had with the NDIS, and she'd had many registered providers supporting her son, and she had found that their experience, they had many qualifications, certificates and all sorts of things, but some of the best ones that responded specifically to the needs of her son were ones that had come from unregistered providers who were not necessarily the best qualified people in the world, but had some sort of, natural sort of affinity or just gelled with her son for whatever reason. I mean, is that a sort of a common theme that you're seeing across your membership? And, that it's not necessarily the most, people can be selected for different reasons and can work well for a range of different reasons as well.
Yeah, and I think in some of those things, it is about, if you have a rigid system that doesn't allow flexibility to meet different circumstances and people's personal situations, then you do end up with people falling down the cracks. So I agree that, hopefully Dr. Talaporis won't mind me talking about this, but I know I've heard him talk about he doesn't need his providers. He's perfectly capable of making judgments about the capacity and quality of the people he wants to employ to support him. And I agree with him. So he doesn't need registration imposed over his decision-making. He's not there are some vulnerable people who do require that. But again, coming from an organisation that works in rural regional Victoria, the thin market part we do worry about. The clients you're talking about who may have strong family members around them who are able to advocate and who are able to help them monitor and safeguard themselves around the providers they've got, have different needs around and may need circumstances where they cannot get. I know I live in Geelong and I'm part of the Golden Plains Disability Advisory Committee, and I know that I'm aware of a family who live in a remote part of that region, which is 30 minutes from Geelong, which is a pretty major city, who cannot get disability providers to come to them because the half-hour drive is a barrier. They can get plenty of work in Geelong. Why would they travel all the way to a small country town to support them? In that case, the solution for her may be using unregistered students, but they're in a supervised environment with her and her daughter anyway. So if we require and insist that everybody's registered, we may be leaving that family stranded from support altogether. So my concern is that we have an adequate amount of flexibility to take account of people's individual circumstances and other mechanisms, safeguarding mechanisms they may have around them, without making it a free-for-all for service providers. But if we close off and have strict rules about everybody must be registered, we potentially leave some people behind.
It's always that balance, isn't it? Particularly in areas where it's a thin market.
Yes.
I'd be keen to just get your thoughts quickly on obviously the conflict of interest with support coordination and plan management. Just if you could just sort of, is there a house view, and you could dive into a bit more detail there, and what potential separation requirements might look like if we went down that path.
Mr. Petherick, if you could keep your answer fairly succinct.
Okay.
Greatly appreciate it.
Big topic.
So you're talking about the conflict of interest with support coordination and plan management being within service provision currently?
That's right.
Yes. No, I think we're pretty clear that we think that's not a good idea, that leads to people's plans being captured, and that there should be independence in plan management support coordination. Hopefully that's succinct enough.
Thank you very much.
That was succinct.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Petherick, for your contribution today. Great to hear that you live down in the Geelong region.
Geelong region, that's right. And
very close to my electorate.
Yes.
And thank you for being with us today. If there's any further information to be provided to the committee, if you could do so via the Secretariat by the 5th of June. If there is a challenge with that time frame, please make contact with the Secretariat. And we do thank you for your attendance today. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
We'd now like to invite representatives from the Australian National Audit Office to step forward, please. We will just suspend for 5 minutes until 5:57 to enable the setting up for online. Thank you. from the Australian National Audit Office. I know there's been a few technical issues and that you are now coming to us via phone line. I'm just wanting to hear your voices. Do we have Ms. Peter Lane and Ms. Corinne Horton on the line?
Yes, we are.
Lovely to hear your voices. So I just want to remind officials that the Senate has resolved that an office of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence in parliamentary committees has been provided to you both. So, and then for the Hansard record, if you could please both state your names and the capacity in which you appeared today.
Thank you. Pete, Group Executive Performance Audit Service. Corinne Horton, the Performance Audit.
We are, the line is breaking up. I will continue and we will see how we go. I just, in the interest of time, we've lost some time. We have got your opening statement. I'm thinking that we will table that and move directly to questions. I'd like to begin by asking if you could describe at a high level the recent work the ANAO has done relevant to the integrity of the NDIA. And if you could keep your answers, if you wouldn't mind, fairly succinct so we can give committee members time to ask their questions. Thank you.
That there are two audits completed recently would be relevant. The first was an audit of the NDIA's NDIS commitments. That audit concluded that management of compliance with NDIS partly prior to the NDIS.
Sorry to interrupt. We are having real challenges in hearing you. Every third word is not coming through, unfortunately. We're talking to the technicians about if there's anything further we can do to be able to hear you. What I might do is suspend for a couple of minutes while we see if we can improve the line.
No problem.
And we'll come back on in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Office. We have Miss Peter Lane and Miss Corinne Horton on the line. Are you able just to confirm you are on the line?
Yes, we are.
Okay, we may need to increase the volume. Thank you. Well, look, we'll continue on. If I can, I'll repeat that first question to you, which was that could you describe at a high level the recent work the ANAO has done relevant to the integrity of the NDIA?
Yes, very happy to. Please jump in if you can't hear me.
No, we can hear you. You're sounding
Great.
good. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. There are two recently completed performance audit reports that the ANAO has done work on that we think will be relevant to this inquiry. The first of these was an inquiry into the NDIA's management of claimant compliance.
And when was that conducted? Sorry to interrupt you. When was that conducted?
So we tabled it in June of this year.
And for what period did it cover?
From 2021 till 2025, till about April 2025.
Okay, thank you very much. And the second one?
The second audit was an examination of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission's regulatory functions and the effectiveness of those.
And when was that conducted?
So we tabled that one in about September 2025.
Okay, and when was the time frame for that audit?
It's over a similar time frame. The audits themselves take 11 to 12 months.
Okay, thank you. So it was prior to 2020 what year?
The period of the audit?
Yes.
So it was tabled in 2025.
Yes.
And we covered the period leading into that.
Okay,
it
the year prior.
It was more of a framework, look at their framework, so it wasn't clear on the time scope.
Thank you. And then if you can talk to us about the payment system. So starting with the NDIA payment system, can you describe what controls you saw in the payment systems in that time? What were they, and was there anything missing in terms of the payment system and, well, I suppose if it was underperforming and how, if you could just give me those details.
So the payment systems that they use, they have two. They have a CRM using SAP, and they have another one under development with Salesforce 8. I think overall conclusion was that when the NDIS was designed, it lacked some of the basic preventative controls that we'd expect to see within the system. With their program that they brought in around crackdown on fraud, we had seen an increase in the number of controls, but it was still a work in progress.
Sorry, would you mind repeating that last, did you say something about improvements in the system? I just found that hard to hear.
Yeah, sorry. With their program they've got on crackdown on fraud, that was expected to be implemented by December 2025, which was after the audit period. It should have embedded some additional controls.
Okay, thank you. And is there anything, do you think, I'm not sure in your role, do you actually come up with recommendations on improvements, as in what occurred and what do you think could be improved on in terms of payment system?
At a high level, we certainly do make recommendations through the course of the audit. In terms of the audit that we did on claimant compliance, there were 4 recommendations made. Corinne, I might pass you just in terms of, I think they were more at a system level. They were. They didn't go specifically to the payment systems themselves. They went to more of the framework and the reforms. So the payment processes and assurance activities for recommending for improvement.
And what if it, at that high level, if you could summarise the recommendations that you made there, what are the key things that you would recommend that need to be done, or that have been done?
First recommendation was around recommendation focused on updating the NDIA's corporate compliance frameworks and related policies and procedures to reflect their revised compliance approach. The second recommendation was about updating risk assessments at the fraud and operational levels to reflect known fraud and non-compliance risks and control weaknesses. The third recommendation was around expanding the scope of its payment assurance testing to estimate the financial impacts of more complex fraud and non-compliance, as well as establishing processes to monitor the implementation of recommendations from its root cause analysis of the thematic issues. And the final one was a recommendation to focus on improving the reporting to government and ministerial council on the progress of their implementation of the Crackdown on Fraud program.
Thank you. And look, I just have one more question. So on the fraud controls, what was in place at the time of the audit in terms of resources, systems and processes to deal with integrity issues? And has there been a shift in terms of improvements in this, I suppose, the treatment of fraud and the actually targeting of fraud in the system now?
So broadly, when the NDIS was designed, and we mentioned this in our report, it was designed without some basic preventative controls such as clear claim requirements and robust identity verification and prepayment validation processes. At the time we were doing the audit, the NDIA had established processes to detect and respond to non-compliant claims, such as tip-off mechanisms, manual payment review processes and debt recovery. When we looked at what they were implementing those processes, they were doing them, but they were at quite a small scale. So the manual prepayment reviews were based on risk profiles, so they had done that intelligence and that analysis to identify risk profiles. But they were only covering 0.4% of the NDIA outlays, but they were detecting clients. So part of our recommendation was to focus on that, picking that up at scale.
And has it improved since then?
We understand there has been quite a bit of work in this space, certainly a focus to improve what was at the time a small portion of activity in that area. But in terms of the detail, we would not have that to hand.
Yeah. Okay. Look, thank you very much. It is a difficult line where we are struggling to hear a little, but I think we should persist and allow the Deputy Chair to ask her questions.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick to ensure that others have time as well. According to Report 48, the NDIA manually reviewed only 0.4% of NDIS claims before payments in quarters 1 and 2 of 24-25. And of the claims they did manually review in 2024, 53.7% were cancelled for non-compliance. Can you confirm those two findings for me? And in audit terms, what does a 53.7% cancellation rate on 0.4% that is checked tell us about the other 99.6% that's never been manually reviewed?
I can confirm the figures, and that's covered in our report in paragraph number 7 in our overall conclusion. In terms of overall, I suppose it's a small percentage, but it was yielding a large return. So it does suggest that the risk profiling that they had done and the work they were doing, they were identifying appropriate cases to look at for prepayment. It's hard to extrapolate it out to the further 90+% without doing further work.
Okay. And if there's anything additional you can provide in relation to that, I'm happy to take that on notice. Report 48 also recorded that the NDIA itself described its payment assurance testing in September 2023 as very limited scope and light touch, and they actually used capitals to say it's unlikely to detect fraud, and that it doesn't capture services not delivered, it doesn't capture false ABNs or fraudulent invoices or provider participant collusion. As an audit body, what are the ANAO's thoughts on this, and what's your actual working definition of fraud when dealing with the NDIS? Is it deliberate actions, or does it include inadvertent errors?
So when we do an audit, we'll use the definitions that the entities themselves have put in place, and it does range from inadvertent non-compliance through to serious and organised crime or fraud in that nature.
Okay, so just to be clear, the NDIS in its definition does include inadvertent errors in its fraud definition?
Just coming back to you, I think it did at the time, and they have revised that as well, but I'm sorry, I might have to come back to you.
Okay. All right. Do I have another quick minute, Chair, or do I don't want to cut into Senator Little's time?
Yes, I think we can go ahead with one more question.
Okay, thank you. Report 48 also found that the NDIA had not established a fit-for-purpose framework for managing NDIS claim compliance, and your recommendation one called for one. The NDIA's broader remediation program carried a target completion date of December 2025, which is obviously now passed. In the course of the ANAO's current audit work, have you examined or independently verified whether that framework does actually now exist?
Deputy, that certainly, we do understand there has been further work undertaken in this area, but we have not ourselves dived into the detail of the nature of that and or at what stage the entity would have been in December 2025 in relation to the process.
Thank you. And if you could also provide on notice for me the definition of fraud that the NDIA has provided to you, that would be great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. And over to you, Senator.
Thank you. Just a question for the ANAO. Your 2025 performance audit found Commission functions were only partly effective. What are the most critical prevention controls that are still missing from the NDIA's claimant compliance framework?
Apologies. Was your question in relation to the Commission or the NDIA in relation to claimant compliance?
Well, I'm actually trying to understand what the controls are that is missing in the NDIA compliance framework.
Just bear with us.
Yeah, because I understand it was your audit that actually identified the controls were only partly effective.
Oh, sorry, yes, we did. So it's, apologies, I thought you may have been referring to specific controls, yes. They had implemented additional controls. The specific ones that were, it's a little bit harder to, sorry, I'm still looking for the answer myself. In terms of the partly effective conclusion, that was really drawn, I guess, looking across the entire framework, range of policies and controls in place rather than a deep analysis of specific controls. But I'll just, if you bear with us one moment, we're just looking for that particular detail and how much we provided in the work.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand which prevention controls were actually missing from that. If you need to provide that on notice, you could probably do that given the time constraints, and I know there's others wanting to ask questions.
Very happy to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Pike.
Thank you, Chair. Given the significant social and community interest in NDIS and the NDIS fraud situation at the moment, do you have any forward plans to conduct any audits on the NDIS, specifically on the fraud taking place within the scheme?
Yes, we certainly do. I'll pass to to Corinne to answer that one. There are a number of audits underway, and we're also in the middle of near to finalising our audit work program for 26-27, where it would be expected to see also a number of other audits focused on the NDIS. But there are some specific ones we can just run through quickly now. So we've got 3 audits underway at the moment. One's on the effectiveness of the Fraud Fusion Task Force, which probably goes close to your question. The objective of that audit is to assess the effectiveness of the Fraud Fusion Task Force to improve collaboration and reduce fraud against Australian government programs. So it does pick up the 24 entities of the Fraud Fusion Task Force, including the NDIA and the NDIS Commission. We've also got another one on market stewardship in the care economy, and one on the design and implementation of the participants platform and process program, which is focused looking at the NDIA's design and implementation of that program, which includes the PACE system.
On the inquiry into the Fraud Fusion Task Force, do you have timeframes on that one?
So this that we've just commenced, and it's due to table in March 2027.
Okay. Can you provide, in relation to the audit report into the effectiveness of the NDIS quality and safeguards regulatory functions, could you provide an update on any progress you've seen on the 4 recommendations that were made out of that report?
So that audit report actually had 10 recommendations.
Okay, how about 10?
Yes, so there were a large number of recommendations. We have not re-examined progress against those recommendations. It is something we can do, particularly in a forward work program. We tend to do that, allow obviously a bit of time for that implementation to occur, and we go in and examine whether or not the intent of the recommendations has been met through the activities undertaken. We do understand from other appearances from the Commission that there has been some work progressed in relation to these 10, but we have not yet audited the effectiveness of that.
What sort of timeframe would you expect to undertake that sort of follow-up work?
We don't have a defined time frame. What we do is ask for entities to self-report, and we expect it to have the recommendations implemented within 2 years of them being made.
And do you have any analysis? I realise you haven't taken a formal look at it yet in terms of producing a report, but do you have any insights as to how you feel those matters are being? You're obviously going back and looking at other aspects of the NDIS operations, but do you have a view as to how they've been implemented so far?
No, Senator, we have not looked at that detail.
Okay. I'll leave it there then, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Pike. I would like to thank Ms Horton and Ms Lane for your contribution today. I know we've been punctuated by some challenges in terms of our communication. If you have questions that you feel you could respond to it more broadly, please feel free to actually respond to us in writing by Friday, June the 5th. And if you need any further time, please liaise with the Secretariat. So thank you very much for your time today. We will now suspend and return at 3:40. Thank you. welcome representatives of the Australian Transactions Report and Analysis Centre, Australian Federal Police and the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Thank you so much for being with us today, giving up your time to help us with our recommendations that will come from this inquiry. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear, and if we could start with Mr. Doyle.
So, Andrew Doyle, I appear as the Acting National Practice Leader for Fraud and Specialist Agencies at the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions.
Mark McCripney, Commonwealth Solicitor for Public Prosecutions, Office of Director of Public Prosecutions.
Thank you. And if we can then go online to Mr. Underhill.
Thank you. Timothy Underhill, Acting Commander of Criminal Assets, Fraud and Corruption for the AFP.
Thank you. And we also have Mr. Helmond. Oh, thank you, Mr. Helmond. We are actually having a little bit of challenge with your line there, but we will move on to Mr. de Crespigny. Hope I've pronounced that correctly. Oh, that's you.
I've already introduced
Yes,
myself.
you have indeed. Okay. Now, did anyone want to make an opening address?
No, thank you.
I think we're okay. So, look, thank you very much. We'll get stuck straight into it. And I'd like to begin with a couple of questions, and then I will hand over to the Deputy. I'd welcome your comments that you can provide on the scale of the integrity issues into the scheme. Who would be best placed to answer that?
The CDPP, we can't really comment about that so generally. We only see the cases which are referred to us, we've had about 48 cases.
Yeah, so we can certainly talk about the prosecutions that we've conducted to date.
Yes.
And the matters that are currently before the court.
Just to give us a sense in general of the type of integrity issues and like fraudulent issues that are occurring, where is there any patterns that you see occurring?
Absolutely. So from the 1st of July 2018, we've conducted 48 prosecutions in relation to the NDIS fraud. We currently have 32 matters that are either before the courts or being assessed for prosecution. So if I break that down, 23 of those matters are matters where charges have been laid and they're actually a prosecution being undertaken at the moment. And we have a further 19 matters that are currently with us for brief assessment or providing pre-brief advice to the investigating agency. In relation to the matters where we've conducted the prosecution to date, the total quantum of the fraud is approximately $13.5 million to date. And we estimate in relation to the matters that are either before the court or we're assessing the briefs of evidence, the quantum is approximately $31 million. But depending on the charges that are laid and the prosecuted, that can vary, given those matters haven't yet concluded. We're certainly aware through our pre-brief engagement with the partner agencies, whether that's the FFT, NDIA directly or the State and Territory Police, that there's been significant search warrant activity over the last 12 months or the calendar year. Generally speaking, that correlates with the increase in referrals to the DPP for prosecution once warrants are undertaken. So there's been significant activity in that sense. In terms of the broad themes that we see, it's really service providers that are conducting the bulk of the fraudulent activity that we see in the prosecutions that we conduct. It's not to say that there hasn't been some involvement of participants in terms of kickback sort of arrangements, and there's a process that we undertake when we assess a brief of evidence to determine whether or not those individuals are witnesses that assist with a prosecution or are considered in terms of in accordance with our prosecution policy for prosecution. But we don't have visibility over the whole scheme. We just deal with the matters that are referred to us for the purposes of the criminal prosecution process.
Okay. And did anyone online want to add anything to that?
Yes, Chair. I'd echo what the representative from the CDPP has said. We don't see the entirety of the scheme or its administration, so it's very difficult to comment on the entirety of the scale. But if I could outline we have a reasonably unique tiered referral process, and so what we can assess is the matters that are referred into the Fraud Fusion Task Force by the NDIA. So we have, and then I can go into a brief bit of detail about how many investigations ongoing we have. So we have 3 tiers. Tier 1 matters that the AFP leads the investigations of on behalf of Fraud Fusion Task Force partners, including the NDIA. Typically, these are the most serious and complex and high harm investigative matters that come before the FFT Operations Working Group. They're typically large scale, organised and systemic, multi-jurisdictional or transnational in nature, and involve significant harm to the Australian community or risk to Australian Commonwealth revenues. And then Tier 2 matters are matters that are referred in which are jointly run between the AFP and our Fraud Fusion Task Force partners, in this case the NDIA. We would provide investigative advice throughout the course of the investigation, execute search warrants, and provide investigative capabilities that aren't available within the other partner agencies of the FFT. After the execution of search warrants, we'd continue providing advice and guidance for the life of the investigation. However, the engagement with DPP on the prosecution would become the responsibility of the referring agency. And then we have Tier 3 matters, which are mid to lower level referrals, which are reported to the AFP through the existing and established requests for AFP investigative assistance service processes. And so at the moment, we currently have 2 Tier 1 investigations afoot, 31 Tier 2 matters and 22 Tier 3 matters.
Okay, look, thank you for that rundown. And I wanted to just follow up on that so without compromising any operational security, what are the systems that are in place, a bit more specifically on to investigate fraud and to prosecute? What are they, and have they changed over time in relation to the NDIS? Has anything been put in place more recently that has supported the ability to investigate and to prosecute?
A lot of that sits within the NDIA, who have responsibility for maintaining the integrity and addressing unlawful conduct within the NDIS. We respond to referrals through the Fraud Fusion Task Force. I think the NDIA would have to respond to most of that question. We do engage, we have a strategic prevention committee, so all the 25 members of the FFT will get together and discuss ways in which we can harden the environment around Australian government payments and programs to criminal activity. However, in terms of trends along that and the identification of fraud within the NDIS, that's undertaken by the NDIA.
Okay, did you want to add to that, Mr. Doyle?
Well, we assist the FFT by providing prosecution services. So that is the core prosecution services around conducting litigation in court. We also have a pre-brief service, and we support the FFT through the provision of training. And I have regular meetings with members of the NDIA where we will review cases and do case reviews and discuss common issues or themes and improvements to the investigation process, and also issues that might arise in prosecution. So there's a sort of feedback loop there to refine our processes. But like all matters, we have a number of different policies in place in terms of how we conduct prosecutions, and we apply that across all of the prosecutions that we conduct.
So the Fraud Fusion Task Force, which is a bit of a mouthful, was introduced in 2022, I think. And would you say that it has been an improvement in the ways of investigating fraud and enabling prosecutions? And has it also made a difference for the dollars recouped from fraudulent activity?
I think we've certainly seen an improvement and a capability uplift through the FFT through a number of different partner agencies in the engagement, and we've certainly provided some training around our pre-brief engagement service and also money laundering offences and that type of thing to the FFT, and it allows us to reach a number of different partner agencies or investigating agencies that are part of the FFT. So there's been significant benefit in that sense. There's certainly been an increase in the cadence of work, and as I mentioned before, the operational activity and the investigations that are being undertaken at the moment, we're expecting an increase in referrals in that sense. And I think those statistics I referred to earlier around the $13.5 million of matters that have been already prosecuted, and now with the matters on hand, as in we're either assessing before the courts an increase to 31 million, probably is indicative of the work that's been conducted by the FFT to date.
So can I ask you, prior to the Fraud Fusion Task Force, was the level of fraud similar, and was there much, was the ability, like did we recoup those similar amount of dollars, or was it less or more?
So there was an NDIS task force that was originally in operation, and we have conducted a number of prosecutions that came before the FFT. Sorry, the part of your question there in terms of has
it been effective in increasing the prosecutions and also the dollars returned to the Commonwealth, or through fraudulent activity that we've found and uncovered?
Yes, look. From our perspective, it has. I note the evidence that was given by Mr. Dardo on the 1st of May, I think it was, where he spoke about in terms of reparation orders and the ability through the FFT where they've leveraged off some of the state and territory partners and the Proceeds of Crime Act and the AFP's ability to restrain assets.
Yes.
That's really been through the FFT in terms of that broader approach to fraud across the NDIS. So it has assisted.
And while it's been, from what you've said, it's been more effective and assisting in prosecutions, is there more that needs to be done to support the FFT or the FF Fraud Fusion Task Force or any other body to assist you in your work?
I'm not sure. We really see the cases that come to us. Really, that's a decision by the investigative agencies, and I suspect that the AFP are probably better at providing that information.
Was there any comment from anyone online on that regards to that?
Yes, Jess. Certainly since the creation of the Fraud Fusion Task Force, we've seen a significant increase in the number of referrals that we've received from the NDIA. We've also, through that tiered referral model for investigation assistance, we've increased and enhanced our ability to provide assistance to more investigations than previously, which we did. We've also provided significant capability uplift, particularly around investigations training to Fraud Fusion Task Force partners. And a lot of our partners in agencies, particularly the NDIA, have a much more mature investigative capability now than they did 4 years ago through that process. I would also add, we provide a conduit to the AFP-led Criminal Asset Confiscation Task Force, which we look at all the NDIA investigations that we assist with. To date, across just 4 investigations over the last few years, we've seized a total of, we've restrained a total of $12.1 million across 4 separate investigations. We have restrained cash, cryptocurrencies, luxury vehicles, properties, jewellery, and gold and silver bullion. And I anticipate there is a lag time sometimes between an investigation commencing, search warrant activity, and prosecution and asset forfeiture, so we will see that increase over the next few years.
Well, look, thank you for the work you do. And I mean, we know that most providers are doing the right thing, but there are some, obviously, who are not, and therefore the work you do is really vital. If you could provide any statistics on the Fraud Fusion Task Force and how it's the numbers have shifted in terms of prosecutions and outcomes would be would be really valuable to this committee. And my final question is around data. Data, we've heard a lot about data today and the need for greater data sharing across agencies. Would you agree with that, and what are the barriers to data sharing? I'm not sure who is best placed to answer that.
I can have a go at that. There are significant barriers to any data sharing. The existing legislation, guidelines and internal policies which are designed to protect, for example, privacy and the integrity of investigations need to be overcome. The Fraud Fusion Task Force provides a framework for us to proactively share intelligence and information in relation to investigations. We also have, there's an AFP-led intelligence project called Project Provise, where we are ingesting partner agencies' data proactively to be able to search it across AFP holdings to identify high-risk registered, unregistered providers, plan managers and participants in order to proactively identify fraud. We have 3 partners have provided data thus far, and last month we signed a specific MOU with the NDIA to ingest NDIA data, which is in the process of occurring. So there are ways in which we can overcome those barriers, and it just requires constant working together.
Yeah, well, look, thank you. They sound like good initiatives. Did anyone want to add anything to that?
The issue of data in that terms is very much for the investigative and intelligence functions, but it's an issue not just in the NDI space, but in many other spaces across. And as the Commander mentioned, there's issues of privacy, etc., which impact upon it.
And we have talked about registration and the need for at least enrolment so that we get a handle on who is a provider and who's so we can keep, we have some data on that. Identification is, would you agree that's important?
That one would be more a matter for the NDIA to provide a response on.
Okay, look, thank you very much, and I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for taking the time to share your insights with us today. My first question is to the AFP and the CDPP. What are the biggest practical barriers you face when for the AFP when investigating NDIS fraud cases, and then for the CDPP when prosecuting? And, are the Commonwealth fraud laws adequate for prosecuting against sophisticated NDIS fraud schemes?
So thank you, Deputy Chair. There are significant barriers that we face and challenges when investigating fraud against the Commonwealth, particularly including fraud against the NDIS. Probably the foremost challenge we face is working with the NDIA and NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission to ensure the safety of participants who may be impacted by an investigation or operational activity. That creates an additional layer of complexity and resource requirement and considerations around timing of any overt activities and how we undertake the investigation. We also find the dissipation of fraudulently obtained funds offshore is challenging to trace the funds, trace the beneficiaries of those funds, and also when we can institute criminal asset confiscation proceedings to actually repatriate those funds from offshore. And then probably third of all would be the use of complex and opaque company structures and methodologies such as phoenixing to avoid detection and conceal conduct from law enforcement.
Thank you. The CDPP, did you want to respond to that from your perspective?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. I'd echo the comments around the complexity of the corporate structures and the entities that are set up in relation to perpetuating the fraud and also dealing with the proceeds of crime, or what we would call money laundering, and transferring those funds through those different entities. That presents real challenges for us in relation to the prosecution. In addition, identity or attribution is a challenge in these cases. You really need to place the person behind the keyboard that's making the claim, that's engaging in dishonest conduct in order to be able to prove the offence. There can be other challenges just around, these offences often involve targeting some of the most vulnerable people in our communities, and so then you're bringing them into the criminal justice system, and we have supports in place with our witness assistance service to assist us when we're engaging with those individuals through the court process, but that can be a challenge assisting them through that process and ensuring that their evidence is able to be provided to the court, which is a foundation for approving our criminal case often. If we were saying that the services weren't provided or weren't provided to the degree that was claimed. You can have situations where those witnesses may be involved in the criminal conduct to a certain degree in relation to the sort of kickbacks which I mentioned, and then we have to go through a process of assessing the level of culpability and treating them as a witness or not. There can be delays in relation to the collation of evidence. Generally with fraud cases, they can be quite document heavy. So there's a few challenges. This is a complex space to be operating in. That's probably sufficient. I suppose the only other item I'd note is that it's common across a number of these prosecutions is the amount of digital evidence that we're dealing with these days, and being able to navigate and investigate and then present that evidence in a coherent way.
Do you have challenges with existing Commonwealth laws to allow you to adequately prosecute against those sophisticated NDIS fraud schemes?
Not challenges in relation to particular offences. We generally will prosecute these offences under the Criminal Code, attaining a financial advantage or causing a loss to the Commonwealth. There are also the options to charge money laundering offences, so that's rather than dealing with the front-end fraud and that conduct, you're looking at the transfer of the proceeds of the crime. But our current systems and processes are adequate in order to be able to deal with that criminality with those offences.
I'm happy for you both to answer this, and I do have some questions for AUSTRAC as well. I won't leave you out. Are you able to give me an idea of what amount or what percentage or ratio of the matters that you see that you're either able to prosecute or not able to prosecute for various reasons have cross-border ties or relate to international crime syndicates?
Deputy Chair, I don't have statistics on what percentage, I guess even anecdotally, of our investigations would. What I can say is we do have a number of investigations at the moment which do involve the money being sent offshore and purchase property in foreign jurisdictions. We do also have a number of cases where people have fled Australia, suspected offenders have fled Australia, which again adds complications.
Okay. And just so I just wanted to confirm the numbers from earlier. We've had 48 prosecutions, 32 ongoing cases, and of the 48 prosecutions, was it the quantum of 13.5 million, or was that the recovered amount? Was that the quantum of the fraud or funds recovered?
The quantum of the frauds alleged in those matters.
Have you guys got figures on the quantum recovered, or is that a question for the NDIA?
So we've got figures in relation to reparation orders, which is 3.5 million. That's an order that we apply for under the Crimes Act, but that's not the whole story. I think there's been previous evidence from the NDIA in relation to engagement with either the AFP or State and Territory Partners New South Wales Crime Commission in relation to restraining orders under different pieces of legislation. But the reparation orders is 3.5 million.
And then my other question relates to distinguishing deliberate fraud from poor administration or non-compliance, and whether that crossover sort of comes to you, and also then whether it is difficult to prove intent in provider fraud matters, whether they can actually just easily go, no, it was a mistake. So how do you sort of, I know some are very obvious and deliberate, but when something sort of is in that grey area, how do we manage that, or how can we better manage those?
Yeah, the grey area matters don't generally come to us at the DPP. It's very clear by that stage through the investigation process that it's criminal conduct with an element of dishonesty, so we're probably not best placed to answer that.
Yeah, maybe the AFP can answer that.
Yeah, in fact, it's very much the same for us. The grey matters where it's not entirely clear whether it's deliberate misconduct or accidental misadministration, they wouldn't reach the the referral process.
Okay, so they don't reach the threshold for you. So it's not something that comes to you even in that, I think you called it the Tier 3, reported to investigate. It wouldn't even come into that.
No, that's right. So even Tier 3, where they would be requesting search warrant assistance, so for the AFP to execute search warrants to obtain evidence on their behalf, in order to obtain the requisite suspicion to be able to get a search warrant from a magistrate, there would need to be significant evidence that it is deliberate conduct.
Okay, so anything that does not meet that threshold is dealt with within the NDIA. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Are your staffing and specialist forensic resources sufficient to investigate high-volume NDIS fraud allegations, particularly those that have cross-border ties?
I think if you ask that question of any law enforcement agency, we'd always say that we could do with more resources.
Oh, yeah.
We currently receive about $2.7 million in funding from the Fraud Fusion Task Force annually to fund 11 positions of dedicated investigators and intelligence officers to Fraud Fusion Task Force matters. So that's NDIS fraud, as well as our other partner agency, Fraud Services Australia and Social Services and Education. And then we do have a flexible resourcing model. And I'd use the example of a recent investigation where we executed 5 search warrants in Queensland that required some tactical resourcing and surveillance resourcing in the lead up to resolution activity. That was an expansion of those 11 members. So as required, we provided all the additional specialist capability to be able to affect an outcome for that Tier 2 investigation. And we continue to do so, whether that's with surveillance, tactical, or specialist forensic capabilities.
Thank you. And in terms of data sharing, are the current data sharing arrangements between the AFP and the NDIA and state agencies sufficient for you to support your prosecutions?
I think investigations rather than prosecutions.
Sorry, investigations. My apologies. Yes, investigations. Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. I don't have a legal background, so thank you.
Yeah, so the frameworks for being able to lawfully and ethically share information and intelligence between agencies under the Fraud Fusion Task Force are sufficient for our current investigations.
And is the AFP the agency responsible then? Like, which agency is responsible for recovering the funds? So once there is the investigation, there's the prosecution. Who goes to get the money back for the Commonwealth?
So there's the NDIA can seek to recoup funds, but also through the AFP-led Criminal Asset Confiscation Task Force. Or the NDIA can use state-based agencies with confiscation powers, and at the execution of search warrants during overt activity, we would seek to restrain property for the value of what we've identified in the offending conduct.
Have you utilised the criminal asset confiscation process to recover NDIA fraud assets?
Yes. So there's 4 reasonably recent matters that have resulted in approximately $12.1 million worth of assets being restrained. That is still going through a process of being forfeited through the courts.
Mm-hmm.
But that's an indication of what we've been able to achieve so far and continue to.
Okay, thank you. Can you identify sort of any areas then where you see where a total number of convictions, investigations, convictions and arrests that the AFP have made, and where there have perhaps been some gaps that have made it harder for you to do that? Is there anything that you can sort of signal to us where we could make it easier for you to do your job? Given that there are a number of agencies and different processes involved, how do we make that more seamless?
One, at the moment, the NDIA are going through the process of pushing through a bill, the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, the Future Generations Bill, The AFP is extremely supportive of that bill and the regulatory powers that it would provide the NDIA, which would enable them to better support the Tier 1 AFP-led investigations, the high end, but it would also enable them to tackle a much greater volume of the mid and low range offending through the execution of their own powers to obtain information and evidence such as bank account details.
And so it's currently very difficult for you to obtain those things like bank account details?
It's not, I wouldn't say it's so much difficult, but it is resource intensive.
I got you. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's not a seamless, simple process for you.
No. So we generally will have to get the referral through the FFT, have it accepted for investigation, and then we'll apply resources to drafting affidavits and executing warrants on financial institutions.
Okay, and before I go to AUSTRAC, just so I understand the process, do all of your referrals come from the NDIA? Do any of the referrals, or does anything come to you from whistleblowers? Like, how do they come through to you?
All of the NDIS referrals come through the NDIA.
Okay, thank you. For AUSTRAC, on the 1st of May, the NDIA told this committee that the agency doesn't measure NDIS fraud as a dollar figure, that it measures the integrity leakage piece, which they put at between 8.2 and 8.3%. In your submission, you noted that NDIS fraud is systemic, networked and financially sophisticated. When you do your own analysis, do you use the term fraud? How do you define it? Is it consistent with the NDIS's integrity leakage definition? So sort of what produces that final definition for you and that final number in terms of your own financial intelligence?
We're having challenges, unfortunately, with your line there. I'm not sure. Pardon? We are really struggling to hear you, unfortunately. I don't know technically whether there's anything we can do to improve that line.
Maybe we try and turn the camera off and see if that works, or if other members want to ask questions and we try and come back to AUSTRAC.
Yes.
The balance of my questions are to AUSTRAC.
Okay, thank you. Well, look, we will try to come back, and I'm sure the technicians are doing their best at the moment. Senator Little?
Yeah, happy. Just going back to the question about the agency and referrals. Obviously, each agency is different in terms of the system and the legislations that they operate under. Is there anything that is a constraint that exists that is peculiar to NDIS that frustrates you getting an outcome earlier or even at all? Could relate to system, could relate to legislation.
From our sorry, you go.
No, look, nothing comes to mind immediately. We would generally apply the exact same offences to fraud conduct against any Australian government payment or program, and we would also apply the same powers to any investigative process.
Yeah, the DPP supports the reference that was made earlier by Acting Commander Underhill in relation to the increase to the regulatory powers of the NDIS, the ability to obtain information under notice, the search warrant powers in relation to banking evidence, that type of thing. Not having those powers, which a number of other Commonwealth agencies do have, Services Australia, ATO, that type of thing, can add delay to the investigation process, which then correlates into submissions at sentence, if an offender's sentenced, to delay, which mitigates the ultimate penalty that can be imposed. So we do support that bill, and we've given that indication previously.
Okay. You mentioned before that all the referrals are through the NDIA. Is that because that's the only way for any of you to trigger the investigation, that you get all of them through the agency that's actually responsible for the scheme? Or is there other pathways for you to actually begin to investigate allegations?
No, there certainly are other pathways, but in order to substantiate a fraud against the NDIS, we would need confirmation that it has in fact occurred. So if we were to receive any direct complaints from the public or whistleblower reports, we'd be referring those back into the NDIA for them to substantiate what's actually occurred and provide us the information that we'd need to start an investigation.
Mm-hmm. And do you have an indication of the timeline, particularly in relation to the NDIS, between when you become aware of it and when you get an outcome? Is there a standard? Is it years? How long does it take?
It can vary significantly, and a lot of those investigative challenges that I touched upon earlier will have implications for the timeframes for an investigation. But from the point at which the NDIA refer a matter into the Fraud Fusion Task Force for investigation, pending the availability of resources to allocate to that investigation, it could take anywhere between 1 and 6 months to get to a point where we are able to then execute search warrants and go to overt activity for the investigation. Following that, under the tiered model, Tier 2 investigations would then be given back to the referring agency, the NDIA, to put the brief of evidence together and liaise with the CDPP for prosecution.
Right.
Once matters before the court, it very much depends upon whether the person pleads or whether it goes to trial, which jurisdiction in, etc.
Yeah. No, I was more interested in the bit before that, and the time frame and evidence of progress. We've heard from participants and others that a lot of the times they're not actually whistleblowing because they've become frustrated with previous processes. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Chair, AUSTRAC are now online. We're hopeful. If you would like to ask your question again, and hopefully we can get a response.
Thank you. And I do have 2 follow-ups for CDPP if we have time as well. I'll just repeat my question to AUSTRAC. On the 1st of May, the NDIA told this committee that the agency doesn't measure NDIS fraud in a dollar figure, but measures instead an integrity leakage, which is about between 8.2 and 8.3% of what was in the last financial year a $45 billion scheme. Your own submission says that the NDIS fraud is systemic, networked and financially sophisticated. So I just wanted to get an understanding of what your own definition of the term fraud is within that analysis, and whether you also sort of rely on that integrity leakage term because that is what the NDIA uses. And I'm just trying to then, what I'm really trying to drill down to is how much of it is actually fraud, this, systemic and networked that you speak of, versus errors and unintentional, inadvertent errors, rather than this systemic abuse of the system.
I think you may be on mute. Mr. Hellman, we think you may be on mute. Are you there?
I saw a green microphone for a second, but I'm not hearing anything.
No, I don't think we've got you at the moment. Look, I think what we'll do...
To assist the committee, I'm happy to put those questions. Oh, sorry.
Are you there, Mr. Hellman?
Yes, is that any better?
Oh, perfect.
That's a lot better. Go ahead, Deputy Chair.
Mr. Hellman, do you need me to repeat that question, or did you get that?
No, I did not hear the question. Sorry, I'm trying to find a better connection.
I'm going to have to torture everybody else with me asking it again, so apologies to everyone else. On the 1st of May, the NDIA told this committee that the agency doesn't measure NDIS fraud as a dollar figure, rather as integrity leakage, which is about 8.2 to 8.3% of the $45 billion scheme. Your submission says that the NDIS fraud is systemic, networked and financially sophisticated. So I want to get an understanding of how you define fraud versus this integrity leakage, particularly given you've noted that you see that fraud as systemic and networked. And what I'm trying to pull out is the stuff that is inadvertent, the mistakes that people make versus the deliberate, targeted stuff that is, targeting, a government payment system.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The comment in the submission comes from the National Risk Assessment into Money Laundering that was produced in 2024. So the methodology that went into that was very much broad consultation across a range of government partners as well as international partners too. But in the context of that finding, our specific finding was that government-funded program fraud was assessed as having a high and increasing money laundering threat. So we were specifically looking at not so much the fraud, the non-compliance, the leakage, but where there is criminality attached to payment programs, the associated money laundering threat. So I don't think our submission would have gone into the definitional elements of fraud versus non-compliance versus leakage. It would have been very much just focused around the fraud element and the abuse of those government-funded programs.
Across all of the agencies that are here, particularly in relation to the Fraud Fusion Task Force, do we have a sense of how much of that, 8.2 to 8.3% of the 45 billion is actual criminality versus the errors? Is that something that's sort of coming to light at all?
No, so that's not something that AUSTRAC has sought to estimate as part of our role. We're very much guided by lead agencies and our contribution to the Fraud Fusion Task Force.
Sure. Do the AFP or the CDPP have a comment on that?
From our perspective, and sort of going back to an earlier response, we only see what is referred in.
What is referred to you, yeah.
I'm not aware of any instances where we've been referred a matter that is not absolutely systemic fraud against the program.
And the CDPP would be the same, I assume, in relation to that. You only see what's come to you for prosecution.
We
correct?
may need to leave it there for the moment. If there's time, we'll come back to you, Deputy Chair. I think I'll now call upon Senator Steele-John.
Thanks, Chair. So, just to be clear, and I don't want to come away with the wrong information, and this is to the DPP. So, what you've been able to tell us is from 2022 till now, you've successfully prosecuted, was it 24 individuals in relation to NDIS fraud?
The statistics that were provided earlier were from the 1st of July 2018, and it was 48 prosecutions of NDIS fraud that have been conducted and finalised in court.
So we've got from 2018 until when?
And as at, I think it was the 15th of May, like very recently, Senator Steele-John.
15th of May now, we've got 48. Yeah. But from the 2022 period to 26, which is what we were talking about, that was the time frame we used with the Fraud Fusion Task Force when they gave evidence. That's in that time period, how many convictions?
I think Mr. Dardo gave evidence around the number of matters that have been referred from the FFT being concluded prosecutions at 25, but it might, I'd need to double check that and take that on notice.
Yeah, okay, 25, yeah, if you could take that on notice, that'd be great. But if we look at the 48, so all 48 of those cases are related to fraud, is that correct?
That's correct. There have been NDIS-related fraud prosecutions.
Fraud prosecutions. Okay, and how much, in financial terms, how much money has that recovered for the Commonwealth?
Recovered, or the quantum of the prosecution. So we can talk to the reparation orders that we obtained in relation to those prosecutions, which was 3.5 million. That's an application under Section 21B of the Crimes Act, where you need to obtain money from the conduct. You can't do that if it's a money laundering offence in some circumstances. But what that doesn't capture is the other confiscation activity, that's undertaken either by the AFP or state and territory partners like the New South Wales Crime Commission, where they restrain assets and they get those assets forfeited. Yep.
So what's the value of that then, the restrained assets?
Well, that I think there's previously been evidence given in relation to that by Mr. Dardo on the 1st of May, and there's some figures that were provided there. We don't have those figures, apologies, but we can't assist.
Okay, but in terms of what you do, what is directly DPP, it's 3.5 million.
That's correct.
Across 8 years and 48 prosecutions.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of how your process works, I just want to be clear. So you have a referral given to you by fraud. Oh, maybe I'll just let you tell it. Can you take me through the process your office goes through with an NDIS fraud case? At what point they are referred to you, where they come from, and what kind of actions you are empowered to take?
Yes, so we actually aren't limited to the NDIA. We have had referrals from state and territory police in relation to NDIS fraud.
Right.
The process that can be undertaken is probably what's in either one of two streams. So we may receive a brief of evidence that's been referred to us to assess in accordance with the prosecution policy of the Commonwealth, and that's whether or not there's a prima facie case, reasonable prospects of conviction, and whether or not it's in the public interest to commence a prosecution. So that's doing our assessment to determine whether or not there's sufficient evidence that's in the public interest to proceed. The other pathway is if the police or another agency, generally the police, have determined to arrest an individual and have charged them, and then the matter's already in court. So that's the two broad pathways that referrals come to the DPTP for prosecution. The other aspect and the other service that we provide is in relation to the pre-brief engagement, which can be requests for specific advice in relation to an investigation, lines of inquiry. We might be engaged to provide some training. So that's a different sort of service that we provide to our partner agencies, including the NDIA.
All right. And so in the last, okay, that makes sense to me. And so in the last year, how many fraud cases have you prosecuted?
So in the last year, I can give you from the 24-25 financial year, there was 10 matters that were prosecuted by the DPP for NDIS fraud-related prosecutions. Yep.
So 10 matters in that financial year period. And how many of them have resulted in how many convictions have occurred in that same year?
They were all convictions.
So all of your prosecutions resulted in convictions?
And yes, that's correct. I can clarify that in relation to the 48 prosecutions that we spoke about before, there was 3 of those matters that were not successful of those 48. One of them related to a matter that was withdrawn on public interest grounds, and I think the individual actually passed away, and the other ones were evidentiary issues.
Right, okay. And how does that, I'm really interested to get some context on that so we can understand what those numbers tell us as a committee. So how does that compare with kind of comparable sectors? So I'm also going to ask you here about Medicare and about aged care. How many Medicare fraud cases have you prosecuted in the last year?
I can indicate that the NDIA as an agency represented about 1.3% of the total referrals to the DPP in to the 25-26 year. As to other agencies, Services Australia were 1.2%. It's 1.2%.
But I'm talking about prosecutions. So how many prosecutions have you? How many Medicare fraud prosecutions have you undertaken in the last?
Yeah, I apologies, sir. I don't have the Medicare statistics in front of me in terms of the prosecutions we've conducted in the last financial year.
Okay. What can you take that on notice for me in the last financial year? Thank you. Can you tell us what percentage of overall referrals were related to Medicare? Because it seemed like you were reading off a list there.
we've certainly got indicators in terms of our partner agencies and the percentage of matters that are referred to us from different partner agencies.
Yep.
And keeping in mind that some of these are broken down into different partner agencies. So you've got the Australian Taxation Office, for example, is 1.6%. Services Australia, Medicare, as opposed to Services Australia, are separated out. Medicare is 1.2%. I'm just looking for something else that might assist you.
Aged care? We got any aged care?
Aged care, yeah, so the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission is only 0.1% of the matters that have been referred to us. Our highest referring agency is the Australian Federal Police, which is at 33%, as you can understand.
As you would imagine. So the NDIS sits at, what did you say, 1.3?
That's correct. The NDIA is 1.3% in the last financial year.
Okay, and convictions? Have you got any conviction data you can give us for Medicare fraud or aged care fraud so we can compare them?
Not for conviction data. I'm sorry, Senator.
All right. Can you take that on notice for us then? Just if you could take it, same financial year, how many convictions have you got for aged care fraud and Medicare fraud, and number of cases prosecuted in the financial year for that same amount of time, if that's okay? Just so that we can understand the tempo of work in context. And then my last question, I think it probably goes to Acting Commander Underhill around your process of investigation, if you like, once you receive a referral. I think you said you go, not a referral, information comes to you, and then you go back to the agency to verify that information before going further. Is that correct?
No, sorry, that was a hypothetical. So typically the referrals will come in from the agency. So in the circumstances surrounding the NDIS, it will come from the NDIA. But if a whistleblower or member of the public was to come to us with information, we would have to go and verify that with the NDIA to establish that a fraud had occurred, because at the moment we don't have direct access to those systems and we'd need them to confirm the conduct.
All right, but then, and so given we've heard evidence earlier in the day about the quite inadequate nature of the whistleblower protections within the NDIS Act, are you experiencing that as a barrier? Are people coming to you, do you think?
We typically don't have whistleblowers coming to us with information in relation to NDIS fraud. But the existing protections that are typically used under the Corporations Act and the Fair Work Act are how we would manage whistleblower risks if they did come to us. And I would imagine you'd have to speak to the NDIA, but those exact same provisions would apply to them.
Okay, and just my last question would be to the DPP, which is around your 10 prosecutions in the 24-25 financial year, all resulted in convictions. Of those 10, how many were registered providers?
We don't collect data on whether or not a provider is registered or not, and the nature of the criminal matters that we prosecute, they can have a variety of different entities that are utilised to engage in the criminal conduct. So that's not information that we hold.
What about the Acting Commander Underhill or Austrac? Do you keep any of that data?
No, Senator, we don't keep statistics relating to how many entities we investigate are registered or unregistered. The NDIA would have to, but if it might assist for me to add that what we do see is complex networks of networks which comprise of both registered providers, unregistered providers, plan managers, participants working together to commit singular instances of fraud.
Well, thank you,
how do we
Senator.
square
I
that
think we
with,
do need
sorry,
to move
Chair,
on.
just one last quick one.
Yes, quickly.
How do we, for the DPP, like how many convictions, just convictions and prosecutions generally, did you undertake in the 24-5 year? Just for all the things you did.
probably preferable if I take that on notice, Senator, in the circumstances. That's accurate.
Number of prosecutions, number of convictions in 24-25. Great. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. I just have one quick question and then I'll see we'll
Me
just
too.
have one. Yes,
Yes.
I was going to come back to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
My question just relates to the following on from Senator Steele-John's question regarding the number of prosecutions that occurred in 24-25, with the number being 10. And then overall since 2018, there's been 48 in total. Is that correct? Do you want me to repeat that?
No, just bear with me for one moment.
Sorry, I know. It's difficult, these figures, to find it.
Yes, and I should... I might just need to correct the record there, Chair. So I have double counted. So there's 5 prosecutions, I do apologise, in the 24-25 financial years.
Okay.
And for all 5 of those matters resulted in a conviction. I can go through the previous financial years if that would assist, but they do equate to the 48 in total.
Yes, no, look, that's fine, because I was thinking that if you've had one significant increase in a year, what does that actually mean? But in relation to the Fraud Fusion Task Force, would you say that it has played a significant role in increasing the number of prosecutions? Has it been, that this may be one for the AFP, but and also I'm just wanting to understand what was there before the FFT in terms of, investigating fraud, what existed. Would that be something for the AFP?
Yeah, so prior to the Fraud Fusion Task Force being created, each individual agency, when they identified fraud within or against the payments or programs that they administered, would make a referral to the relevant regional command within the AFP. Since creating the FFT, we have dedicated resourcing within the AFP, and we have a framework for uplifting capability and maturing investigative capability across all agencies, and providing that bespoke tiered model of assistance to enable other agencies to be better placed to do their own investigations with AFP guidance and make their own referrals onwards.
So would you say that has it been beneficial to improving the ability to investigate and prosecute in comparison to before it was established?
It has absolutely been beneficial.
And how has it been beneficial?
So it's been beneficial in the establishment of the task force and the frameworks and groups that meet within that task force to share information and facilitate engagement. The processes for referring matters in and then taking them on as Tier 2 investigations where the AFP might not have the capacity or it might not meet a threshold which would be prioritised under our operating model, we're able to provide support to agencies to enhance their investigations for a better chance of an outcome. It also means that through that process we can assist in targeting. I don't have the statistics with me, but the number of search warrants that we're executing on behalf of agencies has increased significantly over the last 4 years. And that is a direct result of our capabilities and our engagement with other agencies maturing in this space.
Okay, look, thank you. And that data that you have on what you mentioned about search warrants, was it? That if you could provide that would be very good. And thank you very much. Over to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, and I'll ask a couple of quick ones on notice, and I'm happy for you to dock me time from the next group chair for AUSTRAC, and happy for this to be on notice. How many suspicious matter reports referencing the NDIS by participants, providers or related entities has AUSTRAC received from reporting entities in each of the last 3 years? And for the CDPP, in each of the last 3 financial years, how many briefs relating to alleged NDIS fraud have you declined to prosecute or return to the referring agency for further information? And that could also relate to the AFP. And if you could both tell me what are the most common deficiencies you're seeing in those referrals or briefs that preclude you from moving forward.
Thank you. So at that point, I would just like to thank you very much for those online and those in person for taking part in our hearing today. There has been a number of questions put to you with responses to be completed. Could you do so by June 5th this year? And if you do require additional time, please refer to the Secretariat on that. And so on that, we say thank you very much for your attendance today.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Australian Securities and Investment Commission, the Australian Taxation Office and the Department of Treasury. So good afternoon to you, and thank you very much for being with us today. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, if you could please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today. And if we could start with the Australian Taxation Office, please. I think you're on mute. Can you hear us?
I'll jump in while Jade is sorting out her connectivity issues. My name is Helen Wilson. I am an Assistant Commissioner at the ATO in Fraud and Criminal Behaviours.
Thank you. And then, look, if we can go to those who are present with us today in person.
Felix Donovan. I'm the Acting First Assistant Secretary of Social Policy Division in the Department of the Treasury.
And Nick Latimer, Assistant Secretary from Social Policy Division in Treasury.
Thank you. Yeah, and then we have the Australian Securities and Investment Organisation Commission.
Thank you, Chair. Scott Gregson is my name. I'm the CEO at ASIC.
Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Chris Savandra. I'm ASIC's Executive Director of Enforcement and Compliance.
Thank you very much for that. And then just asking, does anyone have an opening statement that they would like to make? No, so we'll... Apologies?
Not from ASIC,
No.
thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll just proceed directly to questions. So there is a lot of fraud of government payment programs. I'm just wondering if we could get some sort of outline on the type of payment systems that are in place and what do we need to do to improve them? Would that be the Australian Securities and Investment Commission?
Chair, I'm not sure we're well placed to answer the nature of the question. Maybe I can assist by noting that ASIC doesn't have a broad whole of government fraud remit, but we do have a keen interest in matters that fit within our jurisdiction, in particular in relation to corporations law, investments, financial services. Our role here, I think, is one of the 24 members of the task force, and we participate there with intelligence sharing and receipt of investigation referrals. If you wanted to sort of further articulate the question, we can see if we can assist with that.
Yes, look, a lot of fraud, it really, in the end, it ultimately robs the participant. But a provider auditing the system is often likely also to be non-compliant with the tax system.
Until the chair
So would you say that's correct in many instances?
Well, I'm sorry, Chair. There was
There was an interruption in the middle there. I'll just repeat that. A lot of fraud of government payment programs, what ultimately happens is that it robs the participant, and a provider rorting the scheme is often likely to be non-compliant with the tax system in many instances. Would you agree with that?
Your passcode has been confirmed. If at any time you need assistance, please.
I think that if people could just check that they are muted, if not speaking, we're having a little bit of interference coming through.
Thank you, Chair. The tax office may want to answer the second part, but absolutely, ASIC's experience with the matters we get involved in fraud, there's multiple victims. In this case, certainly participants in the scheme are impacted, and clearly the public through the tax system is also impacted. But our colleagues at the tax office may want to add more to that.
Yep, thank you. Would anyone from the tax office like to respond on that?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. That's great. Would you mind repeating the question for me, please? Because unfortunately, I was trying to dial back in.
That's okay, and good to have you with us. So a provider rorting the system is often likely to be non-compliant with the tax system. Would you'd agree with that?
That actually hasn't been our observation. So what we've actually found from our perspective is that whilst somebody's tax compliant is one component, there's many other components. And what we've seen is that someone might be non-compliant with NDIS, but they might be up to date in their tax affairs, or vice versa. Because we do consider that the tax angle and whether a provider is up to date and compliant with their taxation, as I mentioned, it's one indicator, but there's a lot of other indicators as to whether or not that person is acting as they should under the actual NDIS scheme.
Okay, thank you. And I just have another question. A good provider who's providing services is also one paying their workers' super, paying their taxes. So when a poor provider is not doing those things, is there an impact on the revenue? And do any of the agencies here today have any data they can share on the revenue impact of fraud?
I can talk to that in the first instance.
Thank you.
If there was a provider who wasn't paying superannuation to their employees, obviously there would be an impact to the fact that they wouldn't be living up to their obligations. However, the ATO's role when it comes to the actual NDIS program is really only confined to our role on the Fraud Fusion Task Force. Under the Fraud Fusion Task Force, the role of the ATO is to share specifically defined information, and that information pertains only to relevant information addressing fraud against the NDIS. It does not go so far as to permit us to provide information to general non-compliance. So what that essentially means is we're only allowed to provide information pertaining to an actual fraud, and then the fraud under the MOU is defined as dishonestly obtaining a benefit or causing a loss by deception or other means. And it notes that this must be an intentional act on the part of the offender. So the ATO under the NDIS can only disclose protected information where there's a demonstrated nexus to an alleged or proven fraud against the NDIS provider. So that's very strict in terms of what we're able to provide.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that needs to change in order to better identify fraud?
I think that's a question that would be better left to Treasury on the grounds that the ATO administers our part through the Fraud Fusion Task Force, and we do that according to the legislation that exists, but it would be a policy question as to whether or not that should be changed.
Yep, thank you. So Mr. Latimer, would you be able to respond to that, or Mr.
Chair, would you mind repeating the question for us?
Yes, look, there was just, the question was relating to tax and the ability for agencies really to work together and to give the ATO greater capacity to share their data in order to investigate fraud. Obviously, there's limitations at the moment. Some of it is around privacy, but is there any way you see that we could better share data to get better outcomes?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So there is existing data sharing in place as part of the Fraud Fusion Task Force, I believe, between the ATO and the NDIA to support those efforts to prevent and investigate cases of fraud. There is also work that the government is doing on those tax secrecy provisions. There was a consultation paper that the Treasury released about 2 years ago in December 2024 that went to some of these matters, and there was part of a measure in this year's budget that went to some legislative changes to provide a slight expansion of the exemptions in place to enable the ATO to share more data under particular conditions with the NDIA in order to continue the work of the Fraud Fusion Task Force and identify those types of cases.
And so really the main question, which I think we probably would all like to know the answer to, is what could be done to improve data sharing to get better enforcement outcomes? Data is something that's come up a great deal over the course of today and throughout the inquiry. Who would like to respond to that?
Chair, I'm happy to go first. I'll probably pass to colleagues in the ATO to talk about specific instances of data sharing and any hurdles they see to it. But from Treasury's point of view, the amendments that will be made in order to enable more data sharing with the ATO between the ATO and the NDIA go to that and reduce one of the hurdles. But we probably can't talk to the specific types of data that might be shared. I think the ATO.
And when you're talking about the amendments, you're talking about in the bill?
Yes.
Yes, that's currently occurring.
Not in the current bill, it's legislation that the government will develop following the measure in the budget about protecting the tax system against fraud, so separate from the NDIS bill.
Yeah, thank you very much. And would anyone else like to comment online?
Chair, it's Helen Wilson from the ATO. I'll just make a quick comment in relation to that. So with the current data sharing arrangements, obviously we've talked about our restrictions in terms of sharing under the Fraud Fusion Task Force. We do face some limitations though in terms of how effective that data sharing can be through our experience at the ATO. When we have tried to use NDIS information on providers where the provider is unregistered, we do have limited ability to match that information to our records. Where the NDIS providers are registered, we are usually in most cases able to match to an ATO record.
Okay. So consequently, would you say that registration or at least enrolment is going to be advantageous to identifying providers?
I would agree with that comment. In most cases where we are looking at provider information from any other agencies under the Fraud Fusion Task Force, generally, given they have a lot of verifiable identifying information on those providers, our match rates to those provider cohorts are usually above 95%. As I said, though, with the NDIS, it's around 3%. So we are unable to match our information to theirs.
Well, thank you for those figures. I'll now hand over to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. For Treasury, of the $37.8 billion in NDIS savings forecast over the next 4 years, can you tell me what proportion of that you expect to come from actually cutting the fraudsters, from those that, are where the deliberate dishonesty is there, versus what other elements will be funding cuts within the broader NDIS?
Thanks, Deputy Chair. We don't have a breakdown of the components of the $37.8 billion save in the budget papers with us to be able to enable us to answer that question. But I can tell you that in the budget papers, the government did make a series of investments in improving the capability of the NDIA and other agencies in the Fraud Fusion Task Force to identify and address fraud in the scheme, fraud and integrity leakage generally,
that's where my concern is. I'm trying to divide what is actual fraud, the deliberate, and I think the ATO used a description that I like, which is, dishonestly obtaining benefit, where it's deliberate versus an error. And perhaps if you can take it on notice, but that's what I'm just trying to understand, the difference between those two, because we can't seem to extract that anywhere.
Understood. Yeah, we would need to take that on notice. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Lovely. Thank you so much. This is a question for all of the witnesses, I guess, and it leans to that question that I've just asked. So during this inquiry, the NDIA has consistently been unable to quantify fraud in the NDIS as a dollar figure. And we have heard the references, obviously, to integrity leakage and the confusion that can create. In each of your own agencies, are you able to give me a best estimate then? And again, it can be on notice if you don't have that information, but if you do have it, I would like it now. What proportion of the NDIA's integrity leakage, in your understanding, is actual fraud itself?
I'm happy to go first from the ATO.
Thank
we wouldn't be able to speak to what percentage of fraud versus non-compliance is happening in the NDIS. We don't have oversight of that. What I can provide from the ATO's perspective, however, is that the main way that we assist the NDIS is, as I mentioned before, through the Fraud Fusion Task Force. And that is largely through the disclosure of information, either out to partner agencies or responding to requests for information that they send through to us. So since the commencement of the Fraud Fusion Task Force, the ATO has made over 580 disclosures to Fraud Fusion Task Force members, including over 200 ATO-initiated disclosures and over 300 in response to agency requests. Of those, around 300 were disclosures specifically pertaining to the NDIA, and the remainder would have been to other government payment programs. But that's the sort of statistics that we're able to provide through the lens of what the ATO's role is via the Fraud Fusion Task Force.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Could I ask, just on those 200 ATO initiated that you mentioned, how does that occur? So if you could sort of just give us a very quick sort of overview of how a process like that would occur and what would trigger those.
I might hand to Helen Wilson to address that. I'm not across the detail of the disclosure process for the NDIS in that capacity.
Thank you, Jane. So for the ATO-initiated disclosures, usually if we identify a fraud-related issue in regards to a tax issue that's related to an NDIS provider, we would be able to, under the task force provisions, be able to release that information to NDIS.
Thank you very much. And just to the other question, if either ASIC or Treasury already answered, but ASIC, do you have an answer to that question in relation to the fraud piece?
Yeah, unfortunately, Deputy Chair, like the ATO, we don't have sort of a broad remit to look at fraud. That really matters for the NDIA or the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission would have the best information there.
Excellent. I might go on to some questions to you then. If you're able to tell me how prevalent Phoenix activity is in the NDIS provider sector relative to ASIC's view of Phoenix activity across the broader economy, like is it more or less prevalent or about the same? And how many NDIS-related Phoenix referrals has ASIC received from the ATO, the NDIA and the Fraud Fusion Task Force since 2022?
Deputy Chair, I'll sort of just start with explaining that there's both the technical definition of phoenixing, which is really the avoidance of obligations to creditors in the way companies are wound up and potentially re-emerge. There's a more colloquial reference, obviously, to participants reappearing in different guises, and we've obviously got an interest in both. I don't think we've got data or information specifically in relation to NDIA, NDIS matters, but I'll just check with Mr. Savandra.
No, Senator, we don't have that data. What I can talk about more broadly, the matters that have moved to investigation or enforcement action, which are NDI related. Some of those, part of the criteria is also identifying directors of companies identified as high priority targets, the Phoenix Task Force. So it's one of the criteria that we look at in relation to deciding whether we accept a matter for investigation. But just in terms of more broadly on the Fraud Fusion Task Force, we've received 46 requests for information and 101 disclosures of intelligence from task force partners. So that's predominantly the ACIC, NDIA, ATO and AFP. They typically relate to operational activities through the Fraud Fusion Centre. But of those, ASIC's intelligence-led engagement has resulted in the acceptance of 4 investigations from information or intelligence coming out of the Fraud Fusion Task Force. There is no contravention of the law called Phoenix activity. Really we have 5 enforcement matters that one is in prosecution phase, 4 are under investigation. But just to give you a flavour of the type. So the first is director misconduct. So that is a matter that's currently being prosecuted in Western Australia. It's where the director used their position as a director of an entity which is an unregistered provider of services under the NDIS, where they unlawfully made around 2,700 separate transfers totaling around 850,000 to various accounts in that individual's name for their own personal benefit. So really, the offending is director's duties, but it is effectively corporate fraud. The second is investigation.
A white-collar crime, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The second is about a disqualified individual, so someone who's been disqualified from managing corporations, who is suspected of effectively being a shadow director or behind the scenes managing a high priority Fraud Fusion Task Force investigation target. So we have a criminal investigation there for a contravention of 206A of the Corporations Act. So that's about managing a corporation whilst you've already been disqualified. The third is similar to the first, misuse of company funds involving directors' duties, but it also looks at concerns about trading whilst insolvent.
Yeah.
This is about a NDIS provider which was wound up in May of May of last year, following an application by the ATO to wind that provider up. So we're now looking at directors' duties and insolvent trading. We then also, within our remit, we regulate registered auditors. So we're looking at auditor conduct in relation to one matter where a registered company auditor, we're concerned whether they complied with the auditing standards. And the concern is that they failed to identify significant contraventions by directors of an NDIS company.
Okay.
That should have been reported to ASIC. And then the final investigation, again, we regulate insolvency practitioners. We are looking at a referral from the NDIA in relation to concerns that a registered liquidator appointed to a high priority Fraud Fusion Task Force company had a conflict of interest when they were appointed as the registered liquidator. So as you can see, there's a broad spread of work. Some of those could well be characterised as being Phoenix, but unfortunately we don't look at it from a prosecution perspective.
Got you. So you don't. So while it may be Phoenix activity, you don't label it. The things that they're doing wrong are labelled differently. So you actually don't have that data specifically on the Phoenix activity because that's that's not the nature of what you prosecute. Is that correct in my understanding?
That's right.
Okay. Are you able to provide for me on notice how many, or if you have it at hand now, how many directors of NDIS funded provider companies, registered or unregistered, have been the subject of an ASIC investigation, an enforcement action, a director disqualification or a banning order since the Fraud Fusion Task Force was established in 2022? And also how many directors of NDIS funded provider companies have ASIC disqualified from managing corporations as well? They'd be some things that I would be interested to understand.
And could I just also, with those figures, it would be good to see the pre-figures for since the NDIA started through till 2022 as well. I think it'd make it good, interesting to see the before and after. Apologies interrupting there, Deputy Chair.
That's right. I'll try and get my train of thought back.
Have you got anything more you'd like? I know that Senator Little has a question that she would like to ask.
Well, why don't I'll actually just ask another quick one to Treasury, and then if Senator Little has a rotation, and then if there's time to come back to me, that would be great. For Treasury, you've just signed off on $821 million of integrity spending for this budget. Are you able to tell me which of the Commonwealth agencies, the NDIA, AUSTRAC, the AFP, the ATO, the ACIC, in your work around that expenditure has been able to quantify for you what that fraud figure is in the NDIS? Because I'm sort of thinking you actually got this money around integrity, but no one's quantifying for us what the fraud figure is. So when you were doing your work, did any of those agencies provide you with a dollar figure for fraud in the NDIS?
Thanks, Deputy Chair. The figure that we have seen in the Treasury on this comes from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. I believe it's a figure that's been given to the committee before, which is 8.3% as a figure that quantifies
for the whole integrity leakage, not for fraud, though. You guys have not seen a fraud figure either,
including
in working.
Fraud. So how that figure then is broken down, I believe the submission by the department itself provides a few categories that make up that 8.3%, but doesn't decompose it by each one of those components. And I'm not sure if that's possible. I think Mr. Dardo's evidence might have gone to this on the 1st of May.
And that's why I'm asking you, because you have to sign off on expenditure, but you don't know how much of that 8.2 to 8.3%, $3.5 to $4 billion is actually fraud. So does that make it harder for you to allocate monies where they need to go to effectively combat those issues if you actually don't know the scale of the problem?
So there's probably a couple of things in there, Deputy Chair. One thing is Treasury doesn't make those decisions about how to allocate money in the budget. It's definitely a government decision. Treasury plays a role through the budget process to give advice to the government.
To do your work, I'm referencing. I know that you don't make the decisions, but does it make it harder to do your work if you don't have oversight of that?
So what we do see from those agencies is the degree to which there is both fraud and integrity leakage, both of which are concerns to Treasury and the government, and that fraud and integrity leakage in the NDIS is higher than we see in other, potentially more mature programs like the childcare subsidy. And so there are a range of actions the government is taking in this budget and has taken in previous budgets to seek to reduce the amount of money that goes to integrity leakage, including fraud. And both of those matter to the Treasury from a fiscal perspective. We don't have a breakdown to give you of those different categories within that kind of broader definition of integrity leakage, but money in the scheme that goes to integrity leakage and money that goes to fraud are both of a concern to the Department of Treasury in providing advice to government.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, just one quick one to the ATO, which will likely be on notice before you rotate chair. For the ATO, are you able to tell the committee how many ABNs currently registered to entities receiving NDIS payments have key personnel such as directors, beneficial owners, public officers that reside outside of Australia? And as I said, on notice is fine for that one if you don't have it at hand, which I don't expect you would. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. No, unfortunately, we don't have that at hand, but more than happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you. There's been a bit of reference in this discussion to private companies. I'm interested to understand, do you have a breakdown of entities that are under investigation that are actually incorporated under things like the Associations and Corporations Act, states and territories versus companies?
We wouldn't, as Treasury. I'm not sure if colleagues online
that would be
can
these
assist.
guys. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Online.
We don't have that data, no.
So is it fair to say that you can't tell me if there are associations that are incorporated rather than companies who are either been investigated or are currently under investigation or have been prosecuted?
Senator, I think your question is probably best again directed to the NDIA, who has that sort of comprehensive data about participants. We can only talk to those matters that we've investigated.
And that's what I'm asking, because that goes to the next question I'm going to ask, which is about the legislation that they govern under.
Mr. Savundra previously sort of identified the matters that we've currently got under investigation. I'm not sure if we're in a position here to break that down by nature of entity.
If you could, Mr. Savundra, if you could see if you can do that, and that's a segue to my next question. There are organisations that are incorporated under the State Territory Associations and Corporations Act that get significant funding, and I'm talking about millions of dollars from the Commonwealth, and who are also NDIS providers. What I'm interested to understand is that particular Associations and Corporations Acts, those, are generally reserved for tennis clubs and organisations like that. And I've heard consistently that it would be better if those organisations were actually required to be governed under the Corporations Act. We would get much less risk of fraud, and we would have a lot less angst and anxiety from participants who engage with those organisations. Would that be fair to say?
Well, I think in terms of ASIC and our ability to comment is, and we regulate corporations which are incorporated pursuant to the Corporations Act, and there are, there are obligations on those corporations, their officers and their directors, which fall within our remit. I think to the extent that an entity's registered under state legislation, I think it means it's a matter for the state. But I'd like to take the question, if I could, on notice and see if there's anything further that we can provide on that front. What I can't answer now is the level of the obligations or protections that might be available under those state regimes.
I would really appreciate if you could please provide some advice on that, because I'm interested to understand who's keeping track of those particular entities and who's got a view, who's got a lens on them. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think coming back to Mr. Gregson's response, as in the central point here is if money is being given out through a Commonwealth program, it's the NDIA and the NDIS that is the focal point.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one more question before I hand back to the Deputy Chair. You mentioned in the discussion around fraud and compliance, and I think it was Mr. Latimer, you mentioned about budgets and the recent budgets that have incorporated investment in improving the ability of Treasury or of others to tackle fraud and non-compliance. Can you remember that statement that you made? It was relating to budgets. Can you expand on that in any way?
Yeah, very happy to, Chair. So I think the statement I made referred to expenditure in the most recent budget, so budget 26-27,
yes,
related to spending decisions of government that would improve the ability of the NDIA rather than Treasury, but the NDIA to
yes, thank you,
to reduce fraud and non-compliance and integrity leakage in the program. A series of those investments are detailed in the budget papers. I'd refer to budget paper 2, through page 106 and 107. I'm happy to go through a few of those, Chair.
If you could just mention a couple of them,
Yes.
We do actually have time. I'm interested to hear what those investments or where that money is being allocated.
Of course. So in the budget, and this is under the measure securing the NDIS for future generations, there was $358.5 million over 5 years to develop and implement a new enrolment and digital payment system to improve payment integrity and reduce fraud and non-compliant payments. There was $280.1 million over 5 years to continue the Fraud Fusion Task Force and invest in the NDIA to continue to detect and respond to fraud and non-compliant payments. There was $182.6 million over 4 years to introduce mandatory registration of high-risk NDIS providers. There was $49.4 million over 4 years to commission plan management and support coordination services for NDIS participants to reduce fraud and improve service quality for participants. So those are a series of the spending decisions government made in the context of this budget to, I suppose, continue to build on efforts to address fraud and integrity leakage within the scheme.
Yeah, and thank you, because it's interesting. There's been a lot of discussion around things like better compliance, about tackling fraud, about registration and payment systems, and investment in those things will hopefully lead to the ability of the NDIA to do its job better. So thank you. I think it's worth noting. Back to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, and I'll be very quick as well. But I also just wanted to clarify, just from the 2 questions on notice from myself and from the Chair, if I could just have my questions answered separately, primarily because the last 3 years might be a lot faster to get than the 9 years prior to that, just so that that data set isn't held up with perhaps the larger body of work of the prior data set. That would be wonderful. My last 2 questions are to the ATO. The NDIA is paying providers that it can't tax screen, and the consultation on the legislative fix for this has been running since 2024. I asked the NDIA about this a few weeks ago, and they suggested that I speak to you, or that I ask the question to the ATO. Could you give me an update, or give the committee an update of where that is up to? Have you sought that any additional sort of support from the government in relation to a legislative fix there?
So again, it is a question more for Treasury. However, I'm happy to talk to it from our perspective.
And perhaps if Treasury can answer afterwards, that would be great. Yeah.
Sure. As has been said, there were further targeted secrecy exceptions announced as part of the budget measure, which was part of that protecting the tax system against fraud. The ATO is not privy to how that package is going to be rolled out and where it's going to be targeted to. So the ATO was involved in discussions earlier as we were talking about potentially exemptions around disclosures, and originally there was talk around permitting the ATO to provide protected tax information to the NDIA and the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission for the purposes of administering the NDIS Act. However, we don't have any further updates on how that is progressing other than what's been announced in the budget.
Okay, and Treasury, are you able to shed some light on that? And just noting that it was the NDIA that suggested that I ask the questions to the ATO, so I guess you're next.
Yes, certainly, Senator. Not a lot more to add, but the government's considered the outcomes of the review, which you referenced, that started in late 2024, and has agreed that Treasury can progress preparing legislative amendments to introduce further exceptions to the tax secrecy regime, and that's planned to include a new exception to enable the type of sharing that you're asking about for the ATO to share information with the NDIA. So the usual approach would be for Treasury to our revenue group colleagues to progress the legislative drafting in consultation with government on the timing, and usually would release exposure draft legislation as part of that as well.
So just so I understand clearly, that's currently sitting with government, so you haven't been given any direction on that at this point in time?
Government has made a decision to introduce these amendments, and Treasury will now prepare them for future introduction.
Okay. So you're in the process of preparing those now?
That's right, yep.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And then my last question is to the ATO, and hopefully I think it's right to ask you this, well, it is right to ask you this question. NDIS providers receive Commonwealth payments through the NDIA, and then they also report that income to the ATO. Your submission tells us that those two data streams can't be matched with high confidence for 97% of providers. So I'm just curious, it sort of made me think about whether there has ever been, a rough back of the envelope calculation. If the ATO does do that, I'm sure your processes are much more sophisticated around a reconciliation in aggregate of the total dollar value of NDIA payments to registered and unregistered providers in a given year against the total revenue those same providers have declared to the ATO. And if so, what kind of gap are you seeing there?
I'll start, and I'm happy then to hand to Helen. I'm imagining that we will need to take this on notice to get the specifics of what you've inquired from us. In the work that we have done today, what we found is that when it comes to unregistered providers, of which make up a large component of the NDIS program, it's very difficult for us to data match because often we're missing key elements of information such as a name, an ABN, an address, and we simply aren't provided with that data, which makes our ability to match it incredibly difficult. I do think we'll need to take on notice the dollar value of unregistered versus registered providers. I don't actually think we have that information, but I'm happy to take it on notice in the event we do. But I'm not sure if Helen had anything else that I've missed.
Thanks, Jade. I would just add, and I think we do have to take that on notice, but we have done some work with our data matching with government payment programs on providers. And what we have done just as of last tax time, so tax time 2025, is for where we can match the data with high confidence, we have nudged in terms of messaging to those providers when they are lodging their tax returns to remind them to include all the income that they've received from the government. We're currently evaluating that process and the success of that, doing that, because that was the first time that we'd rolled out that initiative. So I think that would actually also give us some evidence as to what we are seeing in that space.
Thank you. And then that's just sort of led me to one more question. A number of the witnesses today have talked about the challenges with all providers being registered, and perhaps particularly for allied health, small businesses, sole traders, physios, speech pathologists, people like that. Do you think if there were a process of enrolment versus registration where there was like a single source of truth of who all the providers are in the system, whether that would help with your data matching and to answer these types of questions?
I can take that one, Jade, if you like. I think, as mentioned in a number of other witness statements, validating and having the identity verified of those people operating in the system is increasingly important in the current environment, particularly where there's a lot of fraud and identity crime. You do need to be able to know who's operating in your system, who are you paying, and particularly not just around the individuals and participants, but also around their representatives and the providers themselves. So there's definitely a lot of value in that. I do understand that NDIA and the Attorney General's Department have done a lot of research in diagnosing some of the issues and system vulnerabilities in previous government payment programs, and that has identified that having identity verified is absolutely key to ensuring the strength of the system and its integrity. So I do agree with that.
Thank you. Thank you. I really do appreciate all of your time today. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Deputy Chair, for your very constructive questions, and you've done well today. Thank you. So, look, I would like to now conclude this committee's hearing. I'd like to thank the witnesses who are here today. You've had some challenging questions and you've answered them well. Thank you. And your responses will help us to come up with some hopefully very constructive recommendations for this inquiry. A reminder that where witnesses have taken questions on notice, that the committee requests that information be provided by the 5th of June. And if you do need a little longer to provide this information, please liaise with the Secretariat. I would like to thank my fellow committee members who do work hard to prepare for these hearings, and I appreciate your time. And I'd also like to thank Hansard Broadcasting. We've had some challenging moments today and you've done very well. And also to our Secretariat, who do such a excellent role in supporting us in our endeavours. So on that note, the committee stands adjourned at 5:27. Thank you.